There we go. Excellent, excellent, most excellent. Excellent, dude. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Oh, yeah. That's the stuff. Um, we beat Syberia 2 this morning, and it was great. I loved it. We got we got stymied a little bit at the end of our first stream of Syberia 2. We got stymied a little bit. There was a puzzle that it's always you miss one little thing and it breaks your brain. And that's what happened. We got stymied a little bit when we fired up the game this morning or last evening. Like we solved it. We solved it. So that was cool. Like, I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the setting and the story and kind of like the adventure. It's, Lara Croft without the, violence. It was fun. It was really clever. The game ends in a kind of weird way. So, Kate, the protagonist, she's a lawyer, and in the first game, she's trying to make an acquisition of the Vorarlberg's business. They make automatons, and she was going to have the owner sign over the production lines to the company she represents. And the woman died, and so there was another heir, and she had to go track him down. So that's like the impetus for her adventure was, to get a signature for her company. And at the end of the first game, she gets the signature, and then she's like, she can go back to New York, or she can, try to continue on the adventure and see where it leads her. And so she kind of pieces out. So in the second game, her company sends like a private eye to chase her down to bring her back to New York. I have no idea why they would do something like that. Like, she's a grown-up that made a decision to stay there, and they're like adamant about bringing her back. An adult, why do they care if she's like out on this adventure or not? It's so weird. It's such a weird thing. Like, they could have cut out her job and the private eye thing, because it doesn't do anything to the story or the game. Like, you get these cutscenes where you have like these updates from the private eye, and they're like, "Oh, she's moved on. We're hot on her trail, but she's around here somewhere. I'll find her soon." And there's really nothing that it really adds to the story. You could cut those things completely out, and it would change nothing. But she goes on her adventure. She gets Hans Vorarlberg, the heir of the toy company, the automaton factory. She gets him to Syberia, which is this mythical island that still had mammoths on it. And that was the whole point, where they were going to try to find this Syberia island. And so, like, Hans Vorarlberg is kind of on the brink of death. So it's kind of like his like last will to go through and get to this island and see the mammoths. So she gets him there, and then the game ends. Like, he rides off on a mammoth, and she's just like, "Cool, man, have a great time." And the game just ends there. It gives like no information on like what happened to Kate afterwards. And I'm very curious about like what happened to her. Like, what is she gonna do? Is she gonna go back to her job? She's in Europe now, or Eurasia? I don't know where. No, I'm not. I'm assuming most of Russia's in Asia, right? In Syberia. It was. I mean, she was making a journey from the west. She stops in like France and then Germany, and then I think she ends up in Russia. So then she ends up in like the Arctic tundra in like Syberia proper, or at least in that region. And Like, what is she gonna do now? Like, her boat got her to that island, but I don't know how she's gonna sail that boat back anywhere. Like, is she just trapped on the island forever? So I'm curious what they're gonna do. I wonder where this story is going to, like, controller died. Where this story is going to, like, pick up. We can actually use a controller here, which is cool. I was using my Steam Deck controller because it's point and click. So the Steam Deck controller has these touchpads, so I was just using the touchpads for the mouse and the triggers as the left and right click, and it worked out really nice. Game options? What kind of game options could we possibly have? Difficulty mode? Voyage? Adventure? What is this? Gameplay options. You play for the story and want to have additional visual clues. You want to enjoy all the sensations of the first two Syberia games with fewer visual clues. Start of the game activates visual aids that explain the controls you can use. Personalize. What are these things? Reminders of objectives. Activates system messages about the current objectives. I mean, I don't think I necessarily need that. Dialogue notifications. Activate system messages that indicate the consequences of your choices and actions. There's consequences to our choices and actions? I don't like that. With this mode, the inventory must be opened manually for you to see the interaction zones for the objects in it, which are invisible by default. I can't. I think the batteries in my controller are dead. Wiggity whack. Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened. No, I don't. No, I don't. Contextual. This mode. Interaction zones for objects in your inventory are highlighted by default with a contextual icon. I mean, we can play the game the way that it was. I don't know what's intended. Like, Voyage was the first thing, but I guess we can do Adventure. Yeah, I guess. What are controls? Navigate menus. Movement, display objective. Click. What? I don't think that's right. I think those things are inverted. Movement? I think it's gonna be done with the left stick. Display objective, click. Yeah, you can't click with the D-pad. That's weird. Accelerate Kate's thoughts dialogue, right trigger maybe? Document inventory, right bumper, object inventory, left bumper. Back dialogue choices, I guess that's B. Contextual actions dialogue choices. Is that all of them? All the buttons? Camera select interactions, there's a camera? Not like a fixed angle? Okay. I don't know how this is gonna be. Why did it stop? I don't know if I have downloadable content. There's downloadable content for the game? What happens here if I click this? We strongly recommend that you complete the abandoned Olympia Stadium section before playing this content. Okay. Sure. Whatever, man. All right. Yeah, let's, the music disappeared. Now it's just windy. There weren't really graphical options, were there? No. Okay. Hope VSync is on. You play for the story and want to have additional visuals. You want to enjoy all the sensations of the first two Syberia games with fewer visual clues. Yeah, I mean, that's the way we played the first game, right? We played the first two games like that. Let's just do standard. I mean, this is like standard, the standard mode, right? I don't know what we're getting into, but yeah, let's just play regular old adventure mode, right? Save this game mode? Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. There's some weird turtle thing in the corner of the screen. You think that owl can talk? Dude, they got chocobos? I think I need to turn the audio down a little. It seems a little loud.
Months ago, nomads found her dying in northern Syberia. Walker, Kate Walker, born in New York in the United States. She had an American passport on her. She showed up at the clinic last week. She's recovering. She's fine.
You're certain, Olga Efimova? You have to keep her there until we arrive.
I will do what it takes. You can count on me, Colonel.
What? Got some huge ass eyeballs.
Oh, my head.
Hello, Kate Walker.
3 in 1? What am I supposed to do with that?
Well, nothing to say?
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Kirk, Kate Walker. Kirk of the Yukol tribe. Do you remember the Yukols?
Where are we? My memory's all mixed up. There was a terrible blizzard with snow and ice, and then nothing.
We are in the clinic of Dr. Zamyatin, in the town of Valsambor.
How did I end up here?
We Yukols migrate with our snow ostriches to the sacred lands. It's a long journey. A very special journey. 1 month ago, we found you dying on a riverbank there in the north. We took you in and our shaman cared for you. Afterwards, we continued our journey. And today, we are both here to finish getting better.
Yeah, what the hell's a snow ostrich? How you doing, Spiteful Frog? Welcome on in. You poor thing. What happened? Why are you in the hospital? You poor thing.
What's wrong, Kate Walker?
Don't rush me. I'm thinking of words to say to you.
You look seriously injured. I'm so sorry, Kirk.
I appreciate your concern, Kate Walker. But don't worry about me. Dr. Zamiatine asked a master craftsman from Velsambor to make me a new leg, and he's going to put it on me when it's ready. It will be like a brand new leg.
Why are you tied to that bed?
That was the decision of Madame Olga, Dr. Zamiatine's assistant. She says I'm too restless, and it's the only way to make sure I get better. Apparently, it's going to take a long time to make my artificial leg. And in the meantime, my people are without a guide and are waiting for me, with the herd, so we can continue.
You speak very good English. What's up, Kabito? How you doing? Welcome on in. You're trying not to go crazier than usual? Nice. Good luck. You know what keeps you from going crazy? Watching me play video games and hanging out. That stops everyone from grow, or it makes them crazier, or it makes them crazy. It's one or the other. There's no in between. Either it like chills you out and calms you down, or it sends you off the deep end. Because cereal is a detriment to society. And I'd be saying some offensive things just to rile them up. GG's on Syberia too. Thanks. It was a lot of fun, Kabito. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed them. They were very amusing games. Think you're gonna make a grilled cheese and try to go to bed? Dude, nice. Grilled cheese is dope as hell. I'm offensive. Offensive smelling. Got him! Grilled cheese is delicious. Last week I made some homemade tomato soup, and we made mozzarella, basil, and peach with balsamic vinaigrette. You just spray it on the bread. Some balsamic vinaigrette grilled cheese sandwiches, and those things were delicious. Delicious. So good. So good. Oh, I'd be making... Dude, you don't make grilled cheeses at home? They're delicious at home. Grilled cheese is great. It's so easy and simple. Like, generally speaking, I just use, like, regular bread. And if I have tomato around, I'll make grilled cheese and tomato sandwiches. Because I love grilled cheese and tomato. It's so good. It's so dang good. Oh, making the tomato soup at home? Yeah, dude, I hate canned tomato soup. I like ketchup, but canned tomato soup is just like canned ketchup. I don't want to drink ketchup. Like, ketchup's great on French fries and meatloaf and sandwiches, like cold cut sandwiches, but burgers, hot dogs. But I don't want to drink ketchup. That's gross. That's gross. So I'm not a big fan of canned tomato soup. I've actually never liked tomato soup until my mom made it once, and I went, dude, you can make tomato soup? And she made it with tomatoes that her and my dad grew in their garden, and I was like, this is the greatest thing ever. And then my mom canned some of the leftover tomatoes, and she gave me some of those cans, and so I made some tomato soup on my own, and it was so good. Like, homemade tomato soup is so much better than anything you can get canned. Anything. It's so good. And I was like, I think I like tomato soup. This tomato soup. Never had tomato soup in my life that I enjoyed until I had some homemade stuff, and it's good. Tomato soup with fancy cheese sandwich. You're not hurting your feelings? Dude, it's so good. You have a good point, plus canned is probably unhealthier. Canned soup is just... I don't like canned soup in general. They're just sodium bombs. That's all that it is. Like, whenever I eat some, like, canned soup, it just tastes like salt. I don't like that. I like to open a can of Roma tomatoes and immersion blender that and then spice it. Yeah, that sounds like tomato soup. It sounds like tomato soup. That sounds edible. That's really all that I end up doing. Get some canned tomatoes and yeah, blend it up. That's it. That's it. It's simple. It's straightforward, and it tastes a lot better than anything you buy in the store. Way better. And it's simple. I mean, you can, as long as you have a blender, you're fine, you know? Just puree, motherfucker, puree. Easy peasy. Yeah, it is easy peasy. And sandwich is cheesy. Dude, it's so good. I like a grilled cheese sandwich. I love grilled cheeses. But I would highly recommend the mozzarella. Fresh mozzarella, not like packaged shit. But you know, that wet mozzarella. That mozzarella ball. Not matzo ball. That's different. But the mozzarella ball, or tube, or whatever. And slicing that bad boy up. Some basil, some vinaigrette, and some peaches, because it's peach season right now. So hell yeah. Yeah, fresh mozza is the best. The other mozzarella, that ain't mozzarella. That ain't mozzarella. I don't know what the hell that is, but that ain't mozzarella. Fresh mozzarella is the good stuff. You're like, why is it wet? Why is the mozzarella wet? Because it's delicious that way. I don't know why it's wet. This is just how it is. And it's tasty as hell. It's so good. It's so good. That's my jam right there. I get that all day long, man. But yeah, grilled cheese sandwich. That's the way to go. That's the life. That's the life. Sometimes on grilled cheese sandwiches, I add salsa. Because that's delicious. It's basically a quesadilla, but in sandwich form. Which, I mean, a quesadilla is just a grilled cheese sandwich. It's just a tortilla rather than bread. They're the same thing. They're the same thing. So sometimes, yeah, I be adding some salsa to my grilled cheeses. This is delicious. It's freaking delicious. You know? You put some cheese down, and then you put a little sauce in between. You put some cheese on top of that. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's fantastic. And then you grill it up real good. It's delightful. It's delightful. Now, I shred my cheese. I shred my cheese. You make a sandwich that's like a Caesar salad on ciabatta with mozz and pickled onion. Dude, oh God, I love pickled onion. Oh, man. I was in some Mediterranean restaurant. I don't remember what it was. And I ordered some salad from them. And I looked at that and I was like, God damn, that's a fuchsia-ass pink. What the hell is this? And my buddy was like, that's pickled onion. You've never had that before? And I was like, no. You can pickle onions? I mean, you can pickle anything. But you can pickle onions? Oh my God, man. I took one bite of that pickled onion and I went, I had no idea onions could be so delicious. I'm not opposed to onion. They're a nice garnish, you know? But holy crap, man. I could just eat like a can of pickled onions. They're so good. They're so good. I don't know what's happening with pickled onions, but they're like my favorite form of onion. Caramelized onions are pretty good too, though. Not gonna sleep on that. Caramelized onions are pretty good too, but pickled onions, that's my shit, man. So anytime like I like make salads and stuff like that, I'm like, pickled onion. Adding sliced tomato inside the sandwich. Oh yeah, no, I totally do that. I absolutely do that. Sliced tomato in a grilled cheese is top notch. Top notch. Sun-dried tomatoes. Ooh. It was a big kick on sun-dried tomatoes in like the mid-90s. And then people stopped putting sun-dried tomatoes on everything. It was everywhere for a while. I was like, sun-dried tomatoes, sun-dried tomatoes. I like sun-dried tomatoes. Those are real good. They're real good. They've got that very sweet flavor. I'm not a big fan of dried fruits, but I messes with some sun-dried tomatoes. Caramelized onions for meat. Pickled onions for salad. Now, you can put caramelized onion on anything, man. It's delicious. Sandwiches, like for like cold cut sandwiches, caramelized onion is great. Is great. Is great. A caramelized onion in a grilled cheese sandwich is delicious. Delicious. Don't sleep on that, man. Caramelized onion on a grilled cheese, fan freaking tastic. Fan freaking tastic. Fantastical. Food is for the mouth. Food is for the mouth. That's what I think. I'm not opposed. Like, eat your food however you want to. Put peanut butter on your steak, go for it. I'm down. I'm down. You want to do it? Do it. I don't judge you for doing some weird ass shit. Do your weird ass shit. If it makes you happy, do it. If you find that shit delicious, like if you want to put mayonnaise on your ice cream, go for it. That make you happy? Do that shit. Well, Vidalia is better for caramelized and red onion is better for pickling, but you can switch it up. It's fine. It's fine. I just find the flavors better that way. You could do whatever you want. Like a yellow onion is probably better for caramelizing, but I've caramelized red onion. Pickled sweet onion and red onion? Yeah. Yeah, Vidalia's fine to pickle. You only caramelize Vidalia. You could caramelize any of them. Doesn't matter. They're tasty either way. They're tasty either way. But yeah, a Vidalia does a little bit better with caramelizing than a red onion, I think, but I'm not opposed to it. Yellow, white, red, put it in here. Makes me happy. Makes me happy. I'm not opposed to anything. Food goes in the mouth. That's where it goes. Peanut butter. More meat. You live in hot Atlanta. You like to buy the onions that are almost the size of your head. I don't think I've ever gotten an onion that big. I've gotten onions like the size of softballs before. But I don't think I've ever seen like a basketball-sized onion. It'd probably freak me out. Be like, nah, that ain't gonna be good. Basketball-sized watermelon. Basketball-sized watermelon. I'm down. I'm down. That sounds right. Basketball-sized onion. First of all, what am I gonna do with all that onion? I'm not gonna eat all that onion before it goes bad. There's no way. I eat some onion. I don't eat all onion. I don't eat all onion. Now, I'll be putting nothing on the watermelon. You just eat the watermelon. I got watermelon right now. This is my second watermelon. No. I don't like that. I've tried it. It's not my jam. It's not my jam. I remember years ago, someone suggested that. It was like 10, 15 years ago. A buddy of mine was like, yo, dude, you ever put salt on your watermelon? And I was like, no, because that sounds terrible. And he was like, no, it's delicious. And I was like, okay, I'll try it. And he was like, you're not going to put it on, like, I cut like a slice of watermelon. He was like, you're not going to put it on the whole slice? And I was like, no, I'm going to cut like a little slice and I'm going to sprinkle some salt on it because I don't want to ruin my watermelon. That sounds horrible. I'm not ruining all the food. You ruin your food. I'm trying it this way. I was not a fan. I did not like it. Tagine. That doesn't sound very good to me either, but I'll try it. That does not sound great to me. Is that a cultural thing? I've never heard of putting tagine on watermelon. You don't coat it. You just okay. It's not. It's just something to do. It's not a cultural thing. Okay, I was just curious. I've never heard people doing that before. Just a little bit. Not a big fan of putting salt on watermelon. I did not like that. It did not taste great. But you're saying it adds like some citrus to it. I'll try it. If I can remember. I'll try it. But I did not like the salt on the watermelon. That did not do my jam. I'm not a big salt person. Not a big salt person. I think salt's necessary for a lot of foods, but I don't like the, I guess, palate flavor of salt, really. Sweet and salty go together pretty well. Though, I will say, the worst ice cream I ever had was sea salt dark chocolate ice cream. It was the most disgusting thing I think I've ever eaten. it was I was like, dude, I had what was it? Dark chocolate, caramel, and sea salt. Like these little things, Trader Joe's, it's a grocery store. They sold this like dark chocolate, caramel, and sea salt, and that shit was so good. But I guess it's more moderation. You're eating like a little piece of candy, you know? And so I was just like, yo, I saw the ice cream in the grocery store and it was like dark chocolate and sea salt. And I was like, yeah, I'll try this. It was vile. It was like, the ice cream just tastes like salt. The ice cream just tastes like salt. I want to eat salt. I couldn't finish it, dude. I took like 2 spoonfuls of it. I bought like, I don't know a carton of it, like 2 quarts or something like that. I don't know what it is. But I was just like, I can't eat this. I took like 2 bites and I was like, this is disgusting. This is the most vile thing I've ever had. I spent like $8 on this. What am I going to do with this trash? What am I going to do with this trash? Here in the South, you need some salt to help with what you sweat out. I'm technically in the South. Technically. No one considers us the South, but also the North doesn't consider us the North. We're some, like, bastardized child here in Washington, D.C. We're not the South, because we're not, like, Southern. We're not the North, because we're not Northern. We're just in the middle. Stuck in the middle with you. Nobody wants us. Nobody wants us. Everybody hates us. It was like 98 and 80% humidity. Yeah, it started raining earlier. It was super humid today here too. You're in Virginia? No. No. We don't like Virginians. Virginians are the worst people in the world. Those gross people. Those gross Virginians. Yep. Disgusting. Maryland's okay. DC's great. Virginia, disgusting. Disgusting. DC's more south than it feels like it should be. Well, they're right below Pennsylvania. We're right below Pennsylvania. What's up, Teak? How you doing? Yeah. So right below the Mason-Dixon line. So anything below the Mason-Dixon line is considered the South. So technically we're the South. But we're not really the South. DC is the epitome of like mixing pot of cultures. Mixing pot of cultures. Pennsyltucky. Yeah. It depends on where you are in Pennsylvania. Depends on where you are, but there is definitely some... There's some culture in Pennsylvania for sure. For sure. Imagine throwing shade at Virginia, and it's right next to Kentucky and North Carolina. Yeah, well, I mean, that's our neighbor. That's our neighbor. Virginia is Maryland's neighbor. Like, all the way through. It runs all along Maryland's southern border. All along the entire border. So it's easy to yell at Virginia. Kentucky and Carolina, they're further away. So it's easy to yell at Virginia. Not to say Kentucky and North Carolina, North Cackalack, are shining bastions of greatness, but... Hey, Virginia's right there, man. Easy pickings. You live in Atlanta. You met folks from everywhere. Yeah, Atlanta's a hotbed of a mixing pot too. Any major city tends to be that way. North Kakalaki, exactly. Hacktown. Gross. Gross. Carolina's racist as shit. I've told the story before, but we were traveling south to go visit some friends. We were on a road trip in college. During college, and mixed group of guys, and we stop at south of the border, because you see, like, when you're driving south and you go through Virginia and you hit Carolina, there's, like, you've been seeing for like hundreds of miles, stop it south of the border, stop it south of the border, stop it south of the border. So we were just like, all right, let's stop at the restaurant, let's see what it's like. And we get in there and we're in line, and we're talking to some dude in line who seems to be like the friendliest person in the world. He's super nice. And, we're a mixed group of people. I was the only white person in, oh no, it was another dude. 2 white people. The rest were of different cultures. And so I'm like talking to this dude in line, and he's like, so where are you boys from? And we were like, oh, we're from DC, we're just coming down to go visit some friends. And he was like, that's great. When you guys get back up there, close the border. And it was just like, he was being so friendly 1 second. The friendliest racists in the world. The friendliest racists in the world. I was just like, oh my God, man. He was being so kind and like talking us up and stuff like that, just chatting. That was just like, yep. Yeah, I was just like, okay, well, I'm sure you have a gun, so I'm just gonna ignore you. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm sure somewhere on your person, in your vehicle, you got hunting rifles and shit, severed deer heads adorning your cab. Yeah, I'm good. All right. I'm just gonna turn this way, and yeah, I'll totally close that border to keep folks like you away from me. Get the hell out of here, you freak. Atlanta almost makes up for the rest of Georgia, but hey, at least it's not Alabama. There's some nice places outside of Atlanta too that aren't necessarily like horrible. I've been to Macon. Macon was nice. There are a couple of other places outside of it, but yeah, by and large, most of other Georgia's kind of, you question where you're going. Atlanta has a ton of transplants since you graduated high school in 2003. Oh, sure. You can't account for ignorance. You keep yours on you. Nice. In Atlanta, you just have to worry about where you park. Any big city. Any big city. Any big city. Any big city. Dude, Teak, how excited. Weren't we just talking about Resident Evil? Weren't we just talking about Resident Evil like the past like week or so? And like discussing how they haven't like ported the original games anywhere? This is perfect, man. This is perfect. That made me so happy. Like, I went on the internet, and the first thing that popped up was, like, Resident Evil available on GOG, and I was like, shut the fuck up. What? What? So, I guess 2 and 3 aren't out yet. I think they said by, like, August or something like that, all 3 were supposed to be out on Good Old Games. But that's great news, man. $8 and some change for each game. That's not bad at all. Get your windows busted out, you park in the wrong place? Yeah. They said in 2024. Oh, I thought it said by like a certain date. It's just 2024. That's cool. Resident Evil is one of those series you never got into. God, man. I don't particularly know how well those original ones have like held up. I think a little bit's nostalgia. I like them. Resident Evil 2 is a great game, like the original one. It's really fun. Once you kind of adjust yourself to like the tank controls, it's a ton of fun. It's a ton of fun. You just kind of have to like get yourself into the mindset of it, and it works fine for what it is. You're curious which version of RE2 ends up getting ported? Well, they already have a PC version, man. I don't think that they're going to port anything. There's already a PC version out there. There's the Taiwanese version of 2 and 3. I did not know that there was a 1, but I'm assuming that they're just going to, you know, use those versions. They already run fine. Like, I've played those versions multiple times. When people run randomizers on PC, they use those versions. They run great. So I'm assuming that that's what they're just gonna do, is use those. You hated the original PlayStation? The original PlayStation is probably one of my favorite consoles. A new of the Source Next versions. Yeah. Which is, why is that unfortunate? Those are really good. And they already have a huge modding community available with them as well, so I don't see why that's unfortunate. What's bad about those? They have like HD mods, and they have randomizers, and they're pretty solid. I'm assuming they're gonna add controller support. It's the easier Japanese version. Yeah. Maybe they'll add some difficulties to it. Resident Evil 3 has, you know, easy and hard on it. It has easy and hard. 2 doesn't have any difficulty thing, but maybe they'll add like a hard mode for 2. You're a Nintendo 64 kid? See, I thought Nintendo 64 was trash. PS1 loading screens pissed you off? Yeah, I get that. I get that. Cartridge didn't have loading. That was the big thing. That was one of the things that Nintendo was, why they stuck with cartridges, because they didn't want to have to deal with loading. They thought it would be better if, like, it was more cartridge based. Then, yeah, there is an advantage to it, but the Nintendo 64 did not have many good games, where the PlayStation had so many good and classic games. So many good ones. I'm not saying there weren't some fun games on the Nintendo 64. I loved my Nintendo 64, but I have like 70, 80 games on the PlayStation. I've got like 10 Nintendo 64 games, and like 5 of them are good. I'm not saying everything holds up, but I'm saying there was a lot more to choose from on the PlayStation, and much better games on the PlayStation than there were on the Nintendo 64. Though the Nintendo 64 did have Killer Instinct Gold. That was my jam. I played a ton of that. But there aren't many great must-have Nintendo 64 games. There really aren't. You've only played about 6 good PS1 games. There's a ton of them. There's a ton of them. The PS1 is like your JRPG system, you know? If you like JRPGs, there is a litany of JRPGs on there. Great ones. Great ones. Maybe they don't necessarily hold up so well nowadays, but yeah. Yeah, you kind of get over the loading screens after a while, you know? There's just a ton of great games on the PS1. I love the PS1. Of that generation, the Saturn and the Nintendo 64 just couldn't compete with the PlayStation 1. You never hung out with the JRPG kids? That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, the PlayStation was a JRPG powerhouse. I loved my PlayStation. I used that so much. I played a ton of shit on it. There were some decent Nintendo 64 games. Don't get me wrong. There just weren't that many. Like, once you get out of first-party games for Nintendo, you don't have much. There's a handful of third-party games that are okay, and then it hits the drastic decline quickly. And PlayStation is filled with, like, fantastic first and third-party games. So much great stuff there. What would we consider second-party? Like, shit like Mario Party would be like second party, where, you know, it's a Nintendo IP, but not directly developed by Nintendo. I mean, I wouldn't consider like Mario Party, a classic on the Nintendo 64. But see, I didn't really play that. I also wouldn't say that like stuff like Smash Brothers was either, because I didn't get into those games. A lot of people like those. You can talk about Nintendo 64, you have to take into account Rare's offering, but Rare's third party. Rare's third party. Rare's no different than, say, like Square Enix or... Well, what makes them second party then? What makes them second party? Rare had some decent games on there. Rare had some decent games. GoldenEye was solid. And the first Banjo game was okay. An independent studio working on Nintendo properties, where the only Nintendo property they worked on was Donkey Kong Country. I guess Donkey Kong 64 too. But like, you know, GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, Blast Corps, Banjo-Kazooie. Those aren't Nintendo properties. So they did a, let's say, second party game with Donkey Kong 64. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying about the Mario Party game. Mario Party is not done by Nintendo directly. It was done by another company, but working on that. So many good second party games. Yeah, I never got into the party game stuff. I found those not fun. Rare took Donkey Kong and then they did GoldenEye. Yep. Yes, they did. And they did Perfect Dark. I did not like Perfect Dark that much. Lots of people like Perfect Dark. I was not a Perfect Dark stan. I like GoldenEye. I think Perfect Dark made some improvements, but I think Perfect Dark also managed to be less fun than GoldenEye. The campaign was nowhere near as fun as I thought as GoldenEye. I was not a big Perfect Dark fan. I like the multiplayer better on GoldenEye too. There was just changes that I wasn't just like a big fan of. I don't think Perfect Dark's a bad game. I just didn't think it was as good as GoldenEye. I wish that, you know, they could have made an actual follow-up to GoldenEye versus... I get why they went into their own IP. It makes sense. It's better for them. I wish they could have made an actual follow-up to GoldenEye versus Perfect Dark. Still have your Super Nintendo and Earthbound and Chrono Trigger, your top 2 games of all time. Nice. So then you are a JRPG nerd. Nice. That's good stuff, man. That's good stuff. Those are good games. I still have those too. But yeah, I think by and large... But it's not. It's not GoldenEye 2. Perfect Dark is Perfect Dark. Like I said, it's their own IP, which is, I get why they did it, but is not GoldenEye 2. It's Perfect Dark. I would have liked to have seen what they could have done with, like, another Bond game versus doing their own IP. I did not like what they did with Perfect Dark. I did not like the story. I was not a huge... The combat was a bit of an improvement. It didn't run great on the Nintendo 64. You needed to have the expansion pack thing, and it ran a little bit better. I was not a fan of Perfect Dark. They did some cool things. They added new guns, you know. They kind of improved on the multiplayer a little bit, but by and large, I wasn't a fan. Aren't they making another Perfect Dark game? Yeah, they announced that during the summer showcase. The only difference would be Pierce Brosnan's pixelated face on the character models. Maybe. I don't know. Just something about that game just didn't rub me the right way. Goodness. Our controller's just vibrating. It's just vibrating. Stop nothing's happening. Why are you vibrating? I had to have the expansion that came with it for 120, or if you already had it, it was 79 bucks. Perfect Dark was 79 bucks. I don't recall it being that much. I bought it and then sold it. I didn't like it. I got the expansion pack with that Majora's Mask. I think the expansion pack came packaged with Majora's Mask. Yeah, I bought Perfect Dark and played it for like an hour, and I was like, I hate this. Maybe it was longer than an hour. I did not like it. Those cards were expensive. You got it with Rogue Squadron, and maybe it came with a bunch of different games. I think it also did it come with like Donkey Kong 64 too. Like it was mandatory for Donkey Kong 64. I think I got it with Majora's Mask. I got it with a game. I don't remember what it was. It came with a game. I wonder if it came with other games too, though. I never played much of Rogue Squadron. My cousin had that, and I liked the fact that, what was it, Shadow of the Empire? Like, it wasn't just a vehicular combat game. Like, you start out and you're on Hoth, and you're taking down the ATs? Those are the four-legged ones? The AT-ATs? The AT-ATs? But then you're, like, immediately in the Hoth base, and I was like, yeah, this is cool. I remember playing Rogue Squadron and playing, like, a couple levels of it, and I was like, when do I get to, like, go on ground and shoot stuff? And my cousin was like, no, you just fly around, and I was like, ugh. But I wanna be a people? You don't get to be a people? You are a people. You're flying the ship. It's not the same. So I never ended up beating Rogue Squadron. I did play Rogue Squadron 2, and I like that. Different mind state, right? You had to cut 14 lawns at $10 a yard to buy Perfect Dark? Dude, that's what I did. I hustled. As a kid, I hustled. I always had a job. From the moment that I was able to cut grass at, like, I don't know, 10 or 11, I was cutting people's yards. I was shoveling snow. I was raking leaves. I was, pulling weeds and shit like that. Whatever yard maintenance you needed. And then I delivered newspapers, and I was a lifeguard. And I did some other things on the side to hustle for some extra money too. People were always like surprised that I had like video games and consoles, and they were like, how do you get that shit? And I was like, motherfucker, I work. I was like, I work, dude. That's why I have video games. You sit at home and you jerk off all day. I'm over here doing work. I'm working. I'm hustling. I'm doing my thing. Rogue Squadron was great, but you never had it. Yeah, I never really played much of the first one. Never played much of that one. But I did play the crap out of 2, and I enjoyed 2. Raking leaves and cutting grass in the summer heat here in Atlanta where it hits 95 to 105. That's DC. DC does that too. It's also humid as fuck. Yep. I know that. I was out digging holes in people's backyards and up on people's roofs, taking out their leaves and shit, working on gutters and stuff like that. Dude, do not be on the roof in the middle of summer. It's terrible. That's how you die. That's how you die. Not just because it's high up there. You've got no shade. It's just the sun beating down on top of you, and most roofs, for whatever reason, are dark. So you're just up there. I had to replace, dude. I even had to do some roofing. Roofing's terrible. Roofing in the summer is the worst. The sun beating down on you. It's awful. Awful. It's awful. It's awful. I'm not saying there's not anything else worse out there. There's definitely worse out there. But it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Think you lost years on your life? I think everyone does. That one's rough. But at the end of the day, to each their own. I mean, when you're a kid and you only have one console, you're gonna love your console. So if you grew up with a Nintendo 64, that's gonna be your baby. Yeah. If you grew up with a PlayStation, that's going to be your baby, because that's the thing that you played the most. The nice thing was if you had friends, they sometimes had different consoles than you, so you got to like go over to their place and check that shit out. That was dope. Masons appreciate was the worst job you ever had. Masons, do you mean like an apprenticeship? You and your friends did some roofing when we were kids, made a couple $100 to tear off shingles. It was alright. Nice, dude. Nice. See, you got the easy part of the roofing. You got the easy part. The ripping up of the shingles, that's not too bad. It's the other part. It's the other part that's bad. Because the tar that you have to put down on a roof to prepare it is really fucking hot. So you have the heat bearing down on top of you, and then you got this bucket of molten tar that's like breathing hot fumes into toxic fumes into your face, and you're like spackling it down the roof. It's horrible. And you have like this black mat. So the black mat is like pulling in all the sun rays, and most of the time there's no sky protection. Oh god. The easier part's like ripping the roof shit off. The shingles, ripping the roof off. That's still hard work. Don't get me wrong. That's still hard work. That's the first part of the job, and that's not too bad. That's not too bad. It's the other part that sucks. The other part. Tarring the roof and then getting the shingles on. That's the bad part. That's the bad part. That's the real bad part. It's all a bad part. That's the real bad part. 4 pallets of brick, really fast all day for 12 hours a day. Literally had bloody hands with gloves on. You were moving the pallets with your hands? That doesn't sound right. Are you moving pallets with your hands? That's not what you do. You move pallets. You move bricks. Oh, you're just laying bricks. I got you. I thought you meant like you were like taking a brick and moving it from one pallet to another, and I was like, that don't sound right. They got you just doing busy work. That kid's an idiot. Just have him move bricks from one pallet to another. I got you. You're just stacking bricks. Right, you said you were doing masonry work, so... Brick masonry. Bricklaying. The Bricklayers Union. I've done some bricklaying. When you look at somebody that's doing bricklaying and you go, that doesn't look that hard, and then you try it yourself and you go, yeah, they probably have thousands of hours of work doing this. Because what they did and what I did are two different things. Two whole different things. Like they're just like spackling with their shovel and putting down the grout. They're just brick, 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 and I'm like dribble, 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 garbage, mess, brick. Why does yours look different than mine? Moving bricks all day from the pallet to the stack they're working from, right? Right. Yeah, you're just stacking for them. No, I got you. That's hard labor, man. That's hard labor. Then learning the ratio to mix. It's as complicated as making bread. Yeah, I think it's one of those things, once you have it down, though, it's okay. And then you know the consistency that you need it at, too. I worked in a lot of cement. And we did our own mixes for cement and concrete. So we would add our own, like, sand and aggregate and stuff like that. And you understand after a while, like, what the consistency needs to be, what, you know, like how thick something needs to be, how wet it needs to be, you know, all that stuff. You figure it out. You get to eyeball it after a while, but yeah, I got you. Cement's another animal too. Grout. Got your grout right here. Yeah. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Once you have an idea, it's not too bad. It's it's the actual making it look nice and not all janked up. I know how wet it needs to be, as wet as your mom. Oh, I'll go tell her. I'll go tell her. I'll be right back. I'll go tell her.
The Yugels I've met didn't speak my language anywhere near as well as you. I'm very impressed.
From time to time, missionaries and merchants came through our village. I learned very quickly, Kid Walker. It's important if I am to guide my people.
I don't mean to be rude, Kirk, but aren't you a bit young for that?
The spirits do not take age into account when they choose a chief for the Yukos. And the spirits are very wise. They do not make mistakes when they choose the one who will guide our people on the sacred migration.
Yeah, I guess we was gaming. Maybe.
Why do the Yugels make the journey?
My people live in symbiosis with the great snow ostriches, Kate Walker. Their wool protects us from the cold. Their excrement feeds our crops, and their meat feeds us. They are also our mounts and beasts of burden, so we must follow them wherever they go.
And do they migrate because of the weather?
No, Kate Walker. They go to the sacred lands to reproduce. It is an event that only occurs a few times per century. For the Yukos, it is rare to be able to boast of having participated in more than 3 migrations during one's lifetime.
69, dudes!
Fun stuff. Gonna lurk while I go puff puff.
Alright. Thanks for the 69 bits. Nice. Nice.
If you don't mind my asking, about your leg, what exactly happened to you?
Soldiers bombed the route we were taking with our caravan. For no reason. Just to frighten us and force us to turn back. I was a bit too close to the explosion. A piece of rock. That's it.
You mean the authorities did it on purpose? But why?
They think that the snow ostrich migration has no place in today's world, and that my tribe should settle down once and for all. But we will never do that, Kate Walker. That would mean defying the spirits. And the Yukos fear the spirits far more than the soldiers.
Well, Kirk, I'm delighted to have made your acquaintance. I guess I have to go tell the staff that I'm awake, I feel fine, and I have no intention of hanging around here.
Of course, Kate Walker. I'm sure someone will be in the yard. Maybe even Madame Olga.
Like, where is he gonna go? He's missing a leg. He doesn't have crutches. Like, where's he gonna go? What's he gonna do? Why do you need to strap him down? It seems a bit much. He can hop? Yeah, hop into danger. Get hopping mad.
What?
What?
Hello? Is anybody there?
I don't think anybody heard you, Kate Walker. Try using the call button that's located next to the door.
No, I'm just gonna look at it. What is that symbol? It's like two puzzle pieces coming apart. Is that owl just floating in the air?
Kirk's tribe's camp, I guess. What's that owl doing here? What's that owl doing here? What's that owl doing here? What's that owl doing here?
It's not perched on anything. It's magical. I don't know. It's a great question, Kate. What is that owl doing there? That's hilarious. This is a well-made game. It's still there. Fix yourself, owl. Dude, this room has to be blustery. There's no door. And there's like snow built up right outside of it. Dude, and she's barefoot? I'd be freezing. This isn't normal. Yeah, push the button. Oh.
Nothing. It doesn't work, Kirk.
I think I saw some of the staff using it the other day. Take a good look at the mechanism, Kate Walker. Maybe you can find a way to get it working again.
Oh, I'm a tinkerer. Oh, weird. It's so weird.
This diagram shows how to turn the call button on, but I can't do anything until I can get at the internal mechanism.
Search the room. I'm sure you'll be able to find something you can use to open it up with.
He's very helpful. I'm gonna use this bowl.
I'm sure the tip of this knife could get this screw out of the bell. Better than nothing, anyway.
Dude, you think that's minestrone? Soup and bread? Hot soup and bread? On a cold day like this?
That should do the trick quite nicely. Now try to use it to see if you can repair the call button.
No, I think I'm gonna stab you. There's no stab button. Damned. He's been so helpful, Serial. Why would you stab him? I don't know. I'm a menace. You give me a knife, we gotta stab. That's what knives are for, cutting stuff. What, you gonna give me a knife and I'm not gonna cut something? That's absurd. How do I... There we go. This is weird. Get the screw. One, two, three. Oh, what happened there? Use?
Right. Let's see if I can repair the mechanism.
If you're not sure, maybe the diagram you saw earlier might help.
There's a lot of mechanics here that aren't explained. I don't know what I'm doing. That's not good.
Finally. Right, now I just have to find a supervisor.
Well done, Kate Walker. I'm going to have a bit of a rest now. Please try to come back and say goodbye to me before you go.
Wait, the door's open now? Why was the door open? That was a call button, not like a door unlock button.
You should go for a walk in the yard, Kate Walker. That door leads right to it.
Movie.
Wow.
Wow. Interesting history factoid. Today is the 120th anniversary of the Battle of Kennesaw Mountain here in Georgia on Sherman's March to the Sea. General Sherman took his troops into the ocean. That was probably the right decision. That was probably the right decision.
The light, the wind, the heat. I can still feel it all. I dream of it every night.
That's also probably why the South lost. Because of bad decisions like that. Thank goodness.
Cursed! We're all of us cursed!
Thank goodness. General Sherman burned everything as he conquered his way to Savannah.
Go hold your head under the ice water in the fountain, Nikita. That'll clear up your damn headaches.
Not his time. This isn't a normal headache. It's like a pile of rusty nails rattling in my skull.
Well, that's
If
you
only they
settled
let
then.
him finish the job.
Did you speak to Madame Olga or
I mean,
Dr.
burn
Mongolian?
all of Georgia.
Maybe they're the ones sticking the damn nails in my...
Good conversation there.
Someone should have a word with the maintenance department.
About what?
Someone should have a word with the maintenance
Oh,
department.
those are vines on the wall? Yeah, that's probably not good.
Have you seen the mammoths too? Go tell the staff, that way maybe they'll believe me. And have you seen any dragons too?
Finishing the job would have been not forgiving the traitors and allowing the 13th Amendment to be written the way it was. Well, they did say that, like, if you supported the South or slavery in any way, they wouldn't allow you into Congress or serve as a president. So that's good. So that was good. Like, you weren't able to be part of the government.
So you're finally awake. Has Dr. Olga been informed?
Oh, eventually that changed, right? That eventually changed, but should have imprisoned a lot of them instead of giving them a mulligan. Should have kicked them out of the country. That's cool. You don't want to be part of the country? That's cool. Bye. Enjoy the ocean. Enjoy the ocean. Good luck. Good luck. It's like ship them off to Africa so they can be indentured servants to the Africans. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, you send them off to go be indentured servants to Africans. You now get to go do slave labor. Yeah, we'll invert it.
Get your bearings. I understood that you'd be staying with us for a little while yet.
You wrote the 13th Amendment where you can still be enslaved as punishment for a crime. Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, you're finally awake, number 10. What can I do for you?
Well, it seems to me that I'm cured. And now I'd like to be on my way.
Given your condition, that would seem somewhat premature and perhaps even unreasonable, number 10.
What's this number 10? What's up, Kale Gortrat? How you doing, dude? How you doing?
Your psychic troubles would seem to be significant indeed.
I have a name.
I am not a number. My name is Kate Walker. I would appreciate it if you would call me by my name, Doctor.
There's a perfect example. That aggression boiling up within you. I'm afraid that it may be a significant traumatic after effect.
So you're refusing to let me leave?
Oh, no, of course not, miss. I have no intention of abusing any of the prerogatives of my position. Nonetheless, first you must submit to a series of tests that are designed to demonstrate that you have fully recovered. You understand. Please, sit down.
On that?
Yes, don't be afraid.
What the?
Don't worry about these restraints. Merely a simple formality that's part of the protocol that Dr. Olga, our supervisor, has implemented.
This can't be good.
Right. I do believe that we can begin. Now, be so kind as to state your first and last names, age, and place of birth, please.
Well, this game came out 14
Answer
years?
me, please!
My name is Kate Walker. I was born in New York, and I'll be 30 this year.
Good, miss. Up until now, my device would seem to corroborate what you say.
You're using a lie detector?
It's procedure. Please stop worrying and talk to me instead of your friends and family. Are you on good terms with them?
It says pause. Is it actually paused?
Do I need to repeat the question?
I feel like it's not paused.
No, I cut off with them. I haven't had any news from my mother for weeks. And Dan, my fiancé, left me for my best friend Olivia.
You seem to be basking in this chaos and anarchy, Miss Walker. Is this inclination for disorder connected to this Hans Vorarlberg and Oscar? You spoke about them at length while you were delirious.
Oscar was a kind of automaton, very special, very sophisticated. You know, sometimes it was as if he was almost alive. He was designed by Hans Vorarlberg. Hans was a genius. The last of a long dynasty of precision machinery manufacturers. We went on a very long journey together. Then we landed on a small island in the sea called Syberia. Hans knew that there was still a herd of mammoths there that had survived from prehistory. Hans was obsessed by mammoths.
Mammoths? Imagine that.
It's a strange story, I admit, but I assure you it's the truth, Doctor.
To be honest, what I'm interested in, Miss Walker, is that during your travels you were in contact with the Yukon people. The nomads who brought you here to Velzembor. In your opinion, what should we fear from such a primitive tribe of savages who understand neither law nor border? Refusing civilization and settlement.
Fear from? Why would you fear them? What are they gonna do to you?
I think, Doctor, that the Yukos live in harmony with nature, time, and space. They have no real reason to change the way they live.
Now that is an example of typical American idealism. Maybe you should go back to New York right away. I'm sure your brilliant ideas will be justly appreciated there. I see. In a way, your silence is quite answer enough, Miss Walker. So you intend to continue your journey through our country. A hazardous undertaking with neither goal nor destination. Pity for a brilliant New York attorney who seemed to have a gleaming future.
That's not for you to decide, Doctor. For the rest, I think I've demonstrated throughout this interview that I present no psychological after effects from my injuries. I would therefore like you to authorize my release now.
Of course, of course. Do calm down, Miss Walker.
I'm sorry, but I'm not used to being interrogated like this.
Some years ago, I would have interrogated you in a very different manner, Miss Walker. I grant that I may still feel some nostalgia for the good old traditional methods. You're one of the very last representatives of a world that is fast disappearing, Miss Walker. A disordered world that no one will miss. This key is much like you, unstructured and uncontrollable. If you're able to find a way to use it to leave this floor, then you shall have proved that you are permanently cured.
I would like to get my things back before I leave.
You will find them there.
So weird. One flew over the nut job's nest. No shit. No shit. This game's a pretty big graphical step up. Right, so this came out 14 years after. The last game came out in like 2002 or 3, and this one came out in like 2016 or something like that. So, yeah, you go from, what was it, the 7th gen, the PS2, Xbox era, to PlayStation 4? Yeah, big leap, big leap. Agree with everything except shipping them off, let them die. No death penalty. I don't believe in it. Serial, get out of there. I tried. It's procedure. You've heard that before. Sea of Syberia, exactly. You wouldn't leave her for her best friend, maybe. Depends on the friend, you suppose. Dan was a giant piece of, like, abusive shit, so he can have our shitty friend that he cheated on us with. He was terrible, and so was our friend. Everybody was very self-centered. Her friend was self-centered, her mom super self-centered, her fiance, he was just like, he never once like asked her how she was doing or what was going on. He was just like, so you coming home soon? You coming home soon? We have so many things to deal with. What about my feelings? Like, he didn't give a shit about Kate. He just cared about, like, I don't know, himself. So, yeah. So we got into like a big argument and our best friend was consoling him and they hooked up. Fuck them. They're terrible humans. Let them have each other. Do you think the North Sentinelese are fools for killing everyone who lands on their island? I think people are allowed their own peace. And I think dumbasses that are trying to... What do you call it? Spread the word of the Lord. I don't think you deserve dying trying to go there, but those people are allowed their privacy. They've pretty much said, like, we don't want you here, so leave them alone. Apostolize? Sure. Just leave them alone. Let them be. Like, they're fine. Why do you care? Why do you care? Yes, we know that they exist, and we can make sure that they continue proselytize. It's probably better. That's probably better. But yeah, just they're one of the last bastions of untouched land by, we'll just say, modern man, right? And maybe studying them as far as just like what their culture is like, you know, what their life is like there and all that. That could be interesting, but leave them the fuck alone. They don't want to be bothered, so dude, that's their business. It's like all these people that are just like, I can't believe that you're gay and you do these gay things behind closed doors, and now you're letting it come into our world. Like, why is that your business? It's not your fucking business. So keep your nose out of people's shit. So if those people want to be left alone, then we leave them alone. It's not our business. That's their prerogative. So leave them the fuck alone. They've clearly shown that they don't want anything to do with the modern world. So cool. Let's just leave them alone. They're not doing any harm to anyone. They're living their lives, and they're clearly being successful in their cultures. So they don't need Christianity. we need to save them. We need to save them. Those people need Jesus. Those people need Jesus, so we need to save them. Just let them be. Just let them be. They're fine. I think it would be interesting to study them scientifically, as long as you could do it in a way that was like unharmful to their society. Yeah, but if they don't want people doing that, that's their prerogative. There's a lot of like, if you look at a lot of indigenous people in, say, the Amazon rainforest, you know, it took a while for them to accept the fact that there was like outside influences in the world, and some of them have, you know, allowed others to come in and study them even though they've maintained their culture. That's cool that they're adaptive in that way, and that's great. But if a culture doesn't want you to interfere with them for whatever reason, we shouldn't do it. We just shouldn't do it. Imagine what they say as far as planes and boats they see. I think they have an understanding that there is a modern world out there. I think they know that. I just don't think... I think they're very... I guess xenophobic's probably the best way to put it. They don't want anything to do with the outside world, and, you know, that's their prerogative. There's always been gays and trans-minded people. Since the dawn of time. Since the dawn of time. But people need to feel like they need to stick their nose in absolutely everything, and it's their business to know what's going on with other people and to interfere with their lives. And yeah, like, you just can't let something go. It's cool. They don't want anything to do with us. That's great. Let them do their thing. Let them do their thing. I think that there are some interesting things that we could learn about them and stuff like that. There aren't many cultures nowadays that haven't in some way been contacted and somewhat, I don't want to say integrated, but in a way known that there is like this whole wide change in the world. Like, life is no longer like just purely living off the land, that there's like something, you know, wildly different out there. And I think that's cool that like a society like that still exists. They found an uncontested group in the 90s and they killed the people that were there in the Amazon. Then as the deforestation and expansion reached them, they were rediscovered and were asked about killing of the scientists. I mean, in some way you could say that those people, the scientists, were encroaching into their lives. Do you think that the scientists, like, killing is wrong, but they were invading, like, those people didn't know what they were doing, those scientists were doing? Do we think that they're wrong for doing that? Or do you think the scientists were wrong for pushing into somebody else's world? The people were showing them images and they had no idea about that and had no idea how to react. They thought they were evil. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's culture shock. You're introducing something insane, otherworldly, alien to people that would have no idea what this is. So, I mean, do I think that killing the scientists is justified? No, but they were definitely maybe overextending themselves. I'm not trying to justify. I'm kind of trying to rationalize it in some way. Overextending themselves? You needed more tact, exactly. Exactly. You can't just come in and go like, look, technology! Of course your first reaction is witchcraft and wizardry and evil. Like, what the fuck is this? We've never seen something like this. No shit. If you went back in time and showed our ancestors 2,000 years ago a fucking cell phone and images and videos, yeah, they're gonna think there's some sort of like crazy witchcraft going on. Absolutely. Burn them at the stake. Okay, maybe that was just a few hundred years, but still. Like, that kind of thing is just so alien and foreign that, like, your natural reaction is going to be, what kind of black magic is this? So, yeah, you need more tact than that. You're just going in, and you're going into somebody else's house. There's that, too. Like, you don't understand these other people's culture, and you're going in, and you're, like, brute forcing your way into their culture, which is not a great approach. You definitely need tact. You definitely need tact, you know? You don't just go into somebody's house and, like, with muddy shoes and rub your shit all over the house and then expect them not to do anything about it. No idea about pictures and they start off showing you pictures. Yeah. That's if you can even communicate. Right, right. You have to do it in a much more tactful way than that. It has to be slow. Very slow. And because they're so cut off from natural society, you yourself coming from, you know, more densely populated areas, you are going to bring with you disease and illness that these people don't have immunities to. Because they're not constantly fighting that shit off. Our bodies and our societies have adapted to us living around multiple people, so our immune systems have built up better ways of fighting off certain ailments and viruses and all ailments, not really, but viruses and disease, and they don't. So you're also having the potential of introducing something detrimental to these people virally. Possibly vice versa. They may have something that we don't have either. Your head looks like a light bulb in a good way. Neat. What's up, Funk Plays Games? How you doing? I like it. I have light bulb thoughts all the time. They're usually bad thoughts. Light bulb, burn in hell. They found evidence of cities along the Amazon River that must have collapsed 400 years ago. Well, look at the Mayans. Look at the Mayans. They had, like, huge civilizations, huge cities, huge cultural impacts on the areas that are around them. And then they just left. And they got, you know, buried by time. I'm sure they're gonna find stuff like that. There's still Aztecs, there's still Mayans. The Mayas still exist. The Maya people still exist. They just don't, there's still millions of them out there. They just don't, they're just part of culture now, like modern culture. But the Maya people still exist. I was actually watching some stuff on YouTube about the Mayas, about a archaeologist, and he was explaining about Maya culture, and he was like, yeah, if you see, you know, like a tiny Latina lady that's like under 5 feet tall, it's probably Mayan. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. They're apparently wee people. They're apparently wee people. I was like, that's interesting. I mean, you can't say it for 100%, but he was like, yeah, it's more than likely. You ever ponder about fisting your grandma, like punching? I don't have a grandma. They're dead. I would have to, like, dig them up and then punch them. But I love them. I don't think I'll do that. What slave plantation did my ancestors own? My people weren't around in those times. My family came over just, like, about 100 years ago. Late 19th century, like 1890s, from both my parents' sides. So our family was you know, poor European, came over to America for opportunity, and so they worked in like the coal mines in Pennsylvania and Ohio and shit like that. So my family is thankfully not part of the unfortunate culture that was some Europeans passed here. Thought about fisting your grandma, but it never really topped your priority list. No, it never topped mine either. I don't think I ever wanted to punch my grandma. My grandmas were kind of nice. Kind of nice. Your family came over in the 1830s and lived in Appalachia? Ah. What's happening? Interact. Interact. Oh. Got it.
Turn around.
No, don't do that. Just take your stuff and go change somewhere else. He's gonna get a mirror. Dirty pervert. Display objectives. Well, it's not displaying any objectives, so... Split bunch, went to Pennsylvania and out to Tulsa. Our family largely stayed in the Ohio, Pennsylvania area. I guess kids and stuff are now all over. Like, the family's definitely spread out more than what it was before, but a lot of them stayed in the Ohio, Pennsylvania area. At least that immediate family did. And then their kids spread out. Now we're everywhere. Now we're freaking everywhere. It's terrible.
You seem somewhat upset. Try looking at the birds in the aviary. That should calm you.
Now we're on pox on humanity. One branch is Mormon out in Utah. Mormon out in Utah. Living the good life. Clean life. No alcohol. No gambling. You got holes in the sheets. No human contact. No skin-on-skin contact. What's up, Sam Razzie? How you doing? Your last name's a bit unique because one ancestor that's stowed away. We try to do... I have a cousin who's been doing, like, at least for my dad's side, digging in and trying to, like, find out stuff about our family. Like, where... I guess where our ancestors are from and, like, our, like, specific last name. And it went through a couple changes. We found out that we're my dad's grandfather. So my great-grandfather apparently was a guard in some sort of like Russian palace. I was like, we're Russian? What? What? But he spoke German. He said he was Austrian. But he was like some sort of like Russian guard. I don't know, it was weird. Figuring out stuff about like your ancestors. It's wild.
I really tried. I tried to tell them I was a whole lot better. They just wouldn't listen.
Tracked it back over 700 years, you can trace your origins back to Ireland. Neat. A long time ago. Not a looping. A long, long, long time ago. I got you. No. At least I don't think so. But maybe. And it wasn't my grandfather. It wasn't my grandfather. It would have been my great-grandfather. I'm like, depending on the grandparent, I'm either second or third generation. Maybe. Maybe the Caucasus. They're Polish, Czechoslovakia, that doesn't exist anymore. Slovenian. And apparently maybe Russian. Maybe. It's either Poland or Russia. And possibly Austria. They're still figuring out some stuff. It's kind of hard because not everything was like well recorded and detailed back then. So like figuring out where their parents are like great-great-grandparents were from and what they had to do with. I mean, it's a lot of that stuff just isn't like super well detailed.
Hello.
And who might you be, miss?
Yeah. Who are we speaking to?
My name is Kate. Kate Walker.
Kate. Kate Walker. That doesn't sound too local.
Yeah. So how did you get here, Kate? Kate Walker?
The Yukos brought me here.
The Yukos. They're nothing but chicken thieves. A whole bunch of scumbag morons doing nothing but infesting the streets of Valsambor.
Yeah. Now they've come here to do their dirty work.
You mean Kirk, I suppose.
For 20 years we've been in this clinic. Since we got back from Baranor. Listen, this place has always actually been a quality establishment. I don't mind admitting. So we were pretty disappointed when we heard that Madame Olga is now letting in those degenerate scumbags from up north.
So they're
Come
racist.
on, Anton, come on. Madame Olga knows very well what she's doing. She must have her reasons for letting those midgets in here.
And bigots. Jesus Christ. The old times what they call the bad generations? Not necessarily. Standard white people. Yeah, standard white people. Baranor? Goddamn, yeah. They didn't hold back either. They just said a bunch of terrible things. Like, that's okay to say. Vagal.
Baranor? What's Baranor?
A place. It's a goddamn hellhole.
What are you talking about, Anton?
That's all I have to say about it, Kate. Kate Walker. Can't stir up the past.
I mean, you can.
So have you really been here for 20 years?
Yeah. At first, we were kept for observation with some of our buddies after that damn mission to, Baranur.
Leon and me, we're almost the last ones still here now. We don't know what happened to the others. Gotta say, some of them were pretty bad. Worse than us. Some guys who got it pretty bad.
Fortunately, Madame Olga looks after us right. They look after us nicely here.
Yeah. She looks after us good. She's a real lady, if you want my opinion.
A real lady? What does that mean?
I'll be leaving you then, gentlemen. Goodbye.
See you around, Kate. Kate Walker.
Yeah. See you around.
I would like to never talk to you all again. Dear God. They rapid fired that shit? I don't know. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. They're also transphobic. I don't think that they said anything transphobic, but they were talking about the native people, the Yukols. But probably, given how they stated those things, probably. I have no idea what a real lady is supposed to be. In their opinion, it's probably a weak-willed individual. Someone that, you know, knows their place and knows their way around a kitchen, you know? That's probably what they mean, right? I don't know. Who are they talking about? They seem like fucked up individuals. I don't know who they were talking about, though, so I'm not sure. Okay, how do I... the other one. Talk to the guy. Okay.
The birds in the aviary are beautiful. My mother would have absolutely loved them. She loved birds. Always did. Up to the end.
Automaton birds?
Automaton? Yeah, they're probably parrot-like. Not real. A knife.
No way.
A key to the
Not
exit.
a chance. Impossible. Let's try something else.
Stab it.
It doesn't work.
Okay. Okay. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll figure out how to get those stupid birds. How do I get out of here? That was not obvious that you could walk down there. Like, that does not look like a spot that you can walk down. I see the cage now, though, so maybe. But that camera angle was not doing that any favors. You've got wrens outside your front door? You had to put a hatchling back up into the nest a couple days ago. It seems to be doing well. Maybe they kicked it out intentionally. What if they didn't want that baby?
The elevator to get out. Now, how am I supposed to open it?
I don't know, what the hell is that thing? Oh, okay. What? Ah. You have to hold it down. We realize this is awkward as hell. Okay, if that's the spot that you say, then cool. That's weird.
But
What on earth's wrong, Miss Walker?
I don't understand. The key. It didn't work.
I did warn you, you know. You can't be at all well enough yet to deserve to be released already.
But what do I have to do?
Why don't you go back and have a lie down in your room, so you can continue your convalescence?
But look at me. I feel fine. You have to let me go.
Impossible, Miss Walker. The rule is very clear. Only those patients who are capable of opening the door may leave this floor.
Right. Since you won't help me, I want to speak with your superior, Dr. Olga.
You can do that when she comes by to see you for her daily visit. But please don't count on me to disturb her before then.
Rude.
There's a problem with the key. That's obvious. I need to find out where it comes from.
Be reasonable, please, Miss Walker. I'm sure that with our treatment, in a few months you'll regain all of your faculties, and you'll be able to leave the clinic perfectly cured.
Yo, this is illegal. I think it was the strongest and just accidentally hopped out. You ever sit and watch all Dragon Ball? Not Z, but the original? Yeah, I've watched the original Dragon Ball. I like the original Dragon Ball quite a bit. Love to take a large dose of LSD and act crazy in a mental institution? I don't think you would. I don't think you would. It sounds fun until you never get to leave. The original Dragon Ball is dope. It's real good. I think I might like the original a bit more than the Dragon Ball Z. I like Dragon Ball Z a lot. It's super fun. But the original just is kind of like whimsical and fun. You know, it's certainly a lot more tongue-in-cheek, and Goku isn't like overly obsessed with becoming God. You know, it's just him having adventures, fighting the Red Ribbon Army, Frankenstein. Like, it's fun. It's just fun. I enjoyed the original Dragon Ball quite a bit. The cool series. Can I show him that? Let's go talk to Kirk. Funny considering OG Dragon Balls where Goku nearly does become God. Where does he... Remind me, where does he nearly become God? What does he do to do that? Or what happens to him? Oh, Kami was training him to be his replacement. Right. Right. I don't think I ever thought of Kami as a god. I always just thought of him as like, I guess, you know, like that bridge between the afterlife and real life kind of thing. You know, like I was gonna say spiritual, but I don't think spiritual necessarily connotes like godly. I don't think I ever like thought that Kami was God. Do they imply that Kami's God? Like the Kais, right? Those are supposed to be gods, right? The Kais, and then there's like a tier to gods. Kami literally means God. Oh, I had no idea. I had no idea. Interesting. Spent a month of weekends rewatching Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball GT is something you need to watch. I like GT. I like GT. Well, GT doesn't necessarily... They don't... In Dragon Ball Z, and Super, they don't really... GT happens after, supposedly, Super, which... GT is, like, I think for all intents and purposes, non-canon. Because the stuff that happens in Super kind of wipes out anything that could have happened in GT. But I enjoyed GT. I thought it was fun. It's not his name, it's his title. What was the name? Right, he was a Namekian, right? What was... Right, he splits with... That's when Piccolo splits, right? And he becomes Kami. Like, part of Piccolo becomes Kami, right? Because, like, Piccolo was, like, evil, and then somehow he, like, split in half and became, like, two different entities. And one of them was Kami, right? And then Piccolo eventually, like, ends up reabsorbing him, right? And that's when the other kid takes over. His original name is lost to history. To become Kami, he splits off his evil half, which becomes King Piccolo. Yeah, Kami and Piccolo were in Dragon Ball, right? Yeah, and then they come back together in Z, right? That's when Piccolo, like, powers up. He gets, like, a big power boost. He needs the power boost or else he can't compete with the Saiyans. I think Piccolo is one of my favorite characters in the Dragon Ball verse. I really like Piccolo. I really wish they found, like, they briefly find, like, a way to try to, like, power him back up. But I wish he could have been, like, super duper. Kami's the original. Piccolo came out of Kami. Piccolo was originally evil. Right. For about 15 minutes, Piccolo was the strongest character in the show. Right. Right. Piccolo training Gohan was hilarious. I love that. That was great. Like, Goku's once nemesis is now training his kid. And he's kind of got, like, a chip on his shoulder. Piccolo still has, like, that chip on his shoulder. So he's kind of, like, taking out his frustrations of Goku on Gohan sometimes. It's fun. I like that.
Kirk? Can you hear me? No luck. Well, I'll let him sleep for now.
Piccolo got a big power boost again in the latest Super movie. He's back up to par with Goku and Vegeta again. Was that the 3D animated one? Superheroes? Was that it? Dragon Ball Superheroes? Was that the one? I like that. That was really good. That was really good. I was surprised. I was not a big fan of the animation. It took a while for me to kind of like adjust to it. It was just, it's jarring. But I liked it. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Piccolo fused with Nail. On Namek he fused with Nail, and he got a boost. It was strong versus Cell Form 1, stronger than the Saiyans at the time. Is Super first or GT? Super's first, then GT. Because, who's it? Gohan's kid is the one that pals around with him. And Gohan's kid in Super's still a baby. Ignoring that GT isn't canon, Super would be first if they were on the same timeline, right? Yeah, GT is just like its kind of like own thing. I like GT. I thought it was fun. It gave me Goku becomes a kid again, and it kind of gave me that vibe of Dragon Ball again. It's its own weird thing, though. It's its own weird thing. Pan. Gohan's kid is Pan, right? So Goku and Pan have like their own adventure. That's it. I liked it. Is it the greatest content that's out there? No, but it's more Dragon Ball. So I wasn't going to like turn my nose up at it. It's more Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is not known for its like in-depth storylines, you know. Dragon Ball is the equivalent of eating fast food. So it's cheap, it's silly, it's amusing, you know exactly what you're gonna get, and you know, maybe you're not gonna feel great, but you're gonna leave satisfied when you're done with it. That's the way I look at Dragon Ball, and GT falls into that exact same category. Now, there's like tiers to fast food, but you know, it might be the Burger King of Dragon Ball, but it's still there. It's fine. Pan's also Mr. Satan's grandchild. Yes. That's Say a girl. what is Satan's kid? Well, Goku, I don't know. Videl. Thank you. Yeah, Videl. Well, that Cell guy. Mr. Satan. Yes, Mr. Satan is the strongest in the world. In the universe. Super takes place between the end of the Buu saga and that epilogue arc that takes place like 10 years later. Her name's an anagram of devil. That makes sense. That makes sense because he's Mr. Satan, so devil, yeah. I never thought about that. Yeah, he's Hercule Satan. His first name is Hercule and his last name is Satan. He's Hercule Satan, right? He's just not Mr. Satan. He's Hercule Satan, right? Or am I crazy? Hercule was used for the censored English dub. Yeah, the only dub I think I've seen, or like that I remember, is the common one. Maybe in high school I saw some of, what was it, Ocean that did the other dub. Maybe I saw some of that, but that was like the first one, right? Pseudo canon. You're going through Dragon Ball from season 1 episode 1 until right now. You just hit Goku's about to get taken over by Captain Ginyu. Oh, nice. That's Namek. I think the Frieza saga might be the epitome of Dragon Ball. Some people would say Cell, but I would disagree and say that Frieza's the Namekian saga is probably my favorite out of everything. Cell's dope. Cell's dope. Cell's real dope. But I think I enjoy the Frieza saga more. Frieza's just I think by and large more entertaining villain than Cell. Frieza has more interesting of a backstory than Cell. Cell's just there to kill things. Frieza's got his own kind of, character arc. He doesn't make frogs look great. Oh, he does. This is Sexy Frog. Funimation has dubbed anything post Frieza. That makes sense.
The light, the wind, the heat. I can still feel it all. I dream of it every night.
Freezer? You mean his brother? Or is that his dad? Is Freezer his dad? Or is that his brother?
Dr. Olga, we should perhaps say hello.
Oh, I thought they were done with Super. Oh, no. The TV show stops at the end, but there's more after the TV show, right? At least as far as the comic book was concerned. The cartoon just kind of stops, but the manga kept going.
Have you seen the mammoths too? Go tell the staff, that way maybe they'll believe me. And have you seen any dragons too?
Dragon Balls.
Get your bearings. I understood that you'd be staying with us for a little while yet.
So you're finally awake. Has Dr. Olga been informed?
Oh no. The mangas kept going, the animes kind of continued in the form of the movies, right? Right. You think they might do them? That'd be cool. I'd be down for more.
I should inspect the key before I do anything else.
Oh, okay. Observe.
I already know that everything works here. Let's check the key. I already know that everything works here. Let's check the key. These holes, it looks like something's been removed from the key. No doubt about it, my key's been deliberately damaged. I need to find a perfect copy if I want to be able to repair it.
There we go. Weird. I would have never guessed that we had to inspect the key. I'm glad they said something. Say it's unlikely that Super will continue with the show considering a new anime is coming out soon. A new anime for Dragon Ball? You remember getting so pissed off at the wait? Took 3 years for Goku to show up on Namek? Think it's in the works. Daima? Dragon Ball Daima? Or the show's just called Daima? They're gonna get turned into kids because that's a fresh new idea. Because they didn't do that with GT already. Dude. Dragon Ball Daima, right? What does Daima mean? The manga comes out in Japan decades before you see it here in the US. Oh, I gotcha. I mean, when Dragon Ball was popular in Japan, Japanese comics were insanely niche. They're still super niche. They're more popular than they've ever been. I think manga's like really made a push, but yeah, it's been Wasn't very big. Oh, animated series? Well, I remember Dragon Ball when I was a kid. Dragon Ball would come on Sunday mornings. That would have been in like the 90s. I mean, granted, not when it came out in Japan. Not when it came out in Japan. It was in the 80s in Japan, right? Dragon Ball came out in the 80s, so quite a while. But I mean, Dragon Ball's been at least localized for 30 years now. Diamond doesn't mean anything in particular, but the kanji also translates to evil. So it's some kind of wordplay. Oh, okay. That's cool. I watched a little bit of Dragon Ball in high school, but I didn't get into it until like after college. I had watched bits and pieces here and there, but I had never like really watched much of it. Like I saw a handful of episodes when I was a kid of the original Dragon Ball. And then I watched a bit more of Dragon Ball Z, but I wasn't always able to like watch every episode. So I didn't watch it super often. Like some days I'd be like, "Oh, okay, they're like here, I remember this. I can watch this again, you know, and like refresh myself." But by and large, you know, I didn't watch a ton of Dragon Ball until like maybe after college. Maybe it was during college. I think it was like towards the end of like my college and maybe right after I graduated, somewhere around there. Dragon Ball has been localized for almost 40 years, yeah. OG Dragon Ball was very scattered. You don't think it was even complete until Funimation dubbed in the early 2000s? Interesting. I remember seeing it. I had no idea. But I mean, when I was a kid, I had no idea what the hell anime was. I just assumed if it was in English, you know, it was done by America. Because kids don't know that kind of stuff. It came on like Sunday mornings and I was like, what the hell is this? I remember one of the first episodes I saw of Dragon Ball was when Goku turned into Giant Monkey Man, you know? It's like, what the fuck is this? and I distinctly remember Oolong wishing for panties. Oh, gotta get panties! I remember that as a kid, like, distinctly. Sunday morning at like 6:30 in the morning, you know? I remember that very, very vividly. Because that's some weird shit to see on TV. Used to catch the anime block at your friend's house that had cable. You always had antenna TV, no anime on that. This came on like local television. I don't think it was on anything in particular. It was just Sunday morning. Nobody watched shit on... There was no Sunday cartoons. You know what came on Sunday morning? Fucking Rocky and Bullwinkle. And one day I was flipping through the channels and I saw Dragon Ball and I was like, what the hell is this? What the... This isn't Rocky and Bullwinkle. It'd be like Woody Woodpecker and Baby Huey and Rocky and Bullwinkle. And I didn't want to watch that. That was not what I wanted to watch. I wanted to, like, what are these who the hell is Baby Huey? What the fuck is this? And then there was Dragon Ball. So I was like, cool. And so I saw a few of those episodes here and there. But yeah, I didn't watch. I probably saw... That was probably what I watched, was the Funimation stuff when I finally watched through the series. Ted Turner didn't put that on there. Ah, Atlanta's favorite Ted Turner. TBS... TNT, Turner Network Television.
Uh-huh.
When I was a kid, Cartoon Network did not exist. It was Nickelodeon and the Disney Channel. My parents had cable, but we didn't get any like the fancy cable. They had like the basic cable package, so we got, you know, Nickelodeon. They had HBO. They would not let me watch HBO, so I would sneak around and watch HBO. when it did exist, it was just old Hanna-Barbera reruns. Yeah. And then it was just Hanna-Barbera. And they did have some Looney Tunes stuff on there, but that was largely relegated to Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon had it, and then Cartoon Network ended up getting it. But yeah, you had a lot of like Quick Draw McGraw and Huckleberry Hound. Top Cat. Exit! Stage left even! Is that Platypus? Platypus. Pink Platypus. I don't remember that. Actually, I'm about 30-minute drive from Cartoon Network. Yeah, it's in that's in Atlanta. Yeah, William Street, right. Well, Adult Swim and Cartoon Network are two separate networks. They're actually two separate networks. Cartoon Network becomes Adult Swim at night. They're actually technically two separate ones. They were. It's like, it'd be like ABC turning into like Fox after a certain time. Adult Swim was considered a separate network than Cartoon Network. They might be on the same channel, but they are two separate networks. At least the last time I read something about them, they were. Maybe they were absorbed into one another at some point down the line, but my understanding was they were two separate. Oh, it's the DSM. They didn't start that way, but Adult Swim separated out in the late 2000s. Oh, okay. I don't understand what I'm supposed to be doing here. You have a pamphlet. There's the key. Can you...
I see. According to the picture, there's a pin missing. I need to find a way to fix it. But how am I going to manage it?
Yeah, just take it. It's mine now. Kind of like how Marvel Studios separated out of Marvel Entertainment, but they're both still owned by Disney. I had no idea those were two separate entities. I guess that makes sense. When you're helping on the NCR building about 5 years ago, I used to drive by that place every day. Two entities under one roof, right? Yeah. Right. Didn't know about the Marvel thing? Yeah, I didn't know that those were like two separate I guess that kind of makes sense that you like separate your entertainment wing from your like comic wing. Adult Swim's a subdivision. There you go. See, that's what I had initially thought, but then I read or watched some like article or something like that on like what Adult Swim was and like how it came about. Didn't they put all the old stuff on Boomerang? Right, which is another like Cartoon Network kind of spin-off thing. Yeah, all the old stuff ended up going to Boomerang. I never had Boomerang. I wish I had Boomerang. Yeah, that was all the old Hanna-Barbera stuff that they, like, Scooby-Doo and shit that they put on there. It happened because Kevin Feige told, like, Perlmutter, I've never heard the Perlmutter? I don't know that name. To fuck all the way off. Who's Perlmutter? Boomerang has all the old stuff. Oh, including, like, Looney Tunes shit?
Get your bearings. I understood that you'd be staying with us for a little while yet.
No.
Someone should have a word with the maintenance department.
Guy that ran Marvel. I don't think I've ever known who was in control of Marvel. But then again, I was never like a huge like comic book person. The only like comic book name I'm really like any familiar with is Todd McFarlane. Which lots of people have love-hate relationships with that guy. Who's the other guy that split off with Todd McFarlane? I watched a video on that dude the other day. People say he has trouble with like perspective and drawing feet. I think that would help. I think he helped start Image up. He was like the other half of Image, or at least part of it. One of the bigger people that came out of it. Rob Liefeld. Yeah, maybe that was it. That doesn't sound familiar, but yeah, maybe that was it. He seems like an interesting person. Maybe it was kind of like his like rise and fall, I guess. That dude, if you can say anything about him, is that he's like super passionate about comics. If there's anything you can say about that guy.
How are you, Kate Walker? Is your departure from the clinic imminent?
I'm afraid not.
You seem upset. What's wrong?
I have to use a kind of key to open a door and finally get out of this place. It's a kind of a test, you know? A test that I passed, but the key didn't work. And when I compared it with an original, I saw it had been sabotaged. I'm getting the impression they're trying to keep us here by any means, Kirk. Whether we want to stay or not.
That's a serious accusation. Are you sure?
We weren't necessarily talking about comics. Teak just brought up Marvel, so my brain went to like I'm not really familiar with.
Don't you have anything to say?
We were talking about Cartoon Network and Adult Swim being kind of like two different networks entities, and then Teak mentioned how Marvel Studios and Marvel Entertainment are like
What's
two
wrong,
separate things, and
Kate
I was
Walker?
like, he mentioned the owner of Marvel, and I was like, I don't know who that is. The only one I know is Todd McFarlane. And then it made me think about I guess,
Well,
Rob Liefeld.
Nothing to say?
Ted Turner bought all the old stuff and enough money for them to play around with art projects. All the Adult Swim stuff's fine.
Don't you have anything to say?
They try to do some wild-ass art project stuff all the time. I do like wild-ass art project. Several people that created Image. Yeah, it wasn't just Liefeld and there were a bunch of people that broke
What's
off
wrong,
from
Kate
Marvel
Walker?
and others. It wasn't just the two of them. They were just like the biggest names that I think did that. What's up, Cho Damon? How you doing?
Nothing to say?
Nothing to say? No, I think he's just making fun of the guy here, just repeating stuff.
Don't you have anything to say?
The proof is lining up.
The proof is building up. First there's that key which doesn't work, and that bed you're trapped in, and your missing prosthesis.
It's true that I've been very weak since I began Madame Olga's treatment. But she says that it's normal. She calls it temporary secondary effects.
We really need to get out of here, Kirk.
Unfortunately, I cannot undertake the long migration of the ostriches without the mechanical leg, Kate Walker. But you, on the other hand, you can leave.
But how?
Show me the model of the key you told me about. Show me the model of the key instead, please.
I did. Oh, maybe here?
That's what I thought. With this, my tribe smith should be able to repair your key. If, of course, you find a way to get it to him.
I doubt they have a postal service here.
Go onto the balcony. Our shaman's messenger is never very far. I use it to communicate with my people. You can give it the key. It'll take it to my tribe smith.
Got it. Thank you so much, Kirk.
How you doing, Joe Damon? Yeah, I don't think I was familiar with Rob Liefeld's work before. And what I saw in that like little biography that I watched of him, I he has an interesting art style. They said he was known for this. I had never seen it before, but like he drew like a Captain America image thing, and he's like shown from the side, but it looks like it's a front view. It's definitely weird perspective. He was born into the comic kingdom. I read some comics. I haven't read a lot. Oh! The owl's on its perch now. Good boy. Girl. Good it.
Kirk's tribe's camp, I guess. Hey you! Birdie! Birdie! I've got something for you!
Yeah, the puffed out chest. It's a well-known industry joke. Yeah, that's what they were saying. I had never seen it before. I had never seen that before. They were like, this famous, well-known comic, and I was like, to who? Obviously not people that don't read comics. obviously to not people that don't know comics. You gotta be on the in to know about this stuff. But it was fascinating. It was fascinating. I was very unfamiliar. I don't think I had read any of Liefeld's work before. I don't know that I ever read much of his stuff. So I wasn't like super familiar with him, but his like art style was very familiar. Like it reminded me a lot of Todd McFarlane. So I think I had at least seen his art before, like comic books he had done before, because the art style was very familiar. I think maybe him and McFarlane were kind of like pushing that style ahead, and more people started emulating that. Like those like, it wasn't just like panels. You would have like a full page of like an entire body doing something, you know. Your dad owned a popular comic shop in Toronto from the 70s until the 2000s, and in the 80s he owned a distribution company. Yo, that's dope. So then you were surrounded. You literally were born into it. Liefeld's not a great artist. I would beg to differ. Can you draw like that? He looks like a pretty damn good artist to me. I'd say he's pretty fucking good. Maybe his perspective isn't great, but that dude can definitely draw his ass off. He definitely can draw his ass off. I think he's got some cool ideas. His perspective might not be great, but it's his style. You know, we all, as an artist, you kind of like over years invent your style. You know, you find like what's going to work for you. His is unique to him. There's nobody that quite draws like that. Yeah, maybe his perspectives are kind of fucked up, but that's his style. I would beg to differ. I think he's a pretty damn good artist. I would think he's a pretty fucking damn good artist. You may not like his art style. That I can get. But I think he draws pretty damn well. he's a nice guy and loves comics and only deserves maybe half the shit he gets. I'm sure he deserves some shit. He seemed to have quite an ego on him. I bet you he deserves some of the shit that he gets for sure, but he does. He seems to have like a massive passion for comics. Like, he loves comics. They were showing like clips and stuff of him like talking about like comic books, and he's like talking with fans and going into like detail that only comic nerds know, you know, like saying in like issue 32 on page 14, you know, these events transpired, and like really going into the in-depth of, you know, like analysis and stuff like that. And yeah, you could definitely tell that this dude loves his comics. And but I mean, that's kind of the cool thing, that the person he got into the comic book scene because he had a passion for comics, and it's never waned. He didn't get burned out. He still loves comics. His passion's still there. That's really cool. That's really cool. You know, he found something he loved, and then he got into the industry to do that thing that he loved and kept that passion the entire time. That's really dope. You've met these people you're talking about? Cool beans. You love all your comics from the 80s and 90s. You're lucky you managed to get those New York baseball cards into a safe place. New York baseball cards? You love Spawn? I like Spawn. I used to. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I only read a little bit of Ninja Turtles. I like the Ninja Turtles. I love the cartoon and the figures. I didn't read much of the comic. I only have a few of the comics. You love the Punisher? Nice. Never read much of the Punisher. Never had the ability to do that. All a page. I might be being a little hyperbolic. He was just having some like real nerd comic book conversations, you know, like definitely like citing material, you know, kind of thing. I don't know if he was directly calling pages or not, but he was certainly going into in-depth conversations, you know, something that or just a casual fan is not going to be able to do. One of the 3 New Mutant comics you're missing is a Liefeld comic, and you'll probably never be able to get it to complete the set. Why can't you get it? No prize to the first person that can guess which issue is that. 13. You have the whole first series of TMNT. They're in a safe deposit box, though. Are they worth anything? I have a bunch of comics still. I've been thinking of selling them all. I have the entire run of Wolverine's first run, which wasn't that long. That was from the 80s, right? I have that. And then I have his second series, and that one's like, I don't know, 120 or so? 130 comics? I got the entire run of that, too. I don't know that they're worth anything. I would like to sell them. I would like to sell them. I'm kind of tired of them like sitting around and collecting dust. I have a ton of shit. I've got the first maybe 130 or so of Spawn. I've got all of the Violator. I got what were the detectives? All I can think is Biggs and Wedge, but that's in Star Wars. Twitch and Sam and Twitch? Not Sam. Twitch and something else? I forget the detectives that were always after Spawn. Or that were part of the comic. Maybe they weren't necessarily after him, but they had a run of theirs. I've got all of that. I don't know. That's why I was asking. I have no idea what's worth anything. But I have a bunch of shit, and I would love to, like, sell it. I just don't know what a good way would be to get rid of that stuff. I would rather not sell it to, like, a comic shop, but to, like, a collector instead, right? I feel like I would do better than that. I feel like I would get lowballed if I sold it, you know, to like, a comic shop. You sold drugs. That was stressful. You knew what to charge for that. Hell yeah. That hustle. Gotta hustle, y'all. You gotta hustle. All right, let's give the bird the key. How do we not observe use?
Impossible.
Okay.
No way.
Okay.
Not a chance.
Throw the knife at it?
Nothing. Hey, you! Birdie! Birdie! I've got something for you!
Okay, so we need something to lure the bird over here. That's what we're getting at. We need something... Oh, what's that?
This must be Valsambor, the town Kirk told me about.
That was new. Oh my god, like trying to cycle through things is such a pain in the ass. Okay, I got it. Seed? Bird seed? Where am I gonna get bird seed? Give it the knife. I don't like the way she's like standing there. It's uncomfortable.
That's not right.
Observe.
Not a chance.
Okay, maybe we don't have what we need to like lure the bird over. Maybe we need to find something. Like, what would a bird want? Like a rat. Like an owl would want a rat. Owls want rats. So why will you never have New Mutants 98? What makes that one special, and why would it be hard to acquire? That's what Liefeld wrote was New Mutants. First appearance of Deadpool. Oh, dope. And that means that it's like super expensive then? How much is New Mutants 98? How much does that go for? Like $100? Thousands of dollars? This is just Deadpool.
Be reasonable, please, Miss Walker. I'm sure that with our treatment, in a few months you'll regain all of your faculties, and you'll be able to leave the clinic perfectly cured.
No, let me out of the... Don't do that. Don't go in your inventory when somebody's talking. It won't let you out.
This key. I wonder if...
Unexpected. I just robbed that dude while he was sleeping. His problem, not mine. Alright, you think that opens the bird cage? Couple hundred at least to get a copy. Yeah. I guess it depends on how much you want to complete that collection, right? What would be the most you would be willing to spend on something like that? Bird. I'm up in here. Alright, put your hands on the parrot. Got a bird. I don't know why we got a bird, but we got a bird. Look, we all up in there. Look at this. I like the way her face changes colors. This is my favorite part. I wish I was a chameleon and I could change the color of my face instantaneously. Impressive. Okay, cool. All right, now maybe we use that bird to lure over the owl. If you could spend 50 bucks to complete your run, you'd probably do it. I am missing 1 or 2 comics from another run, and they're pretty expensive too. They were expensive back in the day. I'm sure they've only gone up. New Mutants only ran for 100 issues. You're only missing 3 of them. Yeah, I'm missing a couple that were pretty expensive back in the day and now are probably even more. I get that. Like, how much do you really want to... What would you plan on doing with it? Just for the sake of completion? Like, I get that. It's the collector in you that wants to have everything. Completion is nice. I'm sure you've read it, right? Because the Marvel comic app has all their shit, right? Stick it in a box, put it in your closet. Yep. Sounds right. Sounds right. That sounds right. Why is there a perch right there? That's convenient. Caw-caw! That's a lot, though. 800 bucks is a lot. Even if it is Canadian dollary dues. That's a lot, man. I've never spent that much. Oh, the owl loves him. It was very sweet. Damn that shit inside the owl. Would have been funny if the owl went to take off, but what she put in was too heavy, so the owl just, like, careened back towards the earth. Because it can't fly. That would have been great. Caw, caw, caw!
The owl flew away with the key, Kirk.
That's good news, Kate Walker. Now we only need...
Kirk. What's wrong?
Dr. Olga's treat...
Just don't look at it.
Kirk. Kirk, can you hear me? Wake up.
Come, come. No need to be alarmed, Miss Walker.
Oh, did you see how her face changed? Madam Olga, I presume?
You're Dr. Olga, I suppose.
We weren't expecting you to awaken for another few days, Miss Walker. This is surprising. Truly. If I had known, I would have come by earlier in the day to assist you in your return to the world of the waking.
Unlike poor Kirk here, I have no need of help. I am very well, thank you.
Fainting is a secondary effect inherent in the treatment, Miss Walker. Nothing more. In medicine, despite any discomfort, protocol must be respected.
Oh, you mean that horrible mechanical bed where that poor boy is waiting for a prosthesis that never comes? That's protocol? And I suppose the same is true for the absurd interrogation I had to go through.
You seem to have developed a singular paranoia since you came out of the coma. When we get the chance, I'll look into it. But for now, I'm going to ask you to please leave. I have to administer the next stage of the treatment to your young friend.
Fine, I'm leaving. I hope all this is going to help him.
Well then, I can't imagine why you might think the opposite, Miss Walker.
How is he?
Your young friend is reacting to the treatment very well. Everything is fine. He's resting.
Well, goodbye, Doctor.
I'll come by and see you very soon, Miss Walker. Don't worry.
Why did you say it like that? Why did you say it like that? Why did she say it like that? Why would you say that? Don't worry. The only thing she needed after that was a maniacal laugh. Why are you laughing like that? That's just how I laugh. Do you think if you do evil things, you have to laugh like that? You've never gone higher than double digits for a back issue? Neither have I. I don't think I've ever spent much for... I think the most expensive comic I own is... I think it's the number 182 issue of Wolverine. It's signed and it's in black and white. And it's rated. That was the most expensive thing that I ever got. And I think I paid like $80 or something like that for it. I was just like, yo, it's Wolverine. I want this shit. Because Wolverine was cool. Is cool. That's probably the most expensive one that I own. Or that I had bought. I don't think that I've ever paid more than that. Same purchase had a $20,000. Most you sold was $27,000. Damn, dude, what'd you sell for $27,000? Sir, this is a Wendy's. This is a Wendy's. Hello, Ferial. I would like a double bacon cheeseinator. Double bacon cheeseinator. And some curly fries and a chocolate chip frosty. We're out of those. You go get them. I'll wait.
The birds in the aviary are beautiful. My mother would have absolutely loved them. She loved birds. Always did. Up to the end.
The 27 was Amazing Spider-Man, number 1 in decent shape. The 20 was Amazing Fantasy, 15 in bad shape. What's Amazing Fantasy? I know Spider-Man. They sold it to a guy who wanted to impress a girl by spending a lot of money on comics. I hope she liked comics. I think there is a certain human out there that would be impressed by the expenditure of money on comic books. I think there are. That's the first appearance of Spider-Man.
I really tried.
Oh.
I tried to tell them I was a whole lot better. They just wouldn't listen.
I always wanted the first appearance of Venom. There was a store that I went to that had that issue, and it was, I don't know, it was like $70 or something like that. But whenever the comic book store had a sale, it never went on sale. And I was like, damn, I always tried to get the guy to like give me some sort of discount. He never would budge. Fuck, man. I always wanted that one. That was I always call it Civil War, and I know that's not what it was, but it's when they had the big fight on the moon. Right? What was that called? What was that called? Yeah, it was one of the I don't remember which one it was. It was one of those. I always wanted that. I thought that would be cool just because Secret Wars, that's it. Secret Wars. Oh, it wasn't the moon? Oh, my bad. It was in space though, right? It was definitely in space, right? I'm not crazy about that. Kinda? Oh. Oh, is that guy dead?
I'm happy. Dr. Mongo Ling asked me to look after the maintenance of the garden aviary.
Not anymore. I'm in control now. I got the key.
You seem somewhat upset. Try looking at the birds in the aviary. That should calm you.
Good lord, walk. Those boots would cost like $4,000. They're really nice, right? You jelly?
Get your bearings. I understood that you'd be staying with us for a little while yet.
You jelly?
It burns. It still burns, even after all these years.
The burning means it's healing. Like a separate realm conglomerated planet. This game looks nice. Yeah, the graphics aren't bad, and it looks very different than Syberia, like the first two games, because those had pre-rendered backgrounds. This is like fixed camera environments, even though it's 3D. It doesn't look bad. This came out in like 2016, I think. Butter soft kind of leather up over the thighs. You talking about them butters? You got any of them butters? Is that suede? How you clean your suede?
What on earth could that quack have injected him with?
Candy? Oh no. Oh, the owl's back. Hell yeah. Touch the owl. I like how they fixed it for me, dude. The Yukol are awesome. Okay, pet the bird. Pet the pigeon. Touch pigeon. Oh, threaten it with the knife. Threaten the owl with the knife. Knife it good. Caw! Cereal, that's not the sound they make.
Kirk!
Caw! Caw!
How do you feel?
Not very well, I'm afraid.
I'll go get help. How can I help you? I'll get you out of there.
You can't stay like this, Kirk. I've got to find some way to get you out of that damn machine.
You'll be putting yourself in danger for nothing, Kid Walker. Even if you find a way to get me out, I'm far too weak to go back to my people. And anyway, I need my mechanical prosthesis to undertake the Great Ostrich Migration.
So what do you want me to do? I'm not going to leave you in the hands of that crazy Olga.
The best thing, Kate Walker, is for you to go alone. And if you really want to help me, once you are outside, go to Valsambor and try to recover my prosthesis from the craftsman. If you bring it back to me, Dr. Zamiatin will put it on, and I will be able to go back to my tribe.
Can we trust Dr. Zamiatin? I'm not so sure when I see what this clinic is like.
The man has always been a friend to the Ukols, and I'm sure he'll be able to help you leave the hospital and find the craftsman in Valsambor.
Okay. I promise to come back as soon as I can with your prosthesis, Kirk. Until then, hang in there.
Thank you, Kate Walker. And may the spirits be with you.
I hope he appreciates the fact that we care for him. Kirk will remember this. How you doing, Axeman? How's your Wednesday going? You kind of missed the pre-internet days of comic books, where things that happened years or decades earlier may as well have been legends. Because now you can find out everything. Don't you like the convenience of having information at your fingertips? I mean, you've got an application, right, for Marvel Comics that allows you to see all of those comics now. Like, and if you want to own them, you can still hunt them down in the wild, but now you have access and you can read all of those. Before, it would just be like a wild dream of having to be able to see that. And there's something cool about, like, yeah, man, one day I'll be able to read that comic, but now you can. Now the world's your oyster. That's pretty dope, too. You'd hear about old storylines and see them referenced, but unless you had access to a pile of old back issues, right? You just couldn't read those stories for yourself, right? But now, like, you can actually read them. That's the exciting part, right? That's good. Like, it's no longer gatekeeped. Not really gatekeeping, but I'm just gonna call it that because it's fun. Gatekeeped by the man at the comic book store. Or Rarity, you know? Like those rare comic books that you would never ever be able to read because you can't afford them. Now you can read them. That's pretty cool. Where's the elevator? It's on the other side here, right? Over here. Here we go. Now you can read the entire library of everything at the touch of your fingers. Could you go back and read, like, what was the comic that that Joe Damon said? Like, you can now read. Can you read Amazing Spider-Man #1? Can you read Amazing Fantasy 15? Can you read those? Are those like accessible? Do they have copies of those? That would be really cool. Like, how far back does it go? Either way, I mean, yeah, now you can read that. There was something special when you finally did get your hands on the issue. Yeah, and I think there still can be something special if and you want to get your hands on those issues. Goes all the way back to the Golden Age. Alright, well, forgive my ignorance. What's the Golden Age? I've heard the name Golden Age, but I don't know, like, what that goes to. Like, what, yeah. You can read racist as fuck World War II era comics. You know, there is something to be said about preservation. There is something to be said about preservation. It's sad that that stuff exists, but it's cool that we can go back and be able to, like, reference stuff like that. The 20s and 40s. I think we talked about the comic book eras before. Spec for Protocol. I think we talked about this before. It feels... I don't remember, man. I don't remember. '20s and '40s. What makes, I know that's just what they've happened to call it, but what makes that the Golden Age? Why is that thought upon as, like, the epitome of comics? Because I feel like that wouldn't be. I feel like it wouldn't be. Back in my day, we were allowed to be the loudest racist bigots in the world. When the white man had all the power, like, why would that be the Golden Age of comics? Yeah, I would think, like, maybe later would have been, like, the Golden Age. Like, when like, X-Men came around and stuff like that. That's what I would have thought. It's what established Superman and Batman. I get that. They're, like, the biggest names in comics. Well, they were at one point. Still kind of are, right? That's the Silver Age. Right, but I would have thought that would have been called the Golden Age. That felt more integral to the evolution of comics. A bigger impact, a bigger splash, you know? You know, you were throwing rocks into the pond and there were some ripples, but then fucking X-Men comes along and it's a giant boulder, you know? Those ripples are still being seen today, you know? X-Men was a failure until the 70s. Fair. Why was it a failure until the 70s? It just never caught on. Its message was too maybe on the nose and people weren't exactly receptive. X-Men was not a hit. given how big X-Men is, that's crazy that, like, it was not instantly popular. The fact that they, like, were they, like, close to being just, like, we're shutting this down? Like, how close were they to just, like, pulling the plug on it?
I've been waiting for my appointment for hours.
Like, they kept doing it. Like, they kept making them, apparently, so someone was funding it. It eventually caught on.
I'm here to see my husband. He's been here months and months.
Your husband's dead, ma'am. Issues 66 through 98 are reprints. They were just like, run the same thing again. What issues are they then? Like, what were those, like, original issues? That's hilarious. We don't have any new material. Reprint the old ones.
The funicular is out of service until further notice.
You stay away from the funicular.
Why not have a seat for a bit in the waiting room? It's just near the offices, right behind reception.
Can I fix the funicular? They just stopped making new stories.
Dr. Efimova.
What's Efimova? Is that Olga? How do you save in this game? So what pulled for, I mean, how many comics come out in a year? 12, right? Once a month for a run, generally speaking, right? Are some more often than that? Some less frequent? I guess it depends on the run and what they're currently doing. But generally speaking, it's like once a month, right? So, given that, that's, what, 22 comics? That's almost 2 years that they didn't have a new story. Sometimes it was every other month. So, somewhere between 2 and 4 years. They didn't have a new storyline in X-Men. And yet it survives somehow. For like 5 years. What pulled it out of the gutter?
At this time of day, Doctors Emmy and Teen should be available.
They reworked the comic and team and released it as a giant-size X-Men #1 in 75. A giant-size X-Men? That sounds cool. I think I've seen pictures of that before. So what did they do? So the original team was Cyclops, Beast. Who else? I bet you I don't know. Wasn't there Angel? Wasn't he one of them?
If it's for a regular checkup, the doctor's offices are behind the reception area.
Okay. Angel, Iceman, and Marvel Girl. So when did Cyclops come around then? Angel, Iceman, and Marvel Girl. I don't know much of Angel. I know of Angel, obviously. Who's Marvel Girl? Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Yeah, Cyclops and Beast, and then Angel, Iceman, and Marvel. I don't know Marvel Girl. The clinic.
Pretty gloomy clinic. It could do with a bit of human warmth.
It used to be the fortress of the Dukes of Valsambor, the ancient rampart standing against invasions from the east. The inhabitants of Valsambor took refuge here and often escaped the besiegers through mysterious secret passages.
When did it become a clinic?
That was 20 years ago, thanks to Dr. Zamiatine.
Dude, she took the biggest pregnant pause. So when did this Linux start? She had a Mitch McConnell brain breakdown right there. Are you okay? Maybe she should be in the hospital. If you just shut down while you're talking like that, that's not good. It was Jean Grey. Oh, okay. She went by Marvel Girl until 91 or 92. I had no idea. I had no idea. I had no idea. What made her change her name? They just decided one day she's now Jean Grey.
I would like to leave this clinic. Would you mind telling me where the exit is, please?
Well, usually I'd have told you to go over to the other side of the courtyard to take the funicular that goes down to Valsenborg. But it seems Dr. Efimova has shut off the entire clinic for security reasons. The funicular has been stopped until further orders.
I see.
Dude, the voice coming out of this woman is very surprising. If I saw this woman and this was her voice, I would be shocked.
I'm looking for Dr. Zamiatine.
He's in his office. You'll find it in the small corridor back there. The first door on your left.
Thank you for all that information. I'll be going now.
Maybe you should head on back to your room and wait until they say the funicular is fixed and back in service.
I'll think about it. Goodbye.
One day Marvel was branding her as Marvel Girl, the next she was just Jean Grey. What's up, I'm Jean Grey. The Mean Jean. It's an interesting rebranding. You know, I gotta say though, Jean Grey does sound better than Marvel Girl. Did any of her powers change? Like, did anything change about her, or was it just like a name rebrand, or did they like completely overhaul her character?
Dr. Olga? Nobody. Maybe not such a bad thing.
Maybe not such a bad thing. I was just open.
Ah, hello, Miss Walker. How very delightful to see you up and about. Even if I really have to admit that I'm a bit surprised. Our dear Dr. Olga painted a far darker picture of your current state of health.
That's questionable. You would think that they would show you that the door is open. You can't even see the door. You just see the door jam.
Come on,
not great.
Don't be so shy, miss. You can talk to me openly.
She worries me.
I don't want to say anything bad about someone you seem to appreciate, Dr. Zamiatine, but quite frankly, Dr. Efimova worries me.
Ah, and why is that?
She and her associate, Dr. Mangling, put me through a real interrogation. They're also keeping Kirk, the young Yukol, prisoner, attached to his bed. Not to mention the psychological grip she seems to have on everybody here.
Listen to me, Miss Walker. I know that waking up after a prolonged period in a coma is difficult. In such a context, anxiety attacks are very normal. But please, do not project it onto Dr. Olga. I'm not getting any younger, you know, and running this clinic is a very heavy burden. The last few years, Olga has shown she is capable of assisting me. I have every faith in her.
But...
The subject is closed, Miss Walker. Please tell me about that pendant you have around your neck. I must admit I noticed it as soon as you walked in.
It's mine, not yours. None of your damn business. Best you can tell, she drops the code name when X Factor disbanded and they all rejoined the X-Men.
Is everything all right?
Okay. There was once an Oscar.
It belonged to Oscar, a friend who passed away.
I understand, Miss Walker. I myself have borne the weight of grief for decades now. Wearing a token from someone dear to you is a natural thing.
Dr. Zamiatine, I promised Kirk I'd go to the craftsman in Valsenborg and bring back his mechanical prosthesis. The poor boy has been waiting for it for ages, so I'd like to try to speed up the process. Would you tell me how to get there?
Now there's a truly noble initiative, Miss Walker. I asked my clockmaker friend Simon Steiner to manufacture the young Yukol's mechanical prosthetic leg. He's a capable craftsman and ingenious. You'll find him in his workshop, near the Valsambor port. I imagine he must almost be finished with his work by now. He makes amazing things. You'll see.
Can you authorize my release so that I can see Dr. Steiner? Unfortunately, I've been told that the clinic is in lockdown.
You will have to ask Dr. Olga, Miss Walker. She signed the current order to lock our establishment down. She's in charge of giving out the passes.
Oh boy.
This book should answer any of the questions you may have about our Yukol's friends. Farewell and bon voyage, Miss Walker.
Thanks for a book. Racism?
I get the impression that the Yukols aren't much liked around here.
Indeed. It would seem that most of the inhabitants of Valsambor are now quite hostile towards them. This wasn't the case a while back, you know. When I was young, the migration of the snow ostriches was an event widely welcomed with open arms in Valsambor.
Why the change in attitude?
Our region was actually somewhat devastated 20 years ago. Dramatic events changed the way people viewed the world. The people turned inward on themselves. They are less welcoming. And the fact that the Yukols have been stuck here, next to Lake Valsambor for several weeks, hasn't helped.
How many ostrich migrations have you seen?
This is the third one. I'm lucky to have seen so many of them. It's a rare spectacle. Believe me, the great herd of ostriches accompanied by the Yukols, doomed to blindly follow their animals wherever they happen to roam. And they don't care about countries, wars, and borders.
You seem to like the Yukols, Dr. Zamiatine.
They are a fascinating people, you know, and such astonishing medicine infused with shamanism. Without which, no doubt, you would have never arrived in this clinic alive, Miss Walker.
Why did the Yukols ask you to heal Kirk?
On each of their migrations, the Yukol shamans and I have exchanged medical knowledge. Their trance therapy and materia medica have provided astounding results for my patients affected by psychological afflictions. In exchange, I do what I can to take care of those injured that they can't heal using their traditional medicine. Like, that poor boy who lost his leg.
It's really necessary for me to ask Olga's permission to leave? You're the director of this clinic, after all.
Olga is my right-hand woman. I can't keep her uninvolved in current matters, Miss Walker. She is also currently your doctor. You should really talk with her about it. She isn't as evil as you seem to believe. You'll find her in her office, most probably.
I didn't say she was evil. I just said I had concerns. Many deep, deep concerns. Marvel Girl to Phoenix to Dark Phoenix to Dead to Jean Grey Reborn. Now back to Phoenix. Phoenix Force never died. Just Jean. Phoenix Force has been in a bunch of people. Thane, Thanos' son. Technically, it's Marvel Girl to Phoenix to Dark Phoenix to Dead to Marvel Girl to Jean Grey to Dead again. Why do they keep killing her? Back to Jean and then back to Phoenix. Dude, she's been through a lot. She's got some PTSD, huh? She got issues. I thought when she came back the first time she didn't even have powers for like 4 to 5 issues. What's up with young time-traveling Cyclops and the Champions? Assume that was from X-Men Adventure. You don't think so? Pretty sure she came out of the cocoon in the same state she went in. You've been gone since basically Jean coming back in Diamond. Lil in charge? Sure. Yep.
You will find Dr. Olga hard at work in her office, Miss Walker.
I agree. I concur. This is all. Yep. Anthropological Mysteries Anthology. Mondial Magazine Publications, prefaced by Cornelius Pons. Oh, Pons is the doctor at Brookstadt University. Oh, wait. It, like, popped in. Chapter 17 extracts from Yukol culture across the ages by Bronislav Mouse, 1962. Mammoth butchered by Yukols according to Yukol tales recorded by Bronislav Mouse. The Immortal Hulk. Boys should have dropped now. The Boys is on. If you're talking about the TV show, season 4 is like a few episodes in. Like 4 or 5 episodes now. Cyclops started getting extreme. Cyclops went nuts. Did Cyclops start killing people with his eye blasts? He's always so soft. So Beast had the brilliant idea of pulling the OG5 X-Men through time to show his younger self what a dick he was going to become. But then they got stuck for a lot longer than anticipated. Dude, they did time travel. Cyclops was never soft. Okay, they always portray him as soft. How about that? Like in the movies and in the TV show. He's a little pushover. He's a whiny little punk. So he's like portrayed differently in the comics. He seems pretty soft to me. Preface. Yukols, a name that systematically makes my usually torpid students goggle. Never before had they caught wind of the existence of this fascinating people. People strongly, fiercely independent, and kind. So why does the gentle fragrance of mystery float around this 1,000-year-old culture, and how to pierce the veil? The work you hold in your hands is the ultimate reference on the subject. I can attest without hesitation that reading it led directly to my study, which lasted years, of this culture as part of the same research the author and I conducted paleontology. Yet, what greater compliment for an academic work than to have incited in a colleague the desire to explore a new field of research and to have transmitted this new and long-lasting passion to successive generations of students. Cornelius Pons, professor of paleontology at the University of Bergstadt. My fault, Bergstadt. Cyclops, you didn't catch all that stuff. He was always unsure he's leader material, but doesn't let people know that. And B, jealous as fuck. Right. All people who can fucking see normally don't need ruby quartz, right? Cyclops once goaded Wolverine into a berserker rage because he was worried his own combat skills had gotten rusty, and then proceeded to beat Wolverine and most of the rest of the X-Men. That's funny. That's funny. I remember seeing, like, when they did, like, I guess it was like they were like, I don't know if it was like an alternate timeline or whatever, but I remember maybe it was like the late 90s or early 2000s. There was like the X-Men in the future, and Cyclops had one of his eyeballs popped out, and Wolverine was like missing his hand, like his like right or left arm, because the two of them got into a fight, and Wolverine popped out one of Cyclops' eyes, and Cyclops blasted off of one of Wolverine's hands, and somehow that didn't grow back. I was like, that's kind of cool. I like that. They got into it. They don't like each other. That was Age of Apocalypse. Was that supposed to be canon, or was that kind of just like a what if scenario? There's a lot of time travel and alternate realities in X-Men. Right. That's why I was asking. Days of Future Past. I thought, is Days of Future Past an actual comic book run? I thought that was just the movie. The origins of the Yukol tribe. Members of the Yukol tribe, illustration produced from the accounts of Bronislav Mouse. Precisely dating the emergence of the Yukol tribe is an arduous, if not impossible, task. Numerous traces and ruins scattered between the northern Urals and the French Alps nonetheless attest to an existence that goes back at least as far as the dawn of history. To this unusual longevity can be added another remarkable fact: the character of the Yukol customs and traditions unchanged after millennia. This rare preservation of a tribe's way of life is principally explained by discretion, as the Yukols are almost unknown among us. The correlation of two factors is behind our general ignorance of this tribe. The first is the Yukol's nomadic way of life, or more specifically semi-nomadic, but we shall return to that point later. Itself the reason for the second factor: the routes taken by the tribe are mainly located in unknown and mostly wild territory, still very much at the outskirts of the great in terms of size, and dominant civilizations that have left their mark on Eurasian history. These two factors have thus enabled the Yukols to elude all attempts at ethnic and religious purification, remaining outside the main conflicts that have shaken the continent, so many parameters that have made the preservation of their culture possible. Nonetheless, and we shall return to this point later, the Yukols are not unknown to all. Their migrations bring them into regular contact with the indigenous people, but if the latter tolerate their passage, they have never socially accepted interbreeding with the tribe, thus preventing any form of culture dilution. Gathering in a sled illustration produced from the accounts of Bronislaw Mouse. That was in the, that drawing was in the monk's book into. I was in the monk's book into a lot, right? They made the movie loosely based on it. Oh, okay. Age of Apocalypse was a short-term alternate reality due to somebody going back in time and killing Charles Xavier. Then they fixed it. Gotcha. Days of Future Past was a 2-issue story from just after the Dark Phoenix saga. Gotcha. Same basic premise as the movie, kind of, if you squint. I remember the end of X-Men 2, and, you know, they teased Phoenix, and I was like, oh shit, Phoenix! And then X-Men 3 never happened, and I was always curious why they never made a third movie. It was weird. It was weird. Like, the first 2 movies were so good, and then they just decided to not make a third movie. Really strange, right? really strange. Because, I mean, Phoenix could have been really cool, right? Like, they teased it, and then they just, like, for some reason, they just stopped. Yeah, it was really weird. Could have been so cool. Like, imagine Phoenix. That would have been great. It would have been so great. Maybe one day they'll go back to that. maybe one day they'll see it that they'll go back. Rogue is the strongest mutant. Rogue's pretty powerful, but what gives her powers are the ability to absorb, and it's not like she can just look at somebody. She has to get close to somebody to absorb their powers. So they come with a caveat. So she can be super strong, but it comes with like a big caveat. So she originally got her powers by absorbing somebody else's, and somehow they became like semi-permanent, right? That was like the thing behind her. Who did she get? Because she got like the white hair streak and all that in her hair from doing that. That was Ms. Marvel. So she absorbs like Ms. Marvel's powers, but somehow they kind of like stick with her, right? While no one else's absorbed powers seemed to stick with her, just Ms. Marvel ended up doing that. Did they ever explain like why that's the case? Does it ever fade at some point? She touched too long. Go on, Rudy. Continue. And what kind of touching was this? Was it a soft caress? Relationship with nature. There is an undeniable, almost organic connection between the Yukol tribe and nature. The rare traces accepted as being of their civilization attest to a cave-dwelling tradition backed by a strong ability to adapt. The tribe inhabited natural grottos during the wanderings in western lands, while in the Arctic regions they occupied ice caverns that they carved out by hand. Yukol architecture illustration produced from the accounts of Bronislaw Mouse. Yeah, these were all in the Brothers' Journal, Alexei Tukolev or whatever. The Yukols also live in symbiosis with a variety of animal species, whether it is the owls they have tamed and trained to act as messengers, or the little-known Yuki Canis ursus polaris, used as tracker sheepdog and sled dog, the tribe has become expert at domestication. Yukul's survival is directly correlated to that of certain animal species. There is considerable evidence of the tribe having been in close proximity to mammoths in prehistoric times, with the animals serving as beasts of burden, a means of transport, and sources of meat and wool. Their gigantic bones were also used as building material or to make furniture. That would be building material. Yuki's illustration produced by the accounts of Bronislav Mouse. The Yukis are so cute. I want my Yuki back. I want my Yuki back, Yuki back, Yuki back. Ew, no, no. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Oh, yes, yes. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Yes, yes. She hung on to her so long that she put her in a coma and sucked up her whole psyche, not just her powers. She left Carol Danvers basically a vegetable. Oh, damn. Technically, Rogue lost her Miss Marvel abilities in the mid-2000s. She was completely depowered for a bit. Oh, interesting. Rogue can touch Charles Xavier and Magneto and touch them too long and become very strong if she wanted. She should totally do that. She should touch him at the same time, too. Long, hard, and gentle caresses, if you catch my drift. Office party. Whatever, there's nothing wrong with that. Don't shame them, Rudy. Don't shame them. If they want to explore, let them explore. Relatively recently, she permanently absorbed Wonder Man's powers. Who the fuck is Wonder Man? Which just so happened to give her back the flight, strength, and invulnerability she's become to be known for. Gotcha. The Yukol believe that the mammoths are not, in fact, extinct, but indeed still exist on a large island in the northern reaches of the continent. If the author of these lines should prefer not to indulge in the formulation of an opinion in direct contradiction to scientific consensus, he is nonetheless forced to admit that he has, with his own eyes, examples of Yukol craftsmanship made from the bones of pachyderms in an astounding state of conservation. Yukol riding a mammoth. The fact remains that the Yukols have shifted their dependence from the mammoths to the great snow ostriches, Struthio nivis, a population of migratory Arctic birds known for their stubborn and nervous nature. These ostriches have the particularity of setting out every 20 years or so on a great migration covering a vast territory. The purpose of the migration is to bring the herd to the lands where they reproduce, lush steppes located in the heart of what is now Yakistan. Dude, they're so hairy. I want me a hairy ostrich. Wonder Man is an on-again, off-again Avenger. Huh, I've never heard of him. Any relation to Mighty Mouse? Here I am to save the day. Wonder Man? Wonder Bread? Oh, is he white? Can I call him White Bread? Animism and spirituality. One of the most fascinating characteristics of the Yukol culture resides in its ability to absorb a material imperative, the need for a part of the tribe to follow the herd of snow ostriches to ensure the survival of the entire group, and transform it into a spiritual event, a platform for belief. Indeed, those of the tribe who accompany the great ostriches experience the migration as a spiritual voyage, an intimate transcendence whose purpose is to draw the favor of the spirits upon the individual in this family. The route of the migration is thus scattered with sacred stages, rites, and spiritual codes that the caravan shamans ensure are scrupulously respected. They are both soothsayers, they interpret the signals left by the spirits, and advisors to the leader of the migration, the spiritual guide, seen as superior and somehow chosen by the spirits to guide the caravan to the legendary sacred lands where the ostriches will reproduce. Aren't the ostriches kind of just like going there on their own? Transmission of a Yukol myth. Okay. We read the hell out of that book. Knowledge acquired. You should be showing up in the MCU relatively soon. Cool. So, I haven't seen the new Loki, but what are they doing now that Jonathan Majors is out as not being Kane? Khan? What was the name of his character? What do they...
Medical studies,
Kane.
alternative medicine manuals, great literature. Super collection.
Okay. I was close. Not correct, but close-ish. Kane. Because they were really building that up, and I know people were excited, and it seemed kind of exciting. I don't really know much about Kang. Could they just, like, potentially replace him? Is that possible? That Kang seems to have, like, multiple versions of himself, so couldn't, like, there be some blip or something like that, and now Kang is just somebody else, and nobody would bat an eye? Because, you know, comic book reasons, right? They could just continue along with that, right? Just replace him. You know, do a little, like, 2-second explanation as to why he's, like, no longer him, and just move on. You wouldn't even need a reason? Yeah, you probably wouldn't. Kind of like when they replaced Terrence Howard with Don Cheadle because Terrence Howard is a lunatic. 1 × 1 = 2. Let me tell you about my new math. Yeah, he's hardly the first actor. Right, exactly. Have they replaced anyone other than Terrence Howard? That's the only one that I can think of. At least a big one that they replaced. Have they done anybody else?
The American is awake. You must hurry, Colonel.
How is she doing?
Fine, apparently. She is docile for the moment. This may not last too much longer, I'm afraid.
And what about the tribe of nomads?
Just like the past 2 years, Lake Valsambor hasn't frozen over, so the herd can't cross the ice. They're stuck here. And also, their young guide is still in our control. If everything goes as planned, soon the Yukuls will have no choice but to go back home. Especially as I have a plan to speed things up.
Fine.
There's also the American detective, Colonel. He should be arriving soon.
Let him meet with Miss Walker if that's what he wants to do. No point alarming him just yet. But when all is said and done, we're the ones who are handling the young woman's case. No American is going to come here and tell us what to do.
What's happening? What is this? Who is this guy? Why is Nick Fury after us?
What? Where did she go?
She went into a secret room. That was the sound the door made. Edward Norton? Oh, I didn't know that Edward Norton was part of, like, the overall, like, Marvel storyline. I thought, like, that Hulk was kind of like its... Because it wasn't done by Marvel Studios, right? That was Sony again? Or Fox? It was Fox that did those? I thought that that didn't, like, count for that. Like, I thought they hadn't yet introduced Hulk into the Marvel Universe. I thought, that was Marvel Studios. I didn't realize that that was the case. I like Norton. Why did they replace Norton then? Just because that... I actually didn't mind that Hulk movie. I thought it was better than Ang Lee's Hulk. You can make an artistic movie with comic book characters. You can't make a dramatic movie that way, though. That was not great. Like Watchmen? The TV show or the movie? I like the movie.
All sorts of sedatives and tranquilizers.
I like the movie. But yeah, I think it's also a testament why you can't, like, one for one make a comic book movie based on like a comic, kind of like one for one. It just doesn't work that way. It's definitely got its issues. I still enjoyed it, but I get why people disliked it. A lot of those scenes were like directly ripped from, you know, the panels. There's a reason why like changes need to happen in between. Works on the page, doesn't necessarily work on the big screen. Okay, weird. Kate Walker. Olga, I've received confirmation that the American is a subversive. She's a hysteric by nature and has gotten it into her head to accompany an old lunatic to some imaginary island. On the way, she has caused a great deal of nuisance for the authorities and above all has associated herself with those freeloading yokels. What nuisance to what authorities? I didn't like do anything illegal or break any laws except for stealing. It would also seem that Uncle Sam considers her to be of some importance. Dude, she was a lawyer. What importance? This is a good occasion to get rid of her. When I get to Valesembor, my men will arrest her and deliver her to her country's authorities. Until then, take good care of her, Colonel. Colonel. Watchmen was the most surface level adaptation you could possibly make. Yeah, no, it totally was. Yeah. Heavy focus on recreating the visuals without having even the slightest understanding of the story. I think they understood the story. I just don't think it translated well. Well, they changed the ending, right? I think it's a good example of why you can't like directly adapt one for one a comic into a movie. I think it's the poster child of why sometimes changes need to happen between the migration of comic into a different visual medium, a moving visual medium. I thought they stayed like really faithful to the story. Aside from the ending, which they obviously altered, I thought they stayed fairly faithful to it. Okay, good idea, Colonel. Yesterday, Olga Efilimovna Clinic VA wrote, Colonel, I've received a report of the commissions concerning the clinic management, and with all due respect to our comrade commissars, I believe that putting Zamiatin, I don't know how to say his name, to one side on my behalf would be an error. He almost never leaves his office anymore, of course, and he delegates all responsibility to me, but his signature is the one appearing at the bottom of every document, even the ones concerning my experiments. I therefore feel that it would be better to let him remain behind his desk. His makes the perfect straw man. At your service, Dr. Olga Efimova. We should really show that to Zamiatin. Snyder stayed really faithful to Dave Gibbons' art. That's about it. Okay. I haven't watched it in a really long time. I watched it in the theater and then I watched it again when it came out, and I enjoyed it, but yeah, it's definitely not the greatest thing in the world for sure. I enjoyed the visuals. How about that? They did show a lot of Dr. Manhattan Wang They seem to really want to show the wang. Like they were just like, hey, it's a big ass wang. Check out the wang. See? That's a wang. It's a big blue wang. As they should. Right, as they should. Dr. Efimova. My name is Nick Canton. That was the private dick that was hunting us down. And, without bragging, I am acknowledged as the best private detective on the East Coast of the USA. I'm contacting you following a telephone conversation you had with my client, the law firm Marson and Lormont. As agreed, I'll be arriving in the next few days to honor the terms of the contract you agreed to with the firm concerning the extradition of Kate Walker. One point still bothers me, though. Is it true that Miss Walker has to be arrested by some sort of local militia? During the day, I'd like to have a video conference with you to clarify this point and go over the last few practical details concerning my arrival. Regards, Nick Canton, the finest private investigator on the East Coast. What the fuck? They really should have abandoned this private dick thing. There's more urgent business. Come see me later in the boiler room. We have to take care of those damn nomads. Today, helmet mangling, alright, that's at the clinic. Dr. Efimova, in accordance with your recommendations, I subjected patient number 10, the American Kate Walker, to the standard psychiatric interview. Even though at first glance she seemed convincing, the patient nonetheless demonstrated all the symptoms typical of the propensity for anarchy so common in her misguided homeland. Worse, it turns out she subscribes completely to the cause of the Yukon nomads, and it is obvious that she intends to continue agitating in our beloved region. I therefore recommend an emergency protocol restricting her movements and interaction with other patients who might be encouraged to agitate for the young nomad. I will have the mechanical bed calibrated for the patient with this in mind in preparation for your response. Sincerely, Dr. Helmut Mangling. Here's more urgent business. Come see me in the boiler room. Okay, so she's going to meet Mangling.
Hello, Miss Efimova. I'm here to see you too. Kate Walker. It really is you. What a coincidence. I've been looking for you for weeks.
Mr. Canton, I presume?
Ah, I see that my reputation precedes me. Miss Efimova must have told you I was coming.
No, I just now learned of your existence, Mr. Canton. A while ago, my employer in New York informed me that he was going to stick a detective on my back.
I don't like to boast, but I'm the best detective on the East Coast. Never a problem with me. I've been asked to bring you back home safe and sound, Miss Walker. I should be in Balsamore in a few hours.
I don't need a Prince Charming. I'm not going back.
I have no need of a knight in shining armor holding my hand, Mr. Canton.
Look, Miss Walker, I'm just doing my job.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid you've made the trip for nothing.
Yes. I mean, I'm not so sure. The Justice Department is looking for you, you know.
The feds are looking for me? But what's the charge? I've done nothing wrong.
Embezzlement! Apparently you took off with a contract for the sale of the Clockwork Toy Factory in Vorarlberg. And you took advantage of the seller's senility. You're even suspected of being responsible for the death of one of them, a Mr. Hans Vorarlberg, the last heir authorized to sign contracts with the company you represented. That's not negligible. You know, Miss Walker.
This is completely ridiculous. And as far as I know, you aren't authorized to represent the Justice Department in this country. You're just a detective. So you'll have to put up with it, Mr. Canton. I'm not going back to New York with you. So leave me alone.
Wait, Miss Walker. Please be reasonable.
Goodbye, Mr. Canton.
I said good day. Nice. Nice. So I think it's supposed to still be 2002 then, right? Maybe 2003? I didn't really think about that, but this is supposed to happen kind of like right after her experience, and when the game came out, the modern time it was in was like the early 2000s, so it's still gonna be the early 2000s. That's fun. That's kind of fun. I like that. It was once the present, now it's the past. Oh. Very hot. Very, very hot. Draw the blinds, close the blinds. 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 Draw the lines. Fun. Okay, very good. Sword. Okay. Exactly. Oh, we can make fun shapes. Oh. We're probably making a mammoth, right? No. Oh, maybe it's at the bottom. Okay. Oh, I solved it. Accidentally on purpose. Alright, someone help me with this. What colors do we have here? Let's start with the top middle. Is that blue? And then we'll go counterclockwise. Blue, purple. I can't do any more. Is that black? And then red and green? I can't, like, select anything. Maybe? Blue, purple, black, red, green. Okay, so we're rotating it. Oh boy. I think there's just 3 colors. Yeah, there were just 3 colors. Yeah. So they were all blue, except for the bottom right one that was green. I couldn't see that one. That one was the one that I had a hard time seeing. So it wasn't blue and purple, it was just 2 blues. I guess it was just like the level of darkness that was like the shadow being cast on them that made it hard. I'm colorblind. I don't need excuses. I couldn't tell. We figured it out. I'm happy. I don't mind color puzzles. I mean, I sort of see colors. Usually I can, like, fumble my way through them. Usually I can. Dude, this is so cool. The front desk lady said that there were, like, secret passages throughout the building, right? That's neat. Buildings with secret passages, super cool. Super duper cool.
Charming.
Charming. Yeah, but he needs a monocle to truly be charming. I was lacking cool monocle action.
Hurry up.
Yes, Dr. Elfimova. I'm doing whatever I can. Get this damn tap open in the end, you'll see. That's it.
Well, that should convince the Yukon scum to strike camp and go back where she came from. Come on, Helmet. Let's not hang about here.
Yes, of course, Dr. Efimova.
I think they're like contaminating the water supply. Is that what's going on? But what is it? Like, what are in these containers? Is it like bile? They're like human waste? Gasoline?
What a catastrophe.
Yeah, but that's not just bad for the Yukon people. That's bad for everyone.
An old gas can. Empty.
Won't be for long. Should we look at the gas can? Inspect it a little bit?
Corrosion resistant.
Give it a little kiss. I kiss it good. I kiss it good. A little tickle on the pickle.
too dangerous without some kind of receptacle underneath.
True.
Hydrochloric acid.
And why do I want a canister full of hydrochloric acid?
This thing is stuck.
Stuck! Now you have gas mouth. I should get you get the gas face. Use the knife.
What a catastrophe. You've got to be kidding. I have to get rid of this chain. Fast.
We use the hydrochloric acid. I tried to turn the goop machines off. Oh, I thought she was rocking it intentionally. That's what I would do. Capsize. I like how the boat doesn't just go like straight down. Physics. Hi, I'm Kate Walker. What's up?
Miss Catwalk, help please!
Right? What? How you know me?
Quickly, or all ostrich is lost.
Quickly what?
Enganamuk. Tuk tuk. Bikolet.
Tuk tuk.
Miss Kitwalk. Sen venu tuk 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 tuk. Mininir buruth.
What?
Oh my God, what happened to that poor ostrich?
Ostriches want drink very bad water, tuk. When ostrich is thirsty, and ostrich is not smart, Miss Kitwalk. She lako, tuk. Head hard like hard rock.
Try to hold them back as long as possible. There must be a way to filter the river water.
Unganimuk, but Miss Kitwalk go quickly.
Miss Kate Walker.
Hello, ma'am.
You remember me, Miss Kate Walker. Me, ayahuasca. Great Yukul shaman. Me go there and find you somewhere there in the world of the spirits.
So you're the one I owe my life to, Madame Ayahuasca. It's you who cared for me before taking me to the doctors in the Valsambor clinic. I don't know how I can ever thank you.
Tuk tuk tuger. Miss Kate Walker go clean river water right up there. Since she traveled long time in magic world, spirits now her friends. They will show her the right path.
Very well. If you say that the spirits are going to give me a hand, I'll try to do that.
Dude, these people are so tiny. I love them.
Ostrich is soon not controllable. Miss Ketwalk must quickly clean river.
Miss Catwalk? Pew pew, beakalaka.
Quickly, or all ostrich is lost. Miss Catwalk, help please.
How though?
Miss Catwalk must do something. Quick!
Ostriches maybe die poisoned?
Probably.
Help please, Miss Ketwalk.
I like the hairy birds. They're like chocobo. I mean, just put them in the pen. Oh, there's water in the pen too. Dude, they got Yuki in there. I want a Yuki. I want my Yuki back. You guys got my Yuki?
The Yukels are going to be overwhelmed here soon. I have to help them, quickly.
The Yukis are so cute, dude. I want one. I like these fictional animals that they created. Giant hairy birds. They're very dinosaur-like. I dig it. So, right. We weren't able to fix it at its source, which is unfortunate. No idea where I'm going. Oh, I can run? Shut up.
Ladies and gentlemen of the spirit world, if you want to show me the way, now's the time.
Right? What are these camera angles?
Just had to ask, I guess. This gauge is obviously for measuring the water flow from the dam.
Obviously? Yeah, obviously, clearly.
I have to find a way to use this dam to filter the diesel. I have to try.
It's diesel water? Oh, no shit. Yeah, that's bad. What'd that do? So the two middle ones? Nope, 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 nope. Didn't mean to hit that. I thought we had it. It was like danger on the top one and bottom one, right? So I thought we had it here. We were right there. Is that not good? I think you need the big one. I'm on like either side of the thing, right? How is it bad? It feels right. Okay, so maybe not the big one. Maybe everything but the big one? No? Yeah, it's just not enough. Right, that moves a smidgen. don't know. You can leave them partial? Oh, shit. Well, I don't know how to tell then from the pictogram. Can't quite tell if they're like fully open or partially closed. I think I'm supposed to be gleaning something from it, but I'll tell you what. Is this not good?
This gauge is obviously for measuring the water flow from the dam. This gauge is obviously for measuring the water flow from the dam. I have to find a way to use this dam to filter the diesel. I have to try.
Doesn't seem like it has more of an effect. Either it's coming out or it's not, it seems. Hell no. So that pushes it over. See, and that comes back too far. Now it's not having any effect. Like, isn't that in the green zone? How is this wrong? I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, Done. Did it. Perfect, right? Probably took longer than it should have. It looked like the top and bottom one needed to be closed. They had warnings on it, right? I just couldn't tell from the pictogram what exactly it wanted, but I guess the bottom one had to be the middle. The second closest to the bottom needed to be fully open, and the one second closest to the top, the two middle ones, the bottom one needed to be fully open, the second one needed to be partial, I guess. And that did it.
The water is clean now, but who knows how much damage has already been done.
Dude, I'm environmentally protecting the environmentally. Good for me. We're champions of the environment. I don't understand how the dam is filtering it. It must have a good de-dieseling system. Anti-diesel system. They weren't using clean diesel. That's the problem. They weren't using clean diesel. What a marketing gimmick. Clean diesel. There. You clean them.
Who would do that to the Yukos?
I don't know, but you should get all that diesel off of the ostriches. Unless they like that. I don't know what these ostriches are like, but maybe they like playing in diesel.
Thank you, Miss Catwalk.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Miss Catwalk perform miracles. Mwak.
Mawak, exactly.
Who would do that to the Yukos?
Thank you for saving Great Herd.
You're welcome. Oh. Adorable. Dude, I want one of these. How do I get one? Somehow make them exist. Science, get on this. The most important thing is not space or saving the environment. Get off that. Bad line to go down. We want Yukis. Yukis. What's this lady? You found?
First guide not come back here. Now all water poisoned. Not good signs.
It is not a good sign, I agree.
Bairtla, Miss Ketwalk. Thanks you and spirits. Ostriches saved.
Be careful all the same, Mr. Barut. The dam filtering the water may not hold very long.
Sa! Yukos leave here fast to make sure Ostrich is safe. But not possible without Kirk. Him, our guide.
I just came from the clinic. Kirk and I shared a room.
Sa! How going, Kirk?
Not well.
He's not doing too well, I'm afraid. Dr. Efimova, who's looking after him, is a lacko, as you say. A real nutcase who hates your people. For some reason, she's doing everything she can to keep Kirk in that damn clinic.
What?
Dr. Zamiatin, friend of the Yukos?
Dr. Zamiatin is old and seems weak, and Dr. Efimova has the poor man wrapped around her finger.
No, Kirk. Yukos cannot leave here. So ostriches want continued journey without Yukos. Can't keep ostriches here very long. Ostriches cross Lake Valsambor alone. And then eaten by lake spirits. Tuk.
The ostriches crossing the lake, so that has to be a part of the migration?
Tuk tuk. Baranur, on other side of lake, is path of sacred plains. Ostriches lay eggs in hot sand on sacred plains. But lake, not anymore frozen, so not be able cross.
Listen, Mr. Barut, do your best to calm your ostriches while I go to Valsambor. I promised Kirk to go get his prosthesis and bring it back to him.
Bartla tuk. Miss Ketwalk, you friend of Yukos.
I'm going to speak with the shaman now.
Ayahuasca will be very happy. See Miss Ketwalk. She go with you and around you a lot in world of spirits, so they free you. You not die because of her.
You not die. What's up, Yoshi? How you doing? Things look frozen. They're cold. We're in Russia. Things are always cold there. Kind of surprised that ostrich farms aren't more wide placed. There's probably a reason for it. It's probably not easy to raise ostriches. And they're not native to around here. Granted, there's emu farms and stuff around here. But maybe there's probably a reason why people don't do it more often. I've had ostrich before. I've had ostrich. It's pretty tasty. I'd eat it again. Oh, they have like a market here? Dude, I want some Yukon barbecue. This was unexpected. Bet we're in a kick-ass future capable of setting ostrich eggs to a store near you. What? You can eat several chickens, have as much bird meat as an ostrich, but their eggs gotta be something else. There was a store around here that had a bunch of variety of different eggs. They had ostrich and emu and duck and goose chicken and a couple of others, if I'm not mistaken. I've never really seen ostrich eggs before, but emu eggs are somewhat more common. I've had ostrich egg. You can make like 30 omelets with one of their eggs. I don't know how to describe the flavor. That it's been a long time since I had ostrich egg. It was, good lord, man. I mean, over a decade ago. It was a long time ago. It was expensive as shit too, man. Those things aren't cheap. Super duper expensive. The ostrich egg was like insanely expensive. It was like $40. Like, that's expensive for an egg. That's expensive for an egg. 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 It was one. It's like the size of your head, but still, it's egg. Like, you would think, yeah, man, like $8 or $9. Sure, it was like 40. Yeah. It was super expensive, but it had an interesting flavor. I recall it being like maybe a bit sweeter, but I honestly don't remember. It's been a really long time since I had it. Like, I remember being like, yep, that's egg.
Hello, little lady.
Fuck you. Hello, annoying man. Little lady.
You buy kilo artichoke. So give me 50 grams walnuts. Cheap. A good deal, not cheap.
Dude.
You really do have a good nose for business. All right, then. Please give 2 kilos, young man.
50 kilos?
I don't understand why the mayor put the Yukos on our doorstep like that.
Hey, you! Give it back this instant! Townspeople are right. You Yukos, ever since you got stuck here, you've been showing what you're really like. A bunch of chicken thieves, that's all you are.
Bunch of chicken thieves. Dude, these
This
people are...
forge is magnificent.
All it's a forge is not barbecue. Whatever, man. You can barbecue on the forge.
Honey, I have your wallet. I'm your wife, remember? You gave it to me just a while ago so I could buy this pretty ostrich feather shawl.
Well, anyway, that guy don't feel right. Let's get the hell out of here before you pay him. He can keep his artichokes.
Dude, he blamed him for stealing his wallet, and then his wife had his wallet, and he didn't even apologize. Damn. Racist.
Those ostriches are absolutely adorable. I wonder if I can...
Oh, touch its face. Dude, I love their chocobo.
I can go inside this yurt.
I love yurt. Yeah, do it. Go inside the yurt.
I can go inside this yurt.
Then do it.
I can go inside this yurt.
Then do it.
Business not so good. Authorities become hostile.
Don't talk about it. Do it.
I'm sure that midget is up to something.
That's fucked up in 2 different ways, sir.
The Yukon craftsmen must make these statuettes by the dozen.
That was a different guy.
Duk, duk.
Yeah, they're all fucked.
What an amazing jumble. Not at all like New York markets.
It is really cool to see this. I want to shop here.
When you get into Valsambor, drop by my tavern. It's got the best food in town.
I would totally shop here.
Now all client tourists think Yukos are thieves.
I would absolutely shop here. I would do many shopping.
What a strange sculpture. Looks like a kind of octopus or squid.
It's Cthulhu. Or hentai Cthulhu. The person's freaking out. They're normal now. Nope. Nope, freaking out. Nope, normal, freaking out. Nope, nope, freaking out, freaking out, freaking out. Can I help them? Help me. Ma'am, I can't help you if you're tweaking.
Sinister.
Ha, Miss Kate Walker. You have good news?
To be honest, nothing great. Kirk, your young guide, is in the hands of Olga Efimova. That woman has the director of the clinic, Dr. Zamiatin, under her thumb. She also seems to be in tight with a shady soldier. These people hate you, Ayahuasca. They can't stand your way of life. They're the ones who poisoned your ostrich's water. I think they're also holding up Kirk's prosthesis to keep him in the clinic and stop you from continuing your migration.
People not like Yukos now. Yukos out of date. Tuk-tuks. If Yukos without guide, not able continue great voyage. Return to north and never leave again. And then ostriches die.
Well, hold on. We're not at that stage yet. I promised Kirk I'd go to Valsambor to bring back his mechanical leg.
Took. Magic leg not only problem for you girls.
That owl looked sad and disappointed. This very smart owl. Another
Miss
problem.
Kate
What now?
Walker.
The lake?
If the lake doesn't freeze, your herd won't be able to cross it. I suppose your ostriches can't really swim. It also seems to me that the lake really has a bad reputation.
Miss Walker see very clear. Now, many very, very bad spirits on lake, and also after. Baranor, very dangerous. Bad luck everywhere. Ayahuasca very, very scared.
There may be another way to cross the lake instead of waiting for it to freeze. I'll find out when I visit Valsambor.
Why Miss Kate Walker decide to do all this for us?
I need you. I feel for your tribe. I owe your tribe. Do we owe them anything? I guess we can't. They helped us. They helped us.
Miss Kate Walker lost tongue.
They helped us, with, Hans to get him to go see the mammoths.
Without the Yukels, I would have died of cold and hunger next to a Siberian river. It's only natural I should give you a hand in return.
That too.
Look. So Miss Kate Walker decide accompany Yukels on great journey?
We'll see. First, I have to go to Valsambor. But like you, I seem to be a prisoner in this camp.
Yukels not have right to go to Valsambor now. Miss Kate Walker like them. Now she must find pass so that she able to leave here.
Can I just bring your attack owl?
Strange the lake taking so long to freeze. This must be a consequence of global warming.
Bad spirits at bottom of lake make water very hot. Really nasty bad spirits everywhere now.
Where can I find a pass so I can leave the camp?
Before, Yukels could make use of pass machine in cabin at camp exit. But authorities decide break it in small pieces, so now we cannot use. Miss Kate Walker should ask client tourists in Valsambor.
I was told about everything your tribe did for me when you found me. Thank you so much.
Miss Kate Walker cured. That's what counts. Job of ayahuasca.
I'm going to try to find the pass that you told me about.
Miss Kate Walker, go quickly.
Behold!
What a funny smell.
Eat it.
Ayahuasca's owl. It looks as stubborn as ever.
Pigeon.
Ayahuasca, the Yukel shaman. I didn't think I'd see her again after she helped me save Hans.
We did drugs. She enabled us to do drugs.
A hide. Must be for making clothing.
He was like, you need to do drugs. And I was like, okay. You don't have to tell me twice. Duty. Can't tell who's talking where.
A Yukel craftsman surrounded by wood sculptures. The tribe's woodworker? Hello.
Ha ha! Kunuk Mak, Miss Caterwalk. Like collect souvenirs?
Well, that sculpture there.
Haha, Kilak. That great spirit, very bad, Miss Catwalk. Evil monster of water in Great Lake.
Oh, I see. It's a representation of a local legend.
Haha, not legend, Miss Catwalk. Kilak, very great, very bad. Live at bottom of lake.
If the monster really existed, wouldn't he have attacked your ostriches when you tried to cross the lake to continue your journey?
You calls always cross in day. Kilak not like day and light. Always when lake frozen. Kilak not be able to cross ice to eat ostriches then. But now, lake still not frozen. Ostrich is impatient. Not good, not good.
The ostriches want to bang. Makes sense.
So, how's business?
Tuk tuk. No more client tourists here. No more like you calls in Valsambor. Not good for business.
Why don't they like you here?
You calls stuck staying too long in Valsambor. Not good. Must leave fast.
One of you repaired a key to help me escape the clinic. Was it you?
No. Smith, over there.
Kirk being gone so long really has you worried, doesn't it?
Kirk, sacred guide. No guide, so not great journey. Miss Getwell comes with news about Kirk.
His treatment is weakening him, but he was fine when I left.
Ah, Kirk come back very fast. Or not good.
Goodbye, and thank you for all the information.
Okay, Miss Getwalk. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I like that guy.
Before, Yukos could always use stamping cannon. Then, hey, visit town. Yokels wait for Guide Kirk.
Okay, so I was gonna thank him. I guess we don't thank him.
I can go inside this yurt.
No, you can't. Lazy. It's a little confusing to navigate around in there.
Hard not to feel intimidated.
Big ass yurt. Dude, I want a giant yurt.
The clinic. I hope Kirk is okay up there.
He's fine. Fine. They're giving him lots of drugs.
A checkpoint for the municipal employees.
Municipal?
Bairtla, Miss Catwalk.
Everyone knows me. I'm famous. Give me your best foodstuffs. Please and thanks. What's this?
A squid lying in a puddle of ink. Poor creature.
Let's cut it up real good with my knife.
No way.
Oh, don't do that. Okay.
Let's try something else. That's not right.
Okay, but cut it with your
Not
knife.
a chance.
Well, just pick it up. I'm gonna leave it there for now.
So that's the famous lake that won't freeze anymore.
And there was a baby squid here, so that means there's a giant squid in there, right? We got the baby squid, and there's the giant squid. Maybe if we save the baby squid, the giant squid will be like, yo, word, we're cool. Because squid are smart, right?
Tuk tuk sugar!
Tuk tuk! Okay, they won't let me carve up the baby squid. Shame. Now, ever since I got this knife, I've wanted to stab something. I've known that it was my destiny. They're gonna have to let us stab something. some point, right?
Stop! You may not pass.
May I ask why not?
Miss, as the inopportune loitering of the Yukon nomads in town was proving to be disturbing the tranquility of the inhabitants, Mayor Bulakin has ordered access to Valsambor to henceforth be restricted to those presenting a duly stamped pass, which confers the authorization to access said town.
I'm sorry, you must not know who I am. I'm Kate Walker. I'm not dangerous. What are they accused of? Just look at me.
Did you understand anything I just said?
No.
Look at me. Do I really look like a yokel to you?
My dear young lady, your physiognomy is not sufficient. Only presentation of said municipal pass shall be acceptable.
But...
Without a pass, you shall not pass.
No pass, no pass. Use a knife on him.
Put that away this instant, otherwise I shall cite you for threatening a person duly imbued with authority.
I got this heart.
Do not attempt to corrupt me with that trinket. That is precisely what Yukos do.
I got this brochure.
Give that to the nomads. Maybe they'll get a good price for it.
I got this book. You don't care? I don't have anything.
Do I really need a pass?
Indispensable. So cease arguing and keep moving.
Since he seems so nice, I doubt I'll be able to cut a deal with him.
Yeah, but maybe you can cut him. Who needs a deal when you can stab?
A checkpoint for the municipal employees.
Let's just stab our way to happiness. That's what I always say. A stab a day keeps the doctor away.
Nothing useful here.
Lies.
A stamp. Looks like something's missing, though.
Oh, do you think we get the ink from the squid? Is that what we're doing? That would make sense, right?
An old sponge. It's all dried out.
Ew, dried sponge, nasty. And I took it? Ew, you don't know where that's been, girl.
Only the stamp is missing. How practical. Only the stamp is missing. How practical.
Girl. Okay, we got some things. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them things, but we got some things.
Stamps. But not one is the right shape, of course.
How do you know?
Given the living conditions here, I can understand why the policeman's so nice.
Oh, maybe we can show the image of the stamp to the woodworker. Right? So we know where to moisten our sponge. We need a moist sponge. Are you sponge worthy? Do you guys know if you're sponge worthy? Squid ink is the best ink. Sponge soaked in ink. Alright, let's go show the woodworker our image, and maybe he can create a stamp for us. I'm thinking that's what we do. That would make sense, right? The old yurt and squirt. Here we go.
Lion tourists liked Yukal's before. Yukal's not stay too long time around Valsambor.
A Yukal craftsman surrounded by wood sculptures. The tribe's woodworker?
Stamp part.
Over time, the stamp got imprinted into the leather. It looks like the Valsambor stamp.
Lion tourists liked Yukal's before. Yukal's not stay too long time around Valsambor.
A Yukal craftsman surrounded by wood sculptures. The tribe's woodworker?
Use. Use! 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 Show them! Use! Worth.
Before Yukos could always use stamping cabin. Then hey, visit town.
Stamp part. This is wrong button.
Over time, the stamp got imprinted into the leather. It looks like the Valsambor stamp. This knife should make a perfect screwdriver or lever.
For stabbing. Oh man, I really thought I had it figured out.
This forge is magnificent.
Before Yukos could always use stamping cabin. Then hey, visit town.
Tuk tuk.
Tuk tuk.
A town pass? You need to go to the town hall, young miss.
People not like Yukos now.
I know, right?
You don't have a pass to enter the city? How did you get in?
Magic. How'd you get in?
Keep moving. Keep an eye on your belongings. The pickpockets are swarming around here.
Rude.
Miss Kate Walker go great journey with you, Coles.
Oh, there was something over here. Ow.
Superstitions seem pretty firmly in place here.
Make a stamp. Bro, I need you to make a stamp.
Give me my pass to enter the city, and then what next?
Now all client tourists think Yukos are thieves.
He seems more laid back than other visitors. Maybe I should try my luck with him. Sir, excuse me.
Hello, miss. You're not actually from here. I can hear it. What on earth is a young American doing in our beautiful land? Business? Or perhaps tourism?
Oh, it's a long story, believe me.
I see. In any event, you must try and visit our town. You know, Valsambor is very charming this season. And may I suggest you drop by my tavern? It's the best restaurant in town.
I need help.
Well, I'd love to, but unfortunately I learned that now I need a pass to get into Valsambor. I'm looking for someone who can help me get one.
Ah, yes, that's true. That's a pain it is. But you're actually in luck. I may be able to do something for you. This is my wife's pass. She's not well, so she couldn't come with me. The document is perfectly valid, except she forgot to get it stamped at the town hall.
And that's a problem?
I'm afraid so. Without the stamp, the document is worthless. Not that long ago, you just needed to get it officially stamped at the police checkpoint, over there at the camp gate. But there hasn't been anybody there since the town decided to come down hard on the U-Calls.
So this pass is useless?
Not necessarily. You need to add a stamp that looks like the official Valsambor seal. The police aren't that sharp-sighted around here, I have to admit. Anyway, I didn't say a word. Good luck, miss. And don't forget to drop by my tavern when you're in Valsambor.
Okay, so that was good.
When you get into Valsambor, drop by my tavern. It's got the best food in town.
Apparently, I need to have the official Valsambor stamp on this for it to be accepted as official.
There's only one, like, inspection point. Okay.
Over time, the stamp got imprinted into the leather. It looks like the Valsambor stamp.
So what are we gonna do, though?
What an amazing jumble. Not at all like New York markets.
I'm sure that midget is up to something.
Okay, sir. Oh, now we can go in the yurt? Yurt McGirt.
If only I had the time to take a little nap.
I know, right?
What a pretty pattern.
Okay, I got candles.
If only I had the time to take a little nap. Eucalyptus candles, made with homemade wax.
There doesn't seem to be anything in particular about them. I like how it's got this kind of like Resident Evil thing where you inspect the items. I dig that. Okay, so I have candles now. It doesn't look like we go back in the yurt now. I guess the candles were the only thing that we got from in there. A pet again?
Those ostriches are absolutely adorable. I wonder if I can...
Pet, 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 pet! Rub its face real good. I wonder what they smell like. Okay. Can't use anything on him. He doesn't want my goods. Threaten him. Maybe we can make an imprint?
The Eucal craftsman must make these statuettes by the dozen.
Maybe we can make some sort of imprint with the wax? Somehow? And then someone can sell it to us? Let's go back into the cabin.
Stamps. But not one is the right shape, of course. Not a chance.
What? I put it there?
Let's try something else.
Aw.
Impossible.
Inconceivable.
No way. There's a shape ingrained in the leather. That's not right.
It could be right.
Only the stamp is missing. How practical.
This is good. I know what I'm doing. I totally got this. It's got little teeth that I can hold the stamp.
Only the stamp is missing. How practical.
Okay, well, we do have to do something with it. I'm just not sure what.
That's not right.
It could be right.
It doesn't work.
It could work.
Not a chance. Let's try something else. Impossible.
Always so negative.
No way. Nothing. Impossible. It doesn't work. Let's try something else.
So who do we show that? I figured it was the woodworking dude that we would show it to.
Only the stamp is missing. How practical. Nothing useful here. Stamps. But not one is the right shape, of course. Over time, the stamp got imprinted into the leather. It looks like the Valsambor stamp.
And so we have some of the objects. We have to make a stamp, I'm pretty
Given
sure.
the living conditions here, I can understand why the policeman's so nice.
See if we can talk to him and see if he knows anything about the missing stamp. Oh.
If I decide that I need to light a candle, I'll call you.
Very good.
This pass is not valid. It has not been stamped with a Valsambor town stamp. Give that to the nomads. Maybe they'll get a good price for it.
Do I really need a pass?
Indispensable. So cease arguing and keep moving.
What are we missing here?
Unukmak.
The Nukmak.
Must clean cabin so nuts get fine.
True. Cabin should be clean. Very good.
Bairtla, Miss Catwalk.
Very true. Very true. We gotta do something with the candles.
Tuk tuk sugar!
Right? There has to be something here. We didn't get anything in there.
Keep moving.
So I got this paper.
Over time, the stamp got imprinted into the leather. It looks like the Valzambor stamp.
Right, why can't we just like give this to the guy and be like, yo, make this a stamp? Like, we can clearly give him something. Seems to be like the only person we can give something to. Something I'm missing.
Tourists liked Yukols before. Yukols not stay too long time around Valsambor.
A Yukol craftsman surrounded by wood sculptures. The tribe's woodworker? What a strange sculpture. Looks like a kind of octopus or squid.
Now all client tourists think Yukols are thieves.
What a funny smell.
We don't use anything with her. Just grateful for what he has. Just be grateful. Can't go back out. Diamond in the back, sun rooftop, digging the scene with the gangster lean. Just be grateful. Good old William Devon. Willie D's.
Tuk tuk.
Tuk tuk.
I can go inside this yurt.
Maybe there's something in here that we could do somewhere? No, I don't see anything that we can, like, use anything on in here.
If only I had the time to take a little nap. What a pretty pattern.
Like, there's no button that's, like, combine. There's observe and...
Eucalyptus candles, made with homemade wax.
I can threaten... I can use an item on the big guy, on the ostrich. Won't let me use anything on him, but we can technically use something on him. That's wild. Wouldn't have thought that. So that may be a thing eventually. What have we missed? Because there's something on the machine that I just don't quite understand. Well, we found the yurt. We're like in yurtception. We were in a yurt, and then we got into
Hard not
another
to
yurt.
feel
There was double
intimidated.
yurt. We double yurted. You ever double the yurt? I've only single yurted. Yeah, I know. We're doing like so much with the yurt.
A squid lying in a puddle of ink. Poor creature.
We're done with the squid, I think. What are we missing?
Nothing useful here.
Lies. There's so much useful here.
No way. That's not right. Impossible. It doesn't work. Not a chance. Nothing. Let's try something else. Only the stamp is missing. How practical. There's a shape ingrained in the leather. It doesn't work. No way. Let's try something else. Nothing. That's not right. Not a chance. Impossible. No way. Not a chance. Let's try something else. It doesn't work.
And so she's not gonna put anything into, like, the stamp holder.
Nothing. That's not right. Impossible. Nothing. Impossible.
I like how it makes the stamping noise even though it's not stamping anything. I hate you. don't know what to do.
Over time, the stamp got imprinted into the leather. It looks like the Valzambor stamp.
Right, so... But I can't... I feel like we're supposed to show this to somebody, like the goober, the woodworker. Like, hey man, check it out. The stamp is gone, so someone has to... Oh no, I don't think the guy tossing slurs around is gonna do any good for us. I think those are just NPCs.
Stamps. But not one is the right shape, of course. Stamps. But not one is the right shape, of course.
I don't think there's anything else I can do here.
That's not right. No way. Let's try something else. Not a chance. Impossible. It doesn't work. Nothing.
Oh, I sunk the ink into it. Now, there's something we need to do, and I'm just not quite sure what it is. Some interaction we need. I thought logically was we see the stamp thing and we show it to the woodworker and he makes us a stamp because we need a stamp, right? That to me makes sense.
A checkpoint for the municipal employees. Since he seems so nice, I doubt I'll be able to cut a deal with him.
You know, I tried to show all the goods to the... to everyone that we could, and we weren't allowed to, like, give anybody anything. I don't know what else I'm missing here. Like, I tried everything in the yurt.
Catastrophe with ostrich water mist close. Thank you, Miss Catwalk.
Miss Catwalk will find everything that she seek here.
Tuk tuk.
Tuk tuk.
What odd clothes you're wearing there, young lady.
True.
Hello. I can't help but feel sad when I see all those poor Yukos shut up in their camp.
You know, we don't give anything to the big ostrich. The one that we can pet. At least we don't have anything to give to him. I mean, maybe we get some, like, food or something for him somewhere.
Catastrophe with ostrich water mist close. Thank you, Miss Catwalk.
Oh, you're welcome.
People not like Yukos now. Tuk tuk.
I don't understand why the mayor put the Yukos on our doorstep like that.
You sure wouldn't. You damn fool. This is honestly the only dude that I can think of that we can... We can't talk to him anymore, though.
A Yukol craftsman surrounded by wood sculptures. The tribe's woodworker?
High-end tourists liked Yukols before. Yukols not stay too long time around Valsambor.
Candle.
Over time, the stamp got imprinted into the leather. It looks like the Valsambor stamp. What a strange sculpture. Looks like a kind of octopus or squid.
Your internet went out hard? That sucks. What'd you do to it? Were you looking at too much porn or not enough porn?
Hello, little lady.
But now we're back hard. I like the hard backs. Very sturdy, lasts a long time.
All client tourists think Yukos are thieves.
Always keep it hard? Yeah, I know, right?
Things went better with the Yugels before, that's for sure.
The Yukol craftsman must make these statuettes by the dozen.
Just nothing here. I don't know, we're missing something simple, but I don't know what it is. Like, we're trapped. We have like 2 screens, so there's gotta be something that I can do somewhere.
Hello, little lady.
Sinister.
There's only like 2 or 3 things that we can use something on. Like, all the other interactions get us nothing.
Ayahuasca's owl. It looks as stubborn as ever. Apparently, I need to have the official Valzambor stamp on this for it to be accepted as official.
Right. So we can use something on the ostrich, the shaman, the woodworker, and then the container,
Keep moving.
I guess we can talk to the guard too, but the guard, we showed him everything that we had in our inventory, and that didn't really do much. There's nothing else I can do in the yurt. I feel like maybe it's gotta do something with the machine, but for the life of me, I just can't figure it out. We've messed with the machine a bunch, and every combination of thing that I've tried hasn't really done much of anything.
Hard not to feel intimidated.
You know, what's the thing that we're missing here?
Must clean cabin so nuts get fine.
I gotta go use the bathroom. I'll think about it while I take a pee-pee. I will be right back. Squeegee's on my windshield. Dunking on some nerds. Get dunked on, nerds. Got some Ritz crackers. I don't think it's in here. Threaten him with the knife again. Maybe he'll arrest us.
Since he seems so nice, I doubt I'll be able to cut a deal with him.
Well.
Do I really need a pass?
Indispensable. So cease arguing and keep moving.
Pretty sure we need to melt the wax somehow. Like, that's gonna do something for us. Who can I give this to? Like, there's only so many people we can interact with.
All that I have left of dear Oscar.
Oh. I thought I tried that before. That's not how it looked in the last game. Give him the knife. Stab him. We can't give anything to him. It's like, him and the blacksmith are the only two people I can think that can work on something, but you would think that you would make a...
This forge is magnificent.
No. Yeah, like there's no option that pops up that we can do anything with the blacksmith here. Since when can this happen?
Hello.
Look, Mark, Miss Catwalk. Need something from Forge?
Well, yes, I do. I need a stamp that has the same shape as the Valsambor seal and that I can use with the press at the camp gate.
Complicated. Need model. Tuk tuk. You have that, Miss Catwalk?
Fuck you. I tried talking to him like 3 times and nothing happened. Maybe it was because of where I was standing. Maybe because I was standing off to the side.
Much less junk for Smith.
God damn it. That's so stupid. I think it was our position. Fuck me.
Complicated, complicated. Smith also need wax for mold.
Well, I got you, boss. Found these candles.
Good junk. Stamp ready in not long time.
I swear to God I tried that. I swear. Maybe it was before I had the... Maybe I tried talking to him before I had the stamp thing. Maybe I'm just misremembering things. I could have swore, I think I tried talking to him from over here.
Before Yukos could always use stamp in cabin. Then hey,
and maybe you can't talk to him from over there. Maybe it has to be from this side of the forge.
Yokels wait for Guide Kirk.
Swear to God that I did that already. I just did something wrong in there. My bad. Well, at least I got that quickly. There we go. I'm not happy about that. I swear I talked to that dude. I knew someone had to make the stamp. You know what would have been better? If you show it to the woodworking guy and he goes, nah, I can't do that. Maybe you should show it to the machinist, you know, the forger. Then you go, oh, okay. Cool. That could have been so much easier. Alright, my bad. We got this, though. So we put the stamp in there. Then we lock that bad boy in. Okay. We dip that on over. We back out. We get some sexy ink action on that first. You gotta ink up your stamp, you know. You gotta moisten your stamp. Alright, now we put the pad back down. And we put paper down. We clamp them into position. Okay. We back out again. Now we stampily do. Alrighty. What? You have to take the paper. That's fun. It just kicked me out. You don't belong here. Okay, easy peasy.
Hello, Miss Walker. Very happy to finally catch up with you.
Mr. Canton, what on earth do you want?
To take you back home, whether you like it or not. Come on, give me your hands, please.
Are you high?
I'm not going with you. Do you hear? Leave me alone.
You're alone here without friends or acquaintances, and you have nowhere to go, Miss Walker. So be reasonable. Turn around and hold out your hands. Don't make me use force to restrain you. Mr. Marson? Finally, I have her. Yes, she is safe and sound. I have Miss Walker under control. I'll keep you informed of our progress. It'll take a day or two at most. I suppose there are a few procedural obstacles to overcome before we can leave the country.
Listen, all these things I'm accused of are completely untrue. Hans's murder, embezzlement, it's nonsense. And while we're wasting time here, I can't help the Ukels. And believe me, they really need it.
I am not your enemy, Miss Walker. If you haven't done anything like you say, it's in your interest to go back and defend yourself in court. There's nothing left for you to do here anyway. Not everyone here is your friend in these parts, I'm afraid.
Trick or call for help?
Well, Miss Walker?
Well, all right, Mr. Canton. You win.
I'm glad you're finally being reasonable, Miss Walker. Now we just need to wait for the representative of the regional military authorities for the administrative procedures. I don't think it'll take long to get our papers, so we can leave this place then.
How long do we have to wait? I've been through a lot over the last few months, you know. I'm recuperating. I'm still a bit weak.
Well, it could take a few hours at the outside.
Would you mind bringing me a glass of water? I I don't feel too well. I feel a bit dizzy.
I'd have to leave you here in the meantime. I'm not sure that...
Please, Mr. Canton. I really think I'm going to faint.
Don't worry, Miss Walker. I'll see what I can do. But don't move.
Quick! I have to get free and get out of here while Canton is busy. That's no use to me. A glass bottle. Maybe if I knock it over. Useless. Useless.
Useless.
It didn't break. God, I need to find something else. It looks like it's pretty heavy. Maybe if I give it a little push.
We're just knocking everything over. Oh.
It worked. Now let's have a closer look at these pieces of glass.
Yeah, sit on the glass. Sit on it real good. Yes, good.
I should be able to use it.
I am free. Well, that's what you gotta
Free
do.
at last. All right, let's get out of here before Canton comes back.
Yeah, she was captured forever. Pick up the shards of glass, and if you see him, throw them in his face. I'm trying to run. Okay. We trying. We're fleeing the scene of the crime. Oh, you see that dude perform magic? That lemonade. I'm gonna give him my knife.
Miss Walker! No, wait! I have an arrest warrant for this woman. Arrest her! My pass! Give it back to me! Immediately, you hear?
They kind of are like Ewoks. Move holding a blunt item. Hit certain parts of the background. Like, smoke good blood? Oh. We're at the docks. Do you think we're gonna find some men of the sea? Or seamen? Ha? 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 It would be delightful. Push him.
Are you okay, sir? One more step and you were in the drink.
R-E-N-O.
Pardon?
It's me, Captain Obo. Obo! Proud commander of the just as proud Crystal. So don't you, sir, me.
Well, delighted. Captain, I'm Kate Walker. I'm looking for Steiner's, the clockmaker.
If I fall in the water, sailor, it'll be to go straight to hell. So don't fall in the water, sailor. You understand? Bastard's waiting for me.
Who are you talking about?
The monster of the lake is waiting for us all, miss. Everyone's time comes eventually. To finish the work. Come on, back in the fight. Because you can never lower your guard. Never.
Ah, never. Ah, greaser. Show him the goods. Also a sailor of the land. Prefer to be called a land sailor. Oh, do you think we're going to use the ship to bring the ostriches across? I bet you that's it. We're going to load the ostrich. It's going to be like a cargo ship. And since the lake isn't frozen, we're going to sail the ostriches across in the ship. I bet you. I'll be at your bottom dollar. This is not like we can freeze the lake ourselves.
Believe me, it's a really good thing that the nomads can't just come and go around Valsambor as they please anymore.
My squid is absolutely fresh, miss. Listen, miss, it's fresh.
Listen to the freshness of my squid.
That big boat, the Crystal, it's been rotting at the dock for years.
Things are heating up for Mayor Bulyatin.
I'm sure. Very hot, very heavy.
We're going to see the Nomad Souk. Apparently they have good prices.
Oh, I like prices.
Since the town hall closed the port, we sometimes get the impression we're living in a ghost town.
Ghost town? Did you just say ghost? I ain't scared of no ghost. Isn't that true? I'm scared of all ghosts. Living and dead. Do we get to go hang out in the lighthouse? Oh, fisherman. Fishing with John. Fishing with John. I would also like to fish.
Hi there. Anything biting?
As if. 20 years there's been fewer fish. But sometimes you can get lucky. Go figure. It's really odd.
You seem to know the region well. Maybe you can fill me in a bit. I'd like to know a little bit more about the local legend. I was told that there's a monster down there, living at the bottom of the lake.
It's not a legend.
And how can you be so sure?
Back when, the lake froze over earlier in the season. People would go out and make holes in the ice in the middle of the lake, then fish like that. Sometimes they would even set up these cabins for the winter next to the hole. The old folk always said you should only cut a small hole, just wide enough so the fish could be pulled through when you landed them. No more than that. One day, this guy who was kind of odd cut a really big hole. To make it easier, he said.
In case he caught a really big one. You don't have to believe me, but he's the one who went into the hole. Backwards. Into the depths. In less time than it takes to say it, the monster's arm came through the hole, then dragged the poor guy down to the bottom of the lake. That's why the old folks say never make a big hole in the ice, because of the monster that lurks below.
And how do you know all that?
Because the poor guy was my older brother. And I was fishing just next to him that day. So you think what you want. You have a good day, miss.
A freshwater kraken? I believe him, so do I. He said he was there, and he saw it. That's good enough for me.
It's because of the lake monster that the locks are closed.
Aye, the locks are closed. And they'll never be open again. Oh, Danny, me boy. It's a right sorrowful day. Okay. So, nothing really over there. We could go onto the boat. I don't think we need to go onto the boat. Maybe the clockmaker works in the clock shop. What's up? Snores. Very good. If I have a boat, I'm gonna name it after a stripper too. This is a good name. Crystal. I like that.
Why is access to the boats blocked?
They don't want us boating. We're not boat folk. How'd I get in here? Gotta be boat folk. Boat folk to have a boat. Kate. Alright, let's go in here. I don't know where here is. Oh, the tavern.
Someone stole 3 chickens last night. I bet it was those damn thieving yukels again.
The local watering
we
hole
can't always
full of
accuse the
racists.
foxes. You should go see about complaining to the mayor with all the others.
I'd rather be
I
left
can't
here on my own
understand
if
why
you
those
don't mind,
damn
miss.
savage...
Y'all really racist.
That's the nice man who helped me leave the Yukon camp. I should go thank him.
There's...
Ah, miss, delighted to see that you finally managed to leave the Yukol camp.
Yes, thank you very much for the pass.
Well, now that you're at last here, you'll be able to taste my famous borscht.
It would be my pleasure, but I do have to find Steiner the clockmaker right away.
Simon Steiner? Ah, in that case, you should speak with Sarah, our young waitress. She's his granddaughter.
Simon.
Is Simon Steiner well known here in Valsambur?
For a long time, he was rather popular. You know, he isn't just a clockmaker. He knows everything about mechanical objects. He repaired everything for everybody here in Valsambur. He also designed the amusement park on the other side of the lake with a colleague of his. A French automaton creator, if I remember right. You could say Valsambur owes a lot to Simon Steiner, miss. So when he got sick, I offered to hire Sarah to help a little. You understand?
No. You were saying The amusement park? Go on.
I met that man recently. A certain Captain Obo. He doesn't seem very with it.
And he's been that way for 20 years, miss. 20 years. Can you imagine? He used to command the Crystal, the boat that made the crossing between here and the amusement park, on the other side of the lake. And he wasn't the same man then.
How are things in town? They don't seem to be going that well.
If you ask me, the atmosphere is horrible. At least half the people don't want the U-Calls right at our door. Most of the shopkeepers even made the decision to go on strike over what they saw as unfair competition. Also, Valsambor hasn't been the same in the last 20 years. There it is.
I'm off. Thank you again for your help.
See you soon, miss.
Talk to a waitress. Got it. I love waitress.
All those youngsters trying to act smart to impress the Steiner girl. It really gets to me.
Who's Steiner?
I'd really suggest you steer well clear of Captain Obo, miss. He's always basically drunk as a skunk.
I'm not standing here because I'm happy, you know, miss.
Drunk as a skunk and high as a plane. I'm stuck.
I hope you find the tavern agreeable, miss.
It'd be better if you people weren't here. I mean...
We're pretty lucky with all we've been through. At least we've still got places like this.
Excuse me, please, miss.
Yes?
I'm looking for Simon Steiners.
Simon Steiner is my grandfather. My name is Sarah. Sarah Steiner.
Pleased to meet you, Sarah. I'm Kate Walker. Can you tell me where I can find your grandfather's workshop?
Of course. You'll find his shop is at the end of the alleyway, on the left, just as you leave it, in the main avenue. Can I ask what you want with him? Because he's rather old, you know.
I'm accompanying the Yukel caravan. Apparently your grandfather is supposed to be making a mechanical prosthesis for Kirk, their spiritual chief, who had a bad accident recently. Without the artificial leg, Kirk won't be able to go along with the great migration of his people. And on top of that, the Yukels won't leave without their guide.
You're accompanying the Yukels? My God, you're so terribly lucky. When I was little, Grandfather used to tell me all about their adventures, full of mystery and magic.
I mean, do you want to go? You can come. That cool. That cool. That cool. I could go with a friend. Want to be my friend? Stop slurping your damn soup. I will murder them.
You seem to like the Yukels, Sarah. I get the impression that's rare in Valsambor.
It's true that when it comes to the Yukels, people around here can be a bit silly. They go out of their way to make the nomad scapegoats for all of the town's problems since they got stuck here.
But you don't, do you?
Of course not. Grandfather told me that he has actually seen 3 or 4 of the great ostrich migrations in his lifetime, and he always really respected those strange people. He even made sure I would admire them too, you know.
You ain't slurping? I don't know. That was you? Oh, one of these days.
I guess you're pretty close to your grandfather?
Yes. Of course he can get a bit grumpy, especially the last few years. But he's actually really adorable, and you should see the work he does. Give him a few cogs and springs, and he'll give you some unbelievably incredible invention. He almost makes mechanical objects seem alive.
I see exactly what you mean. I used to know someone like that too.
The only problem we have is that business collapsed when he got sick. I really do believe that if I didn't have the waitressing jobs to make ends meet, we'd probably have to close up shop.
I'm also alive, like a real boy. Ribbit, 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 ribbit is real.
Do you like life in Valsambor?
Oh, there's really not that much to talk about here, you know. I spend all my time here or with Grandfather since he got sick.
There was no one who could keep an eye on him for you?
We can't afford it, I'm afraid. I also think I prefer it this way. My grandfather is my only family.
Thank you for your help.
I'll be stopping in to see Grandfather on my next break. Maybe I'll see you there.
Yes, I hope so. Goodbye, Sarah.
You think she got to give her grandfather sponge baths? Or just baths in general? Think she got to bathe him? She's got to soap up grandpa. Gotta do the old soapy grandpa.
And it's been hard to sell our produce since the port closed. And now those nomads show up and undercut us.
There's something about those nomads at our doors they're not telling us.
The lake is haunted by a demon. It's watching me. Waiting. I can feel it.
Sarah, you ever play Soapy Grandpa?
That shape there in the water. What is it?
Is the Loch Ness Monster. Nestle. Nusty. Ness guy. NES. Super Nintendo. Nessman. Lester. Lester the Loch Ness Monster. That sounds right. Oh, there's that clock
Lost
maniac.
your way, pretty girl?
I did. And thank you for calling me pretty. I appreciate that. It's real nice. Oh, that says Steiner.
Steiner.
Steiner is the name of the knight in Final Fantasy IX, so this is clearly in the same universe. After saving the universe, he settled down and opened up a clock shop. Makes sense. Automaton?
Hello. Are you Mr. Steiner? I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Steiner. My name is Kate Walker, and I've come to pick up the prosthesis for Kirk, the Yukel spiritual guide.
And well, dear Miss Walker, Dr. Efimova has informed me that the young man was not yet in any sort of condition to withstand the operation, and that...
Mr. Steiner, are you all right?
It is impossible. That pendant you have around your neck. I would be very obliged if you would entrust me with it for a moment. Please, Miss Walker.
That's mine. Don't give it to him.
Mein Gott! An XZ-2000 automaton heart in perfect working condition. A compensating spring memory. Pendulum ventricles and small mechanical pumps. Everything seems in excellent condition. Donnerwetter! Where on earth did you steal this, Miss Walker?
I'll kill you. I didn't steal it. None of your damn business. It's a souvenir.
I did not steal it. It's a souvenir. It's all I have left of Oscar, a very dear friend.
Ah, so. And yet I am actually very familiar with this type of precision mechanism. An infernal precision. Incredible, unique expertise. For this was a Vorarlberg automaton, Miss Walker.
Yes. It was Hans Vorarlberg who designed this object. Tell me, did you know him?
Oh, yeah. He even lived here a few years. We did a lot of work together. He taught me so many different things, you know. So it is useless to try and make up silly stories, Miss Walker. And I am afraid that I am not about to allow you to leave here as long as you have not told me the truth about where this object comes from.
I mean, I did. Tell him where to get off. Yeah, get off my ass, bitch. You had cities which had
Well,
ex-adventurers
I'm waiting for
running
any
shops
sort of
and
credible
taverns and
explanation, Miss
RPGs.
Walker.
Okay. Let's talk about Hans.
Oh, don't bother locking me in, Mr. Steiner. If you must know, the truth is that Hans Vorarlberg was someone who was very important to me. I accompanied him on a very strange journey throughout Europe. And that object in your hand is the only souvenir I have of that adventure.
That proves nothing, Himmelherrgott! Hans would never have given this to...
Mr. Steiner, are you all right?
My heart... need... my medication. Quickly!
Okay, give my shit back.
Don't move. I'll go and get your medication right away.
Oh. Yeah, but also give me my shit back.
No medication in sight. A prototype for the clinic aviary?
Make yourself right at home. Don't mind me. I just own the place.
Kirk's prosthesis. But it looks like it isn't finished. A woman's writing saying, "Grandfather, don't forget to take your medication 3 hours before dinner."
You think he was about to bust? Probably. Dirty pervert.
An old press clipping.
Yoink. That's mine's.
Who would store medication in this mess?
I know, right? Probably me, though.
Fantastic.
Probably not the time to be looking at that, though. I really thought it was this box right here.
Kirk's prosthesis. But it looks like it isn't finished.
Hey, right there? He gonna die. Ain't gonna be my fault. Where is it? Couldn't he have just told us? It's in the Urberberber?
Who would store medication in this mess? Still nothing. Who would store medication in this mess?
Maybe he hid it.
Fantastic.
Knife it. Oh, he's so dead. It wasn't here.
All that clattering must get really tiring after a while. Nothing that could help him. No medication. A prescription.
Okay.
That could do him more harm than good.
I don't know what it is.
No way.
Hit him in the face.
No medication. That could do him more harm than good. Nothing that could help him. There's no point.
Do I go, like, get him medicine?
My heart. I need my medication. Quickly.
I got his prescription. Dr. Zamiatine, medical doctor, Punk Sky, Faculty of Medicine, accredited specialist in labor, health, and safety medicine, the Luxembourg Clinic, March 8th, general practitioner, prescription 2 vials of spironolurone, 3 boxes of lasolactide. Recommendations: capsules take daily, preferably at tea time. Found your prescription.
Tea.
Well, it's got to be here. What time is tea time? I don't know what time tea time is. It says preferably at tea time. What time is tea time?
That's not right. Let's try something else. Nothing.
You did. This is not my fault. Definitely not my fault.
A woman's writing saying, "Grandfather, don't forget to take your medication 3 hours before dinner."
When's dinner?
Kirk's prosthesis. But it looks like it isn't finished. Who would store medication in this mess?
He's so dead. Newspaper clipping. Wednesday, April 27th, 1989. North 142, I don't know. The Lake Gazette. Baranor local news. Incident in Baranor nuclear plant. Authorities downplay effects. Tempest in a teapot was how the mayor of Baranor, Anatoly Mikhailov, described the incident yesterday that has worried the communities around the local nuclear power plant. I spoke personally with Viktor Radislavovich, director of the plant. Immediately after I was informed by my constituents complaining of noise, he stated, and I can assure you that he satisfactorily answered all of my questions. In a word, all is well. Indeed, it would seem that a minor technical incident was at the origin of the alarm. A power test conducted on reactor number 3 at 1:23 a.m. caused planned radiolysis of the cooling water, which in turn caused small, inconsequential detonations that were sufficiently loud to lead nearby inhabitants to legitimately react. As for rumors of underground flooding and a fire raging in the facility, Mayor Mikolyov was both firm and reassuring. Spreading rumors like that is purely and simply anti-patriotic, he said pointedly. Given the importance of nuclear energy for the economy and industry of our beautiful region, do you really think we would take an accident lightly if it were as serious as the rumors say? And the town councilor added, the reality is that the current systems in the plant are so sophisticated that an accident, and by accident I mean a major one, is statistically almost impossible. When we contacted him, Director Rostislavovich concurred. He also confirmed that he had been in touch with the Energy Ministry, which in the event saw no reason to worry. Vladimir Malkyov, permanent correspondent. Record number of visitors for the Barnor amusement park by 50,000. That's how many entry tickets have been bought for the Barnor amusement park since it opened last year. Peter Ulyakin, newly re-elected mayor of Valesembor, is delighted at the impact of the region that this ice fishing drama conclusions of the inquest last winter stirred emotions up all over. Leo Narishkin, out of the lake to do a little ice fishing with his little brother, drowned tragically when he fell through the ice. The inquest was concluded that it was an accident, despite the testimony of the victim's little brother, who claimed that. So this says 123? 123? Tempest in a teapot? One 123? Oh, that's the crystal. It also looked like I needed like a cup or something, right? This guy's dead. Hey, my heart! Maybe we have to go into town and fill his prescription. Oh, we're locked in here, right? We can't leave. And you already know.
A prototype for the clinic aviary?
I'm just dying here.
Empty. No medication in sight.
Can I go get your medicine?
So, you would abandon me to my fate?
No. I'm trying to help you find your shit.
All that clattering must get really tiring after a while.
Whoa, why did it warp all the way over there? This doesn't control how you think it should. 123. When is tea time? I don't know. Noon? Three hours before dinner? When do you eat dinner?
That could do him more harm than good. No medication. There's no point. Nothing that could help him. That could do him more harm than good. No way. Nothing that could help him. No medication.
Probably at tea time, but we don't have anything that says tea time. Ooh, here we go. Empty cup. Okay.
Empty.
This old dude did. I don't know when tea time is. Like, when do you have tea time? Noon? This doesn't control right. Noon. Uh, 1:30, 1:15. Now. Three hours before dinner. 3 p.m. You eat dinner at 3 p.m. You don't eat dinner at 3 p.m. You eat dinner at early bird. One. Two. This dude's so dead. 3. Three hours before dinner. 4. You eat dinner at 4. I don't know when you eat dinner. None of this is helpful. It said 1. Ow. Tempest in a teapot. That's the only thing that I got from that. 1:23 a.m. One, two, three. When do you eat dinner, man?
All that clattering must get really tiring after a while.
Look at me. Are you satisfied? I just can't handle any aggravation anymore.
I wasn't aggravating you. You aggravated me. And this is aggravating me more.
A prototype for the clinic aviary?
Ding dong, ding dong. I can't stab it. Is past 1:23. I don't know when tea time is. Is this something I should know as a human being? When people drink tea, is there a time of day that people are like, "Yo, it's time for tea"?
Who would store medication in this mess?
What the hell tea time is?
Still nothing.
I know. Looks like there's a button here on the side.
Fantastic.
Ain't nobody know when tea time is. 4 p.m. No one drinks it at 4 p.m. That's absurd. I think I already tried 4 p.m. on the thing. Old dude is just
Who would
dead.
store medication in this mess?
Old dude is just dead. Can he just die and then we can take the leg and just move on? Did like the daughter say she was gonna be home at a certain time and I just don't remember? I wasn't paying 100% attention. I mean, we got the cup. It's definitely something. Apparently 5 p.m. So you're not dead?
Thank you for your precious help, my dearest Miss Walker. I'm afraid I may have judged you somewhat hastily.
Don't mention it, Mr. Steiner. Tell me about the prosthesis. I need to take it back to Kirk very quickly, if, of course, you agree to let me have it.
Yeah. I just have a few small adjustments to make. It involves very precise and meticulous mechanics, understand?
Will it take long? I'm sorry to insist, but I also have to give a hand to those unfortunate Yukels. I need to help them get across the lake with their herd of ostriches. I'm so worried about them.
Once the mechanical leg is at last ready, I can go to the clinic and bring back young Kirk to you. That way you only have to worry about what happens to the other Yukels.
You owe me. Thank you.
You'd do that, Mr. Steiner? That would really be a great help.
So, perfect. But dear Miss Walker, are you aware of what lies in store for the nomads when they reach the other side of the lake?
What on earth's the matter, Mr. Steiner?
The next stage of your journey is the poor, cursed town of Baranor. It has become hell on earth since the time of the last great ostrich migration.
Please join me downstairs for a moment, Miss Walker. I'll show you exactly what I mean.
So he eats dinner at 8 p.m.? I figure he was like an early bird, you know? Old people be eating dinner all kinds of early, right? Because they go to bed at like 6. It's 6 p.m. I'm for bed.
11 hours time difference. Like for New York.
Right? There was nothing in here that hinted at anything. Maybe the daughter said. I thought she said she was going to be over on her break, but maybe the daughter said something, you know?
A prototype for the clinic aviary?
Stab it. Guess we don't stab it. Can we rob his till? No? Dang it. Oh, but now we can, like, properly look around. Hammer? Gear? Movie! Oh! I hope it's a snuff film. I mean, I hope it's a snuff film. You know it's buried in there. That is some nasty pornography. This is some nasty pervy porno. You know it. You know it. He's like, come down into my basement and I'll show you a movie, little girl.
Tools that would have suited Hans.
Are you freak? I want to see your weird snuff film shit.
Kirk's prosthesis. But it looks like it isn't finished.
You can't make me watch your nasty homemade weird movies. What's up?
Look just next to the films there, Miss Walker. You should find a film on Baranor.
Mm-hmm. It'd be kind of cool to have your own, like, projector in the basement. I could get down with that.
The film's missing.
What? The film's missing? I found it. Blam.
Baranor, the cursed city. Baranor, the martyred town. Baranor has been nothing but a field of ruins and desolation since a week after the explosion of reactor number 3 in the nuclear power plant. Baltimore is on the other side of the lake, sheltered from the prevailing winds, and fortunately it seems to have been spared from the deadly radioactive clouds. Our town was mobilized to go to the aid of our neighbors. Although our town's means were modest when compared to such a catastrophe, there were nonetheless among us some brilliant mechanical engineers. In record time, they developed a small army of automatons capable of helping the affected people. Those men and dogs of steel could go where a human could no longer set foot without becoming seriously ill. Over there, they could be excavators, rescue workers, and treasure bearers.
Oscar! They all look like him.
Truly magnificent pieces, Nishtvar. The XZ-2000 model is most assuredly one of Hans's major masterpieces.
Their mission was to bring back any survivors of the catastrophe to Baltimore, where the victims would receive the best care in Dr. Zamyatin's clinic. The Crystal, the ferry usually responsible for linking the towns of Baltimore and Baranor every day, carried the new type of rescuers to the scene of the drama, and brought back the survivors of the catastrophe.
So Baranor suffered the ravages of a nuclear accident. But according to that film, the automatons you designed with Hans should have helped save lots of lives, right?
I'm afraid that's not how things went. Because of Captain Obo, who... Ah, that must be Sarah. Please come this way, Miss Walker. I'll introduce you.
Cool, 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 cool.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Cool, 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 cool.
Miss Walker, may I introduce you to Sarah, my granddaughter?
We've actually already met. Haven't we, Sarah?
I actually owe Miss Walker a candle. Thanks to her calmness and peace of mind, I'm still here and on my feet. She found my medication and gave it to me before it was too late. Donnerwetter.
You don't mean you had another attack, do you? Ah, you're being so very naughty, Grandfather. You absolutely must let Dr. Zamyatin examine you.
Come on, stay calm, my little child. When I go to the clinic to take the prosthesis to the young Yukol, I'll stop by and see the good doctor. Until then, why don't you make yourself really useful to Miss Walker? She's looking for some way to transport the Yukol caravan to the other side of the lake.
Well, I think I've already found the solution. The boat in the film, the Crystal, it must be the ship that's docked in the port. If it was able to transport the automatons you and Hans built, it could carry the ostriches across the lake.
Ah, that's not a bad idea. But unfortunately, there's a slight problem of size, dear Miss Walker.
What do you mean, size? Captain's a drunkard. Which?
What on earth do you mean?
Obo became a poor wreck when he simply abandoned our automatons in Baranor. The coward now drowns his sorrows in vodka. He's convinced that he fled because of the monster in the lake. Heh! Apparently, the imbecile saw the monster, Himmelgott. So he went back on his tracks, abandoning all the automatons in Baranor, as well as the people they were there to rescue.
Grandfather, I know you're still really angry with Captain Obo because he abandoned the automatons that you built with your friend Hans in Baranor. He was supposed to wait for them. They were going to take all the survivors they found in the rubble to the boat and then bring everyone here to safety in Valsambor. But in the end, when he got to the beach at Baranor and saw the disaster and all the dead, he became really afraid. The disease, the radiation, he must have had an uncontrollable panic attack, so he immediately turned back, dumped the machines on the crystal into the lake, and came back empty-handed to Valsambor. And the automatons have been there ever since, in hell. But who knows? Maybe today he'll want to sell. I'm sure Kate will be capable of convincing him to help the Ukels. I have to go do my waitressing shift in the tavern. Come by and see me later on, okay? Captain Obo will be there.
Automatons.
All right, then. I'll try and convince Captain Obo. Thank you for everything, Mr. Steiner.
I don't know if I really should wish you good luck, dear Miss Walker. Baranor is only an open grave now.
Automatons. Assemble. England? What's that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Somebody who loses in the World Cup all the time? This is probably who they are. That's probably it. Who this guy? What's up?
Impossible, I don't believe it. He forgot to leave it open again.
Yeah, they should have left it open. What? Left what open? The wall of tree wall?
Welcome to our humble Valsambor funicular station, miss. I'm afraid you'll have to wait a bit before you can go up to the clinic. Traffic has been halted this morning, and now there's a rather progressive return to service.
And another Pete Rock and Common album. Do they have an album coming out together?
When they shut the funicular down this morning, it created chaos.
Chaos.
Let Steiner take the prosthesis. I have enough to do with the lake crossing.
I'll have to check it out. I saw the new Rakim Corrupt and Mastakilla. I saw that. They were alright. You were sad? What are you sad?
It's kicking off near the town hall.
I don't like that new waitress working in the tavern at all.
Like a stroke or something? He looks like insanely skinny. Definitely got sick of something. My first thought was, oh god, he's got like AIDS or cancer? Like what the hell? He looks like... I don't know, man. It was the worst rap you've heard in a minute. Yeah, he looked off. Maybe he's recovering from something.
No Ukels in Valsambor!
from my since those savages showed up.
If you were only here to see this, Oscar.
Like he needed a gig quick? I don't know.
The shopkeepers have had enough.
You should have seen it back when the fort was still open and booming. You'd never even heard of a strike.
Close the Nomad Souk! Throw them all out or...
Excuse me. What's happening here?
Isn't it obvious? We're demonstrating against having the Yukon nomads parked on our doorsteps.
But what for?
Since they came to Valsambor, there's been no end to the shoplifting and vandalism, and on top of that, their souk is taking our customers. Mayor Bulyakin has to do something, and fast. We're not leaving until he receives our delegation.
But why won't the mayor talk to you?
Because he's a schmuck. He wants the nomads to continue their migration as much as us, but he's too afraid of annoying his higher-ups. And while he's gaining time by playing both sides of the board, we're watching our sales go through the floor.
The authorities are asking the mayor to prevent the migration from continuing? They want the Yukos to stay blocked in Valsambor?
That's what people are saying, but if you want my opinion, the only thing the mayor is waiting for is someone to get rid of those savages without him having to get his hands dirty.
God, they are awful people.
The shopkeepers are on strike for the first time in ages. That's not good business for anyone, if you want my opinion.
They said theft is up, but, like, who's stealing? I don't think the Yukos are stealing from people, right? As your new mayor, go back to work. Raken's verse was good? It was alright. I didn't think anybody's verse was exceptionally great. I didn't think anybody's verse was terrible either. Corrupt has been working on an album with Daz. DPG is supposed to be, like, releasing new material. Corrupt took you right out of it. I didn't think it was that bad. I definitely thought he looked kind of not great, but I didn't think his verse was bad. I didn't think it was, like, mailed in or anything. Maybe I have to go back and listen to it again. I just thought that was cool. I was like, oh shit. East Coast and West Coast, hell yeah. Like, I like Corrupt. That guy always brings it. That's something that I've always been impressed over him for. Like, everybody gets like 16 bars and Corrupt does like 64. And you're like, dude, he just did an entire song. He just went for like 3 minutes where everybody else got 30 seconds.
Everyone's been surly the last few months.
Yeah, I guess so.
Looking for cigars or some hooch? I'm even cheaper than the nomads.
You trying to sell me some backdoor hooch? Wait, where are you keeping it? In your pants? I got no hooch. Like Tone Loker, Young MC level? No. It was not that bad. You take that back. It was definitely not that bad.
Living here is unbearable sometimes of late.
I don't have any coins. Too bad. I don't have any coins. Too bad.
Bust a Move's a great song. Don't you go hating on that. Now name another one. I don't know. He had a couple of other songs. I don't remember them off the top of my head, clearly because Bust a Move is a standout track. Funky Cold Medina. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow.
A tavern.
Wild Thing. But Funky Cold Medina and Wild Thing are the exact same song. As far as I'm concerned. They're the same song.
Go speak with young Sarah. She could help you.
I think she's broken.
The captain is just there, next to the fireplace.
I know. I'm gonna go talk to him.
Captain Obo?
What do you want?
Make love. I mean, hedge? Push? Argue? Hedge? How we gonna hedge him? He got some bets?
I'm
Hedge your
Captain
bets.
Obo, and I command this here crystal. She's a damn fine boat.
Argue? Push? I'ma hedge him.
May I sit down for a second?
Go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry to impose, but I actually really...
You know, you kind of remind me of someone. The wife of the quartermaster that served on board the Crystal after the war. Do you realize he got married to the first cousin of the wife of a machinist?
Oh, okay. That's all really interesting, but what I wanted to ask...
That's a really great story, really. Because, did you know? So there. So the guy answers, I don't know nothing, Captain. Turns out he was hiding in the broom closet. Hilarious. Irina, the wife of the quartermaster, her name was Irina Malevna. Crazy how much you look like her.
Oh, gee, it's getting late. I have to go. You can finish telling me the story another time, Captain Obo.
The lake is haunted by a demon. It's watching me. Waiting. I can feel it.
That shape there in the water, what is it?
Hedge, edge, goon. This is a big old lore dump, and we fast forwarded it.
All those youngsters trying to act smart to impress the Steiner girl. It really gets to me.
Is everything okay, Kate?
Not really. I'd like to ask Captain Obo if the Yukon caravan can go on board his boat to cross over to Baranor. But I can't get a straight answer. He's completely sloshed.
I'm sorry, miss, but I really think you're wasting your time. He's getting drunk again to forget his crimes, like he always does. To forget he wasn't brave the way a captain should be. Can you believe it? In Baranor, he just picked up and abandoned his passengers. And I know, he'll never want to see that cursed place again.
I'm not sure that's true, lad. Even if he does drink a lot, the captain's a pretty good guy. Say the right thing, and you may be able to convince him.
If I'm ever lucky enough to find him sober, even for a moment, I need that drunkard to listen to me.
Maybe I can help you with that. I'll make him one of my famous small restoratives. After that, he'll want to sleep for 3 days, but at least his mind will be clear.
Thanks.
I'd really appreciate that. Thank you so much, both of you.
Don't mention it. The way the Yukols are treated here is an absolute disgrace, so if we can help out...
Ooh, we can talk to him. Okay. What do you know about crystal meth?
Has Captain Obo taken the crystal out of port since leaving Baranor?
He's been far too drunk ever since then for that.
And anyway, the port's been closed since the tragedy of Baranor 20 years ago.
Do you think the crystal is still in sailing condition after all this time?
I'm sure there'll be a few repairs to do, but Obo never stopped keeping it in shape, you know. He loves his boat, despite everything.
Good, good. What about the captain's light?
Do you know why Captain Obo fled Baranor?
He must have been completely traumatized by what he saw there. The catastrophe, the victims, and then the radiation. He unloaded the automatons on the beach, but he didn't expect they'd bring the survivors back right then. He just cracked, completely snapped. Full astern and goodbye all. Can you even imagine?
Afterwards, he came up with that story of a sea monster appearing and attacking his boat.
Yes, the old legend of the monster of the lake. Convenient, isn't it?
Now about the automatons. Automatons. Automatons, assemble!
Who knows what became of the victims and automatons the captain abandoned?
No, everybody hates the captain for that. But nobody volunteered to take the helm of the crystal in his place to pick up the survivors. If there are any left in Baranor. They're all dead now, that's for sure.
Grandfather says that the automatons would have broken down really quickly with nobody to maintain them.
Go see the captain. Sarah will bring you the restorative when it's ready.
Automatons. Automatons. Now, what about his flight? With a capital PH. Flight. Oh, brown drink. Green drink? Green drink.
Take this, Captain. This one's on the house.
My God! This pisswater unbattens the hatches, swabs the deck, and opens the portholes. Hello, miss.
My name is Kate Walker, Captain Obo. We met each other earlier.
To what do I owe the honor of your presence at the table of the regrettably famous Captain Obo?
That worked really fast. I want to coax. Oh, coax. Ooh, coaxy, coaxy, coaxies. 2 cokes, please.
I'm listening, miss.
Feel you blasted through the first 2 titles? That or they're short? Yeah, they're relatively short. He admitted the drink gaped him. Oh, with a maul.
So what? Nothing more to add, then?
I'm gonna coax you. Hold on. I need to lubricate to coax.
This is good news, Captain. You're back at the starting block again. You have a new beginning, a new dawn.
Now that's a good show of spirit, Miss Walker. What'll you be having now? It's my round.
Oh, I need you. Balasembor needs you. I mean...
So what? Nothing more to add, then?
I need you.
I'd rather you listen to me. You're my only hope of finding a solution to my problem.
Do tell me about it, please, miss.
Because the Yukels and their ostriches are stuck here in Valsumbor. It's causing a serious problem among the people in your community. Plus, the nomads have to continue their great journey. Only you, Captain Obo, can defuse the situation by taking them on board the crystal.
You're very wrong, Miss Walker. Everybody will tell you that I'm incapable of giving a hand to anyone.
Yes, but I believe in you. Idiots can say what they want.
It's true, people are quick to judge. But they're not the ones who went to Baranor like you did. They can't teach you anything about being brave.
Maybe. So tell me, where do you actually want to go then, miss?
Baranor? You're not gonna like it.
To Baranor.
I'm a broken man because of what I saw back there that night, miss. A sad wreck of a man, really. And you're asking me to go back. Back there. Back to hell. I saw the hellish red eyes of the monster of the lake. Beast as big and long as my boat. Ask your Yukel friends what they think about it. They call it the Kilak, the evil spirit of the lake. The devil guarding the doorway to hell.
Well, let's just look at it like a second chance. What do you say?
No. Never.
Preach? I'm gonna play on his pride. preach. We gotta get on our soapbox. I didn't bring my soapbox.
In that case, I'll buy the crystal.
What makes you think she's up for sale?
You've left her in the port to rot. She's completely run down. You haven't the money to keep her shipshape. I have money, and I need that ferry.
She's a ferry, not a liner. And the girl wants to take the helm of the crystal. Now I've heard everything.
I know that if the proud crystal had an equally proud commander at her helm, things would go better. But as you don't want to go on a voyage...
All right, all right. You can get your gang of little savages and board the crystal. I'll take you.
Oh, thank you, Captain, really, with all my heart. And thank you on behalf of the Yukels.
Oh, but be careful now, Captain Girl. You're not there yet. There are 2 conditions, and they aren't negotiable. First, we stop by Narodoth. It's a little town just a bit south of Baranor. That will mean we avoid the most radioactive zones, but it won't actually take you too far off your path. And second, we also sail by day. I'm not going to finish up on the lake monster's plate. And it sleeps during the day. The beast is usually a bit of a night owl anyway.
I accept, Captain Obo.
In that case, all hands on deck now, sailor, because we've got work to do before we can hoist the anchor.
Come on, Kate. You hurry off and meet with the captain before he changes his mind. I'll go tell Grandfather to join you on board the Crystal with Kirk.
Thank you, Sarah.
Easy. Like lubing your O-rings. We just greased that guy's wheels.
So you finally managed to convince old Obo. Good going.
I know.
I was sure the captain would end up by saying yes.
I know. Everyone says yes to me. Doi. A doi. Who wouldn't say yes? Say yes to the dress. Alright, this is my boat now. I'm captain. My name is Captain Pajamas. And everyone here, when you're on this boat, you must wear your pajamas. The pajama party boat. I'm stuck. Forever. Why they got all these chairs like that? You gonna have an assembly? All students report to the assembly room.
Nobody.
What? Nobody. Yeah. What's up, nerd?
All right, Captain. How are the preparations going?
There's quite a bit of work to do before we can hoist the anchor, Miss Kate.
Can I help?
Maybe I can help you out with something.
Well, the coal needs to be stocked up. As for myself, I'll look after getting the water tanks ready to be filled. Take this. It's the code you need for entering the hangar where the coal is kept. You actually need it to use the crane to load the coal onto the crystal. Don't forget to open the storage hatchway first.
What now? Do you have any bilge? I would like a bilge.
How do I open the hatchway to the coal storage on the crystal?
Just turn the wheel on the ship's bridge, sailor.
Turn bridge ship. Got it. Wait, what? Where's the wheel?
What do I need to do in the hangar?
That's where you'll find all the coal you need for the crystal. One container should just about be enough. And don't forget to use the entry code for the crane that I just gave you.
What do I need the crane for?
This here is for loading all the coal you get from the hangar onto the ship. Use the code I gave you so that you can access the control post.
I'll take care of that, Captain.
We need to set sail as soon as possible, so better hurry up.
But why male models? This is really good. That's one of the funniest things I think Ben Stiller has ever said in his entire life. And to think that that was like a improvisation, damn fine. Damn fine. But why male model? I just... Yeah. Okay, it is like completely dark down here. I can't see anything down there. I need some lights. I gotta turn some shit. I gotta open a hatch. You think this is the hatch? I do it? I did it. You should give me a reward. Do 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 do. Yeah. Take out my trash. Yeah, that was the Zelda success sound of my mouth. Mouthily successful. Is this it right here? Crane me up. Up crane. I'm talking about up crane. 050G. Got it. Asterisk. Why is there an asterisk? A, B, okay, 0, 5, 0, 9. Asterisk. Nice guess. Wow, I know, I'm pretty smart. Sure. That needed to be done. Whee! Whee! Okay, what now? What? What? Maybe we need to stop at a different one?
It doesn't work. Not a chance. Impossible.
Okay. I guess it's impossible and not a chance. No chance at romance. Last chance at the dance. Oh! I got a choot. Yo, big choot time. Do the graphics seem a little dated for 2017, or are you being snobby? Yeah, they're probably not the greatest graphics for 2017. I don't think it looks terrible. But yeah, maybe not the best. It's definitely from, you know, a more indie budget studio, so... And they're not terrible, but they're definitely not great either. I concur. Shoot. Oh, extendo shoot. Nice. Okay, there was no coal there. I suppose that's it. Yeah. I suppose so. As long as the game's amusing and fun. I think I definitely think the first two games had something unique going on for them for sure. I like pre-rendered. She fit that in her pocket? I don't know. She's just carrying it around. Shoot. Ah, shoot. Haha. Shoot. Shoot. No, she's got a lot of stuff in her pocket. She's got magical pockets, as most people do in adventure games. Oh, there we go. Jackpot. Nice.
Come on. Oh, gosh.
Okay, so she can't move it herself anymore. It's too heavy. Makes sense. Now we need this car. This buggy. Dude. It's buggy time, baby. We got any instructions? What's this? feel like it should come with instruction. How does one operate a buggy? Is broken. Are you break it? I don't need no instructions to know how to rock, but I do need instructions to know how to drive the buggy. I don't know how that thing goes forward. No, I don't need that. Well, I'm gonna beat something with this? What are we doing? I got a crowbar? Hell yeah. No. No, it needs to be the other way. What do I hit with it? I can just, it's like Silent Hill. Do we just equip and swing? Why did she do that?
Come on. Oh, gosh.
Why am I hitting stuff with this stick? I mean, why not? Like, the coal was stuck, but it's not stuck anymore, right? Can I hit the buggy? It looks like there's instructions there, or at least there were. I don't get it. What? What? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I ripped the button off.
I should be able to put this button onto something else.
Okay. But now, Crane? Uh, 0, 5, 0, 9. Genius. What? Why is the camera like this? Okay, so what's happening? Oh, that was the wrong way. Dangle, dangle. Okay, good, good.
No point wasting the coal by emptying it here.
What, for real? No.
No point wasting the coal by emptying it here.
Oh, I get it. There we go.
No point wasting the coal by emptying it here.
Got it.
Apparently you did a very good job loading all the coal, Kate.
It was easy baby game, Mr. Obo, Captain Obo.
Right. Everything's ready, so we can start filling the water tank. Now we need to connect the water tower to the crystal, then climb up there to manually activate the water flow mechanism.
I'll go.
Let me guess, you're counting on me?
When you're finished, come and see me on board. There's still a lot to do before we're shipshape.
So he said to connect the hose first, right? On ship? Then climb the tower? Man, look at all this manual labor they got me doing. What are we, roofers? Ah, it wasn't open. Now it's open for receiving. Insertion. Insertion. We have committed insertion. Very good. Very wink good. Wink very wink good. Skloosh. Ejection. Okay. Do I have to move it out of the way? Or are we good? No? Back to the captain then, I guess? It's just gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's cool. It's gone. Thought I saw like the bottom half of a severed body. Am I crazy? This isn't a horror game. I swear that I saw some like leg bones, man. Ooh.
It looks like it needs repairs. Too bad.
Oh, it's a phonograph? This is neat. I don't think I saw that the first time we came here. I thought we were just forced to walk up the sets of stairs.
I took care of the water, Captain. Everything went smoothly. Is everything okay?
No. The ignition key for the crystal. I can't find it anywhere. Without it, we can't even start.
Well, that's not good. You've been drinking! Calm down. People love it when you tell them to calm down, especially when they're panicking and having
So
a
what?
rough time.
Nothing more to add, then?
Come on, just relax. The key has to be around here somewhere.
Good Lord. Now I remember. 20 years ago, when I got back from Baranor without the automatons, everybody was really very hard on me, you know.
Captain, I don't really see what you...
So I spent the whole night in the tavern. You should have seen the state I was in when I got back to the Bridge of the Crystal, and... And then I threw the crystal's ignition key into the water. I swore I'd never set sail on the cursed waters of the lake again.
That's cool. We can just hotwire it, right? Ships are simple. You just get the red wire and the blue wire and you lick them and then you magic, right? What about Steiner's model?
I saw a model of the crystal at Simon Steiner's. Is he the one who designed the ship?
Yes, of course.
Maybe he could be of some help then.
Maybe. Who knows?
Especially the gargles out. Yeah.
So that's it? The ignition key is lost forever?
Yeah. I'm afraid so. I'm really sorry, Kate, but we're stuck. I've made a complete mess of everything again. Again.
There has to be a duplicate for the key.
I don't know. At any rate, when Steiner finished building the crystal, he only actually gave me the one.
Don't be so hard on yourself, Captain. I'll find a solution to the key problem.
If you say so.
She's so positive, so optimistic. I'd be like, well, the glass is empty. We're screwed. And she's like, dude, I got this. Don't worry.
It's all a wreck.
Okay, I need some bubblegum, some masking tape, a paperclip, and a bobby pin. And possibly, some bran muffins. Been kind of congested. Alright, so we gotta go talk to the clockwork man. Clock guy. And she did not find the key. She probably didn't. Let's just dive into the water. How cold can it be? Polar bear, right? Join the polar bear club. Everyone wants to be part of the polar bear club. Some weird hitches here and there. Syberia, not Syberia. Exactly. They're two different things. I think we're actually in Russia. That's why everyone has a German accent. It's Brecken Z. Dick.
Kate, how are the preparations with the captain coming along?
We're making progress, but actually we need some help from your grandfather. Is he here?
He just left for the clinic with the artificial leg he made for the Yuko guide, Kirk. I'm minding the shop until he gets back. Maybe I can help you with something?
Yeah. I'm gonna explain the situation right quick.
It seems the captain has misplaced the ignition key for the crystal, and without it we won't be able to leave. So as it was your grandfather who designed the crystal, I figured he just might have a duplicate.
I have to admit, I don't see where you could get one of those. Apart from the model downstairs, I don't think he kept a lot of souvenirs of the time when he built the crystal.
Would you mind if I had a look?
Of course not. Here, take this. It'll let you look at the model close up.
Duplicate. Duplicate. Cause we're Kate.
The model of the crystal is downstairs.
The model I'm looking for is up here. This is why nobody likes you, Serial. Yeah. Yeah. Probably. Is this where we commit insertion with the key? I get to be cranky? No.
Fantastic.
Fantastical. Oh, there's words. Yeah, read the words. The Crystal, ferry to Baranur. Inaugurated by Mayor Peter Buliakine. I don't know how to say that. Buliakine. Buliakine. After exactly 2 years and 98 days of labor, the 60-meter-long industrial jewel required the continuous support of over 80 automaton workers. I'm sorry, automaton workers. At the inauguration of the masterpiece, its creator, Simon Steiner, said these words: "If I had to sum it up, I would tell you that to overcome the difficulties inherent in such an enterprise, it is always good to add up certain skills that we have, and, when the need arises, to know how to think backwards." That was gibberish. Wise words that quite simply will still ring true 30 years from now. The grateful town of Valsambor. What is that? Poppycock. Oh, I don't know what this is. 10, 30, 50, 70, 90? What day? What day? After exactly 2 years and 98 days of labor. $30 from now. 2002? So 1978?
Fantastic.
I don't know. This is so awkward. I have no idea what I'm doing with that. Key blank. I'm making a key?
That's not right.
Could be right.
Let's try something else. Not a chance. It doesn't work.
We need another key. So that's where we put, like, the actual key. So we can't make the copy yet. So that's not correct.
So, Steiner had the time to finish the prosthesis. Perfect. Tools that would have suited Hans.
What about that article we got? '89. Arnor Amusement Park. I mean, it says 30 years from now, but that doesn't mean that it was today. I don't know. I don't know when it was. That's what we need. 89. I don't think any article we have there is going to be helpful. Let's go talk to Sarah and see if she's got, like, anything that can help us up. I'm not quite sure. Ain't too bad when you're just watching, right?
This ignition key in the model must be the only existing duplicate now.
All that clattering must get really tiring after a while.
You're tiring after a while. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing there. There's a bunch of numbers, but I don't know what good that does me. I don't know what I'm attempting to do there. Like, I'm winding a wheel, and God, it controls terrible, man. 30. $30 lowered it a little. Is there any other information there? 2 years, 98 days. We could try 2 and 98. Know how I'll do that. $30. Why is 30 the first one? What if I just go to 30 again? I did 20. Maybe we could brute force this a little bit. Oh my god, man, this is awful. 30. 40? No. $60. $30. And $70. $30. $80. 30, 80. $90? So why 30 and 80? $30 If I had to sum it up, I would tell you that to overcome the difficulties inherent in such an enterprise, is always good to add up certain skills that we have. When the need arises, know how to think backwards. What am I adding here? 30, 80, then 98, then 2? 30, 80, 98, 2? Maybe 100? Okay, I think maybe we got this. So 30, 80, 100? $30. 80. Think backwards. Can't do 98 and 2. They're divisible by tens. You can't do 98. 2 years. $50. What? Yeah, they're definitely... His speech is what's giving us the clue here. If I had to sum it up, I would tell you that to overcome the difficulties inherent in such an enterprise, it is always good to add up certain skills that we have, and when the need arises, know how to think backwards. That's why it's 30, 80, 60. 60. 30, 80, 60, then maybe 100. Alright. I overlooked that. $30. $80. It was not 80? This is so awkward. Okay. $60. And then what I'm assuming is maximum. Cool. That was clever. We did a little bit of brute force, but then we kinda figured out what they wanted. Yeah, because I was sitting there like, that's the most gibberish saying I've ever heard. That makes no sense, right? Because it's fucking Clue.
An ignition key. but it looks far too small for the crystal.
Alright, so then we put that. We come over here. We go here. I think we insert you into there. Okay. And that's going to tell the machine where to make its cuts and stuff, I guess. What's this? What?
The duplication worked, but I get the impression it's not the right size.
Do we need 200%? Or 150? Let's do 200. Alright, that's cool. I mean, we'll figure this out. I have no idea how big this thing is. Like, how many times larger are we supposed to make it? I don't know. Twice? Go with twice. I think we got it.
It looks like it worked.
All right.
So, Steiner had the time to finish the prosthesis. Perfect.
All right. That was some good movement. I know, right? All them jiggles and jostles, jiggles and jostles, jostles and jiggles. You got to jiggle and jostle. Stab it. Very good. Very good. I fixed it.
Don't worry. As soon as Grandfather gets back here with Kirk, I'll tell them to join you straight away on the crystal.
No one wants you there, Sarah. Also, thank you for being so helpful. I very much appreciate it. You're very kind. The big oof. Oofing and a goofing. Everyone was thinking it. I know. Everyone was thinking it anyways. We were just the rude ones that said it out loud. Doing her a favor? Oh, for reals. For reals. You know, if you know that now, then maybe you can change. Maybe you can change for the future. Future changes. Become what everyone wants from you, not what you want to be. It's gross. You see, look, there's bones there. What's this? Leg bones. Drippy leg bones. You got some drippy leg bones? I'm about to do some magic.
Fantastic, Kate. I have to admit, you really know how to get things done.
Doy. Do you need anything else?
Thank you, Captain. Are there any other preparations to carry out?
There's just one last problem to solve. The locks we need to use to get out onto the lake. They're shut by order of the town hall. You have to find some way to get them open.
What do you suggest?
The best thing to do is to ask Mayor Bulyakin for the authorization to reopen them. But just to give you fair warning, he's about as straight as a crooked waterspout, so you mind him. Or you could just get a hold of some explosives and then kaboom!
First, I'll try talking to the mayor. Thanks, Captain.
I like the kaboom part. I want to do that one. Also, we have a big-ass boat. Just ram it.
Watch out for Mayor Bulyakin.
Why? Is he a naughty man? Is he quite the scoundrel, the scallywag? I also am a scoundrelous scallywag. Scoundrelous. She's so scoundrelous. She's so scoundrelous. Scoundrelous. She's so scoundrelous. We scoundrelous. We embroiled in many scandals. Scoundrels. Embroiled in scoundrels. Dude, how do you get embroiled in scoundrels? You ever been embroiled? And how long do you embroil for?
My dear friends, keep calm. Please, keep calm. I beg of you.
We'll calm down when we get what we want.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nomad's out.
Oh, no, that's not what I want.
Right now, or the strike will get worse.
Yeah, kick him
I know
out.
just what you mean, my dear friends, and...
It's all words. We want action.
Listen, my dear friends, I'm ready to work with you to find solutions to your very legitimate concerns. And starting tomorrow, I'll receive your delegation.
Yeah, you better. And don't try outsmarting us.
I'm about to give him some delegation
Just
right
trust
now.
me and
Oh, disperse. Disperse. Disperse.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes? What now?
Yank his beard. Sorry for bothering you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Please forgive me for intruding like this without an appointment at all, but I'd just like to start up by saying thank you for your time. I know how precious it is.
You are completely forgiven, my dear lady. How can I help?
Dude, no, she wants to extend your car warranty.
Open the locks in the port?
I beg your pardon? Did you say the locks? What on earth for?
Dude, she totally wants to sell you a car warranty extension. Thank you for picking up the phone. And first off, let me say,
I'm listening,
thank you
dear
for
lady.
allowing me your precious time. Now, has anyone recently talked to you about how vitally important it is to extend your car warranty?
I would be grateful if you would answer, please.
I would like to leave with the Ukels.
I'm actually accompanying the Yukol tribe on their long journey right now, Mr. Mayor. I've asked Captain Obo if he would take us to the other side of the lake on the Crystal to Now Dusk.
Oh, Captain Obo, the Crystal, the Ukels. Do go on. Anyway, it would be very ungracious of me if I were to criticize you for removing that burden from our good town. Nonetheless, I'm afraid I must refuse your request, dear lady. The locks will remain closed until further notice. This decision came from above, you understand?
Who's above? You're the mayor. Think about the elections? It's blinking. Okay, why is it blinking?
Listen, Mr. Mayor. You and I both know that the real problem is that you want to keep your voters' support without ticking off your superiors. And I might just be able to help you.
Really? And exactly how might that be?
Open the locks and I'll leave with the Ukels. Then you just have to tell the authorities that I committed some kind of sabotage. They'll gladly believe you. I have a very bad reputation, you know. And that way, you'll come out smelling like a rose.
Well, I have to admit, dear lady, that your arguments have convinced me. I am authorizing you to open the port locks so the Crystal can leave. Nonetheless, you should know that there is a technical problem that means the locks have to be opened manually. I imagine that such an inconvenience isn't likely to deter a woman as determined and resourceful as you.
Do you mean that?
Yes, as the local technician is absent, I'm afraid you'll have to delve into the murky waters yourself to open the locks.
Delve?
Nonetheless, this should help you use the underwater mechanism.
But how am I supposed to dive?
That, dear lady, is your problem, I suppose. Do have an excellent day.
I'm not a waterologist. Alright, what did we get? We got some sort of pamphlet? Superintendent's notice? Riyadh. 1. Cog, size 05. Reference. Narkov Foundry, Narkov Foundry. Oh, Pargon, 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 Pargon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chain. I like chain. Chain, chain, chain! Stacked gear wheel. Got you. 3 is a flying assembly notched cog. Gears of War? I didn't know we were getting cogs. Cog, cog, cog! What you want me to do with it, though? Birds be freaking out. Freaky birds. Okay, yeah, but what I do? Well, what I do, though? Like, what I do? Who this guy?
Everyone's been surly the last few months.
This is true. That's because everyone's angry with racism and bigotry. You all should just, like, get drunk and forget all your troubles. That's what I'd do. Get drunk, forget problem. It's simple. Should we talk to the ship captain then? Am I allowed to see my objective? Will the game tell me? Objective. Nope. No, it will not. Up. Down. Left. Right. Nope, we don't have any objective information. Supposedly, if you click the left stick, it was supposed to tell you your objective, but we got scammed. We're playing in adventure mode, so we don't get objectives. We just get angry.
Well?
I have to die for it. Somebody has to die for it. You have to die for it. I gotta die.
The mayor gave us authorization to open the locks, but I have to do it manually, by diving down into the port.
I can probably help. There should still be some old diving equipment you can use in that shed at the end of the seawall.
I've never gone diving. But if you think I'll be fine down there, I don't mind trying.
This has to stay between the two of us, Kate. There's something you need to know about the locks. They're also there to stop the lake monster from entering the port. Anyway, that's what I heard. But at this time of day, there's no risk. That spawn of hell sleeps all day.
Dude, we're gonna go diving and then we're gonna go see the lake monster face to face, aren't we? It's gonna be cool. We're gonna unleash the Kraken.
Do you really believe there's a monster down there in that lake?
You know, 20 years ago, it really wasn't Paranor that I was afraid of. Not the deaths, the radiation. That's what people say, but the truth is that it was actually that damn monster that made me scoot away like a minnow. It was lurking around Paranor, drawn by the stench of the graves, probably. I saw its red eyes staring at me, Miss Walker. That's something you never forget.
But do you remember it?
Where's a suit I can use?
Meet me in the shed at the far end of the seawall. There should be something just about your size. I mean, near enough, anyway.
Underwater? How am I supposed to open the lock gates?
They're kept in place with some kind of steel locks. Just try and pull them out using their mechanism.
All right. There's nothing to it.
Meet me in the shed at the end of the seawall.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. As per usual, we got this. No problem. No problem. Forget about it. I think that was near where the lighthouse was, right? And there was the door over there, and I was like, oh, it's locked. I'm assuming that's it. Where we talked to the dude, and he was like, my brother went ice fishing, and the Kraken came out of the water and snatched him right between my little child eyes. It scarred me. So now I sit out on this dock every day. Fish, thinking about that time my brother snatched before my eye. That guy? Yep.
I opened the shed for you.
Thank you. I'm gonna go in the shed for you. Yeah, that's not my color. What? What was this? What's happening? What is this?
I need something that I can fill.
Yeah, like a gas can. We need that oxygen. Wait, this is my helmet? Yep, perfect. This is modern. Very, very modern. I like modern
I
helmet.
have to get all the equipment together and get it ready before I change.
Oh. Give me this. This is very good. I want to dive in the waders. Yellow's not my color, okay? I'm more of a green gal.
Oxygen bottles. But they look empty.
We'll have to pump them up. Pump them up. Check it out. Boobs. All right. So we need to... Let's observe it.
Come on, I am not claustrophobic. I am not claustrophobic. I am not claustrophobic.
I could not do this. I could not do this. This would scare the bejesus out of me. I don't know how the bejesus got inside, but it would not be in there anymore. You gotta, like...
It should keep me dry. I hope.
You gotta tape it up. Any holes? Get some duct tape.
Pressure required.
Oh, go back to that. Those are like important numbers, I think. Let me see if we can jot that down real right quick. That could be important. I saw some numbers there. I saw some digits. Hey girl, give me your required pressure. I'm talking about your digits, your numbers. Please and thanks.
Pressure required.
180 bar, 30 meters. 180 bar, 30 meters. It all, I think there was like something inspected there.
Pressure required.
1986. Perfect. I love that year. That's a good year.
If I want to dive, I need to find some way to fill them up.
So we need to get up to 180 for 30 meters. 180. 180. Right, that, I don't know if that's important or not, but it might be. For real? You're not gonna let me use it? Scammed. What's this? Doodahs? $180. Yeah, but we need to go down here, though. I got to go down here. And now? Shkalama glama? Alright, what's this do?
It isn't watertight enough to fill the bottles.
Show you watertight? What does that mean?
It isn't watertight enough to fill the bottles.
How you do watertight? What is this?
Nothing. I must have forgotten something.
I'll show you something. Okay. Let's go over here. I'm gonna hit this green button. Okay. And then I'm gonna come over here. Oh, I didn't know we were in control. I thought we were watching some sort of cutscene or something. Okay, I think we did it. All right, that was pretty easy. I'm glad we inspected it. That was the brain key. Dude, I got a diving bell. This will be easy to do manual things in. I've got the dexterity of a donkey. Of a drunken sailor. What will you do with a drunken sailor? I like the underwater effect above ground. That's my favorite. I want to find the Kraken. Oh, I can run underwater? Yo, dope. Love underwater jogging. Sure, what's this? Large cog? Oh, God. Are all the coggables on the ground? We have to find everything?
I won't be able to open the locks while the bolts are activated.
True. How far over to the right can I go? Not very. Alright, well that's good to know that... I thought maybe we were gonna run through the entire seaport. I did it? I'm going into the ocean! Those are underwater trees. They're free. That's some really big algae. Algae? Algae. Al Jolson. What the hell is happening here?
In the middle of the debris there, what's that?
Go get it. Chain. I've retrieved chain. In the middle of the debris. I can have a video. We can watch a movie.
What on earth could have left these marks?
Kraken. We all know it's the Kraken. We're whacking for the Kraken. You guys ever whack for crack? Maybe that's what that OnlyFans thing was about earlier. It was whacking for Kraken. Makes sense. Would totally make sense. They knew what Syberia 3 was about. They were advertising about their whacking for Kraken. How many things do we need? I don't even know what's missing from this thing, right? We just kind of ran.
I won't be able to open the locks while the bolts are activated.
Yeah, I know. Did you know? I got some scissors. A square key. Keys aren't squares. It's dumb. Yeah, like, everything's missing here. Look at our underwater document. None of this makes any damn sense. Cog 1 and Cog 2. Cog and Cog, then flying assembly notched Cog. Got scammed on. This number 3? It said it. It was listed as number 3. Number 5. Johnny 5 alive. Chain doesn't have a number.
Still works, despite the rust.
How you know?
Perfect for connecting different levels of a mechanism.
Oh, 0102.
Apparently it fits onto something quite big.
Oh my. No, it just falls into the water. Lies. Not what I wanted to do. Take that off. Cog. Okay. Large cog. Stacked gear. Nope. So we're still missing a component somewhere. Is this it? Huh? It's fine. I totally know where we are and what we're doing. Where's King Trident? I'm just running a circle. Help me. Trident. Where do we go? Oh! Game, why are you like this? What was that? What was it?
I'll go back up after I open the locks.
Oh. I didn't know. This is clearly where it is, obviously. So somewhere on the seabed, with this fantastic camera, we're supposed to locate a cog. Everything's going swimmingly. Haha! thought there was some garbage over there. I mean, there's garbage everywhere. Water everywhere. So let's all have a drink. You don't need a swimming suit, you just need to drink all the water down here. And then you can freely look. Good. Like getting stuck on random shit in the environment that I can totally tell that I'm gonna get stuck on. Like, why can't I run to the left? Maybe the camera changed, maybe that's good. Or not. Nope. It's so stupid. Yeah, don't know where I am. There's nothing over there? There's no cogs here. What am I stuck on? Got some planks. Stuck again. Whenever I go swimming, I drink pea water, like ever. You drink pee? You just like go swimming and you're like, time to drink urine? It doesn't sound good. Why do you make this decision? Why do you make the pee drink decision? Everyone drinks urine when they go swimming. I've never drunk urine when I went swimming. Like, gotta go through my ritual for preparing to swim. Better chug some urine. Can't say I've done that, man. Public pool, you're drinking pee water? Why are you drinking the water in the pool? I do not drink the pool water when I go swimming. You drink the pool water when you go swimming? Oh boy, I'm thirsty. I'm gonna drink some of this urine-filled water. Everyone doesn't do that. You're just trying to make your weird self feel better because you just golden shower. At least a gallon, dude. Hey, man, whatever makes you happy. If you want to drink urine-filled water at the pool, and that's what brings you happiness, then by all means. You like drinking the pee-pees? Then enjoy drinking the pee-pees. Do not want to drink the pee. It floats. It floats my remote. Everyone drinks the pee now. Might just be a you thing, but that's cool. Don't lump me in with everyone. You're trying to lump me into it. It's okay to have a urine fetish. You know, it's okay. It's okay. But don't lump me into there. I'm not all like, yo, I'm gonna get this golden shower action at the public pool. No, I'm good. That's why I go swimming in the ocean instead. There's no pee in the ocean. Very clean. Very clean. Where the hell's this other cog? There is another cog, right? Let's go back and make sure. Maybe there's not another cog. Maybe I'm wrong? Maybe we have 3 gears. Maybe one of the other cogs. I thought there were 4 or 5. I thought there were 5. The oceans where you gargle fish jizz. No, you gargle fish jizz, you freak. You gargle the fish jizz. I don't want to gargle fish jizz. Oh no, that one's in the right spot, I guess. So no, there must be. It won't let me remove the other gear. It'll let me take that off. Now take the other one off. It won't let me take the other one off. So no, there's definitely another gear. I can't take that off. And nothing fits on this one, so yeah, there's a... Really is another gear somewhere down here. Right, yeah, I only have... Got the square key. We have 2 gears, but...
That's not right.
It could be right. Look, there really is another gear somewhere. Where could this thing be? I feel like I ran everywhere. Look into my eyes, how could I be wrong? You could be very wrong. Eye contact doesn't make you right. In fact, eye contact makes you wronger. This is just science. Two eye contacts make a wrong. Very well known fact. Eye contact while gargling fish jizz. What kind of hobbies do you have? Some strange hobbies, Spiteful Frog. Strange hobbies. Just drinking gallons and gallons of urine and jizz. What I like to do. Making people uncomfortable? I'm not uncomfortable. Yet. And maybe if it was in, like, the trap. It's an I-beam. I-beam, U-beam, we-beam. Go back to that other camera angle. Why are we doing this? Isn't the ocean so acidic that it cleans itself? Sounds good to me. Yeah, the ocean's full of acid. And it cleans itself. Probably from all the cat urine. People be letting their cats out to pee in the ocean. I'll measure the pH. Why not? You just measure the fish jizz, exactly. And sea monkeys are not fish jizz. Just so you know. Little shrimp. Oftenly confused. Oftenly confused. Oh, there was a fish. Where the hell is the other gear? She's just gonna drown. Ha! Dang it! Monkey spunk. Funky monkey. Brass monkey. That spunky monkey. Take the gear from the other door that we opened. Just crack that thing open. Yeah, no, crack. It's very good. Would I close the door again? I did. What? I just had it closed. Why can't it just go out now? It's fine. Leave. It's good. Just go. Just go, man. Just go. Like, this is perfect. This is gameplay, man. What if there isn't another gear? I'm pretty sure there's another gear, but what if there isn't another gear? This is not great. Hey, maybe I've run by it a few times because you kind of have to be at like a specific angle to get the triggers to pop up. Maybe I've run past it a few times. Because, you know, we weren't looking in the correct direction. The game was like, nah, you can't find it. I don't think it's over here. What? Okay. The wall was there, and then it wasn't there, and then it was there again. I like it. I mean, there's another cog somewhere. Looks like there's just 3. One, two, 3, 4. There's 4 cogs. Maybe there isn't. Maybe I've been running around like a fool. There's just 4 cogs in the chain. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Have I really been... That's silly. Been looking for something that's not there? I thought that there was another one. But nothing fits on this one.
Let's try something else. It doesn't work.
I'm very sad right now. Be real honest. I'm very sad right now. I had everything the whole time. Don't worry about me. I just wasted like an hour. I'm not sleep deprived. Why would I be sleep deprived? I get like 7 hours of sleep. Running on an hour? That's no good. That's no good. Oh, hell yeah, man. Get you some 6 hours of sleep, Fariel. Yeah, that's how it works.
Well done, Kate. I couldn't have done better myself.
Well, if everything's ready, I'll go and get the Yukels right away.
In the meantime, I'll go and make sure that everything's all set. By the time you come back here with the Nomads, we'll just have to cast off.
Perfect. I'll see you later, Captain.
Later, alligator. Or right now, and there's gonna be a 5th one, some sort of like prequel. Sweet. Alright, that's perfect. Alright. Well, that's gonna do it for today, guys. I just wandered around aimlessly like a moron for like an hour when I had everything. Oh god, I feel so silly. You do that sometimes. You do that sometimes. I thought I had tried both gears on that other spot. I thought I had, and maybe you couldn't put it on there until the other one fit into the other place. It's my fault. That's my fault. I thought I had tried it out already, which made me think I needed another gear. I'm an idiot. What's new? What's new with you? Right? Right, Smoke? Right? That's what I'm saying, man. That is exactly what I'd be saying. Everyone playing
Go
Elden
Otters.
Ring. Go Otters, for sure. I love Otters. Let's see if anybody else is playing Syberia, and then otherwise we'll go find someone else to raid. Syberia. Y'all playing some Syberias? No, it's just me. It makes sense. It makes sense. Because why would anybody play this series? Why would anyone do it? Zero logic. See here. We can go here. Let's go do this. I think this is good. It only has follower only mode. Man, I hate when people do that. We're gonna go over there anyways. He's playing for the first time Dark Souls Remastered. I get why people do follower only mode. You know, there's a lot. There's been like this big surge of bots and stuff, so people turn it on so they don't have to, you know, constantly deal with the bot spam. But I feel like not everyone chats in here, but I feel like you should be able to be free to chat when you want. And I'll just delete bots when they show up. Either way, guys, it's Thursday. Enjoy your mornings, afternoons, evenings, whatever you cool cats got going on today. Enjoy your Thursdays. I will be back tonight, and we'll keep playing some more Syberia 3. It's been like, we've been getting like halfway through the games and then beating them in like 1 or 2 streams. Most adventure games aren't super long. I would imagine this is another like 15-hour affair or so, you know. We probably extended our playtime with my just like aimless wandering of like doing nothing. But either way, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your Thursdays. I will be back tonight. If you're new here, I appreciate you stopping by. And let's go say hey to CSNES. He's playing through Dark Souls for the first time. Peace.